Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had Hitai with Levy from Fairytail? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. The deafening silence was suddenly broken by a howl of pain. Naruto smirked as he looked at his victim. Naruto's sword was stabbed to one of Fried's legs. Fried grasped Levantine's blade to take out the sword from his leg, but to no avail since Naruto was holding it down. I told you, didn't I? I won't kill you until you pled to me for your death. Let's see how good you are at managing the things you always inflict. Pain, fear, suffering, Naruto said as he moved his sword while still being stabbed on Fried's leg. Fried felt an unbelievable amount of pain as the sword was being jerked around. He shouted and tried hard to take out the sword. I wonder what would happen if I shoot a dark pulse while my sword is embedded on your leg. Do you think it will blow your leg off, or will it blow half of your body? I wonder. Shall we give it a try? It will be fun, Naruto said while smiling evilly. Fried could only look at Naruto's face with so much fear, and at that point he started to mentally break down. Please don't, I apologize for, Fried's apology was interrupted as Naruto took out the sword from his leg. Naruto laughed sinisterly as he looked at the cowering form of Fried. Didn't you understand what I said? I believe I said that the only way for you to escape this is when you ask me for your death. What happened to that defiant attitude? I never thought that you were so easy to break down. You only have two options, run away or plead for your death. What will it be, Fried? Naruto said as he watched Fried painfully try to crawl away from him. He's going to kill him if you don't do something, Mira-Jane, the voice said. Mira looked around trying to find the source of the voice, but to no avail. She looked at Kana and saw that she was cringing at the sight. Only you can hear me, and you know where to find me. Have you forgotten my voice? Have you forgotten all about me? The voice said. Mira suddenly realized who was talking to her and she closed her eyes, but when she opened it, she was on a place that was dark as a moonless and starless night. All she knew was that she was standing on top of water. A figure appeared in front of her. The figure formed into a satanic woman. Finally you answered my call, Mira. The woman started, Zatanna. We don't have much time for catching up. We need to merge and stop Levantine from waking up. But I don't have the takeover magic anymore. I lost it when she died. Mira was interrupted as she was slapped hard by Zatanna, making her stumble down to the floor. She looked up and saw the enraged face of the culprit. Stop living in the past already, you selfish bitch. Do you really think I would still be here if you really had lost your magic? You never lost your magic. You just lost your will to use it, Zatanna exclaimed. But it's my fault that she died, Mira said teary-eyed. Yes, it is, and it will be for the rest of our life, but do you really think your sister will be happy seeing you like this? Do you really think she will be happy knowing that her sister, whom she idolized, have become just a barmaid that can't even stand up to do what must be done? Do you think she will be happy knowing how a coward you have become? Mira just looked at the woman with hesitation. Naruto will kill Fried, you and I both know that. You also know that he isn't completely in control. Levantine has almost taken over. You and I both know what kind of a monster Levantine is. Right now the past is repeating in front of you. A family will be killed by another who is being controlled by a monster. Deja vu, isn't it? Zatanna took a deep breath to calm herself, and then she looked at Mira with a sad smile. Stop ignoring me anymore. Elfman has been doing his best to move on. You're not the only one who felt guilty about that. Elfman and I do too. Take my hand and let's become one again, and this time let's save our family from death and sadness. Okay, Zatanna said as she extended a hand to Mira. Mira wiped her tears and then smiled with a determined expression on her face. Yes, let's do it, and this time, Mira started. The demon Mira-Jane won't fail, they said in unison as both of them dissipated into tiny specks of light. Mira opened her eyes and saw Naruto, who was already pinning down Fried on the ground with a foot on his back. He was about to stab Fried's other leg when Mira shouted. Stop it already, Naruto. A strong wave of magic flooded the area as she used Satan Soul. She flew towards Naruto at high speed. Naruto looked at the speeding Mira, but before he could react she had already tackled him away. When they were a little far from the others, Mira let Naruto go. They stood facing each other. Demon Mira-Jane, I don't have anything against you, but if you get in my way then I will not hesitate to draw my sword. Naruto said menacingly. Don't make me laugh. You think I will back down against you, Levantine? Mira answered. Naruto frowned and said, I believe you are thoroughly mistaken since I am fully in control, Naruto said. Wrong, you only believe that you are in full control. I can feel Levantine's presence coming from you and not on the sword. He may not be in full control yet, but he is already influencing your mind. What gibberish are you saying? I am in full control, Naruto shouted angrily. The real Naruto won't get agitated by simple explanation like that. Levantine fuels your negative feelings and then gives you tainted magic to make you feel like you could just do everything to satisfy that negative feeling. Unknown to you, Levantine has started to eat your soul and take over your body. We have to stop it before it is too late, Mira stated. Real me? What do you know about the real me? Don't say things like you know who I really am. For all you know, I could have been a cold-blooded assassin who had killed hundreds of lives. Stop your nonsense lest you want to be my next victim, Naruto shouted angrily. I won't let you do things that would ultimately destroy yourself. I will fight you if it is the only thing left for me to do to save you, Mira said as she readied herself to fight. Fine by me, Naruto shouted as he charged towards Mira. While in mid-charge, he swiped his sword into the air and produced a strong, dark pulse towards Mira. He knew that she won't be dodging since doing so would probably make the others be hit by his magic. I too can do that, dark pulse, Mira exclaimed as she also shot out the similar magic as a counterattack. The two dark pulses collide and produced a strong explosion. Debris and dust shot out from the center of the attack. As the commotion toned down, Naruto and Mirajane stood facing each other. I forgot that Zatanna was also from Makai, Naruto stated. Static explosion, Luxus said as his body was suddenly engulfed by electricity. Natsu and Gray, who were on mid-attack towards him, jumps away to prevent themselves from being electrocuted. What they didn't expect though, was for the electricity to go wild and then made a strong explosion that sent them both flying towards the seats of the cathedral. Darn it, I didn't expect that, Gray said through gritted teeth as his body ached all over from the punishment of the battle he had sustained. I'd hate to admit this, but where the hell is Naruto when you need him, Gray said. I don't know, lost maybe? Why are you even looking for him? We can do this, Natsu exclaimed as he stood up. TCH, what a time to get lost, but you're right, we have to beat Luxus with or without him, Gray said as he painfully stood up. Gray was about to devise a new plan when Natsu suddenly tackled him away from where they were standing. What are? Gray words were forgotten as he saw a fist made of electricity shot down from where they were standing. Ha ha ha, nice dodge there Natsu. It's good that at least one of you are still able to amuse me, Luxus laughed. Bastard, Natsu said as his fists were engulfed into flames. Let's see how you dodge it again, Lightning Dragon's breakdown fist, Luxus said as he punched towards them, thereby producing another fist made out of lightning. The large fist raced towards them at incredible speed that they didn't have time to dodge as it collided. Haha, how do you like my knockout punch? Luxus taunted. As the attack faded, he looked towards them and smirked. So, the Ice Mage still has something left on his tank, Luxus stated as he looked at the destroyed ice shield. The shield obviously wasn't able to fully protect them though, as both of them were thrown a little back from where they were. Don't underestimate me, Gray said huffing. Really now, saying that when you are huffing like fish taken out of water. I'll finish you first, Lightning Halberd, Luxus exclaimed as he fired spear made of electricity. Flame Dragon Soar, Natsu exclaimed as he produced jet fire on his feet to propel him towards Gray with incredible speed. He tackled Gray to the side just in time to dodge the halberd. Oi Gray, I'll distract him for a while. Use that time to recover your energy and think of a new plan. Make it quick though, Natsu said as he started to stand up. Gray looked surprised for a while, but looking at Natsu's serious face told him that just like him, Natsu was getting desperate. Gray looked around and saw the destroyed cathedral chairs scattered around. Then he saw a group of destroyed chairs. When he was about to look somewhere else, he caught a glimpse of something that sparked an idea. Hey Natsu, I have a plan, Gray whispered. What? That was fast, Natsu said. Listen, I want you to taunt Luxus into using any lightning attack, Gray said. Well, that is easy, Natsu answered. No, the tricky part is you have to make sure the attack hits those wooden chairs, Gray said. Alright, let's do it, Natsu said as he cracked his knuckles. Try to be bait and then when the path of the attack is right, dodge. That's the best way. Gray said, a little surprised that Natsu agreed so easily. Gray suddenly whispered to Natsu's ear the plan, to which Natsu nodded and snickered. Oi, you two, what are whispering and snickering in there? Luxus said, irritated at their antics. Both looked at him seriously. Ice make. Dagger, Gray whispered as he produced a dagger and hid it behind him. We only have one chance. Luxus is too good to fall for something twice, he thought. I'm going to beat the crap out of you, Luxus, Natsu exclaimed as he charged towards Luxus with flaming fist. As I have said before, I really hate your head-on charge style, Luxus said as he reared back his fist to punch Natsu, but on mid-charge Natsu suddenly changed direction by producing fire on one of his foot, propelling him sidewards. When he saw that he was in the right position, he stopped the flames and prepared a Dragon Slayer's signature attack. I'm going to fry you with my flaming roar, Natsu said as he started to place his hand in an all too familiar manner. Fool, lightning dragon's roar, Luxus exclaimed as he immediately released a dragon roar even before Natsu could fire his. Natsu smirked as he produced another jet flames in one of his foot that propelled him again sidewards, dodging the roar. Flames dragon's roar, Natsu exclaimed as he fired the attack after he dodged. Gray, seeing the attack going to the designated spot, threw the dagger he produced. The dagger sailed towards the intended target. Please work, he thought. Luxus could only look as he saw the flaming roar go towards him and the dagger traveling towards its target. He could only think of one thing. I was fooled, he thought as the roar struck him. Meanwhile, the dagger was successful and it cut one of the ropes that were holding the altar lamps. The lamps skidded and fell down. The lightning roar struck the falling lamps and it exploded due to the oil inside the lamp. The explosion caught the wooden chair on fire as well as the curtains and other flammable materials around the explosion. Free meal, Natsu said as he was about to start eating the fire. No, wait, let it spread first, Gray said, to which Natsu complied while drooling at the spreading flames. You brats, Luxus shouted angrily. Now Natsu, Gray ordered as Natsu greedily ate the flames. Sensing that it would spell trouble even for him if Natsu gets a huge power-up, Luxus charged towards Natsu. Ice make. Geyser, Gray said as Luxus was suddenly encased in ice, giving Natsu more time to devour the flames. You forgot about me, Gray said tiredly. Natsu burped as his stomach was so full. He gave a thumb up on Gray, but they were interrupted as the ice covering Luxus exploded into many pieces. Gray was caught into the explosion and was flung away. You loser, eat this, lightning halberd, Luxus shouted as he threw a lightning halberd towards the downed Gray. Natsu though suddenly appeared on the path of the attack and was about to attack. Flame dragon's roar, Natsu exclaimed as he unleashed a roar more than thrice powerful than his previous roar. The lightning easily succumbed to the strength of the roar. The roar continued towards Luxus, who had no time to react as the roar raced towards him at high speed. Gray, rest now, I can take it from here, Natsu said as he engulfed his whole body into flames. He then gathered it on his hands and then jumped high. He brought his hands together, clashing the two flames, and then it expanded and became a large ball of flame. Eat this bastard. Fire dragon's spherical flame, he exclaimed as he threw the fireball towards the smoke where Luxus was. Lightning dragon's twin spheres, Luxus exclaimed as two spheres of lightning shot out from the smoke. The two spheres circle each other at a very fast rate. The two attacks collided and exploded, rocking the whole cathedral. Natsu though wasn't fazed as he was currently descending towards Luxus with flaming fists. Give it up, you punk, Luxus shouted as his body was covered with electricity. Natsu threw a flaming punch, to which Luxus swatted with his lightning-covered hands, and then his free hand formed into a fist and punched Natsu on the gut. Natsu though, instead of being thrown away, held Luxus' fist and then encased himself into flames. Luxus winced as he felt his arm got burned, but Natsu didn't let up. Flame dragon's horn, Natsu exclaimed as he tackled Luxus with his flaming body, disregarding the electrocution he feels from the electricity covering Luxus. Flame dragon's crushing fangs, Natsu exclaimed in mid-flight as he let Luxus loose and then swipe him with his flaming hands. Luxus was thrown away by the strength of the attack and Natsu used this chance to prepare for a secret art. Time to finish this off, Flame Lotus, he exclaimed as he was suddenly hit by Luxus' lightning twin spheres. Gah! He shouted as he was electrocuted by the two spheres that seemingly rotated around him. Luxus slowly stood up and spit out some blood from his mouth as he looked at the currently being electrocuted Natsu. Those two spheres didn't dissipate as when they hit your fireball. I just used the explosion as a distraction to hide them underneath the ground, making them like a trap. As I thought, your head on charge style will fall for a trap like that. Luxus said as he called upon a lightning from the sky to replenish his energy, but he was surprised. When the lightning didn't came, he frowned and then looked up. His eyes widened when he saw the whole ceiling was covered by a dome of ice. He looked at the windows and saw that they were also covered in ice. Essentially, the whole cathedral was inside an Eskimo-like structure. How do you like my work? Grays said before passing out from too much exhaustion. Flame Dragon's brilliant flames! Natsu exclaimed as he clasped his hand together and produced an explosion, sending the spheres away from him. Hey, our plan worked. I'll finish you now, Luxus! Natsu shouted as he charged towards Luxus with ignited fists. Suddenly he felt something coming towards him from the back and he dodged by jump ng up. The two spheres continued its movement, but instead of attacking Natsu, they raced towards Luxus waiting, mouthing. He greedily ate them to Natsu's surprise. Lightning Dragon's roar! Luxus exclaimed. The attack hit the surprised Natsu and he was flung towards a wall. Natsu shakily stood up with wide eyes and could only look at Luxus' healing injuries. Impossible! How can a dragon slayer eat his own magic, was all the words he could say. Luxus just smirked and then it was his turn to charge towards the stunned Natsu. Naruto sidestepped to dodge Mira's kick. He caught her foot with his hand and then swung her around before letting go, thus throwing her up in the air. Mira got her bearings back and was able to stop the momentum of the throw, but before she could counter, Naruto was already in front of her and his sword on a quick draw motion. He drew his sword quickly to slash Mira, but she was able to protect her torso by crossing her armored scaled claws. A loud clang was heard as if metal struck metal. The claws and scales that are harder than steel. The claws that were drenched by demon blood for most of your life till you were. Naruto's speech was cut off as black electricity suddenly built up on Mira's claws and was about to explode. Naruto kicked Mira away from him. The electricity exploded just as he landed on the ground. You know what's funny? You kept on saying that Levantine hasn't influenced you and yet somehow know things that only a being from Makai only knew. A fish is caught by his own mouth, Mira said as she stared down Naruto below. Naruto didn't answer, but instead he attacked again in a similar manner. He charged towards Mira, ready to draw his sword in one swift slashing motion. And yet another proof of Levantine's influence, Mira said as she charged her magic. Darkness stream! She exclaimed as shadowy hands shoots out towards Naruto and caught him. Naruto in return tried to dodge, but since he was on mid-charge and on air, he couldn't get momentum to push him out of the way. The darkness took hold of him. Levantine, you are a monster who only fights on instinct. You would keep on charging again and again with the same intensity, plan and motive. You won't stop doing it until the victim is annihilated. In terms of strength, I won't be able to defeat you, but you are still technically sealed and still an idiot of a dragon as ever. Mira said as she flew towards Naruto, who was starting to be fully engulfed by the darkness. Hang on, Naruto. You'll be freed from his influence when the connection between the two of you is stopped. Mira said as she grasped the sword and was about to pry it out of Naruto's grip when suddenly Naruto smirked and said, You fell for my trap, Zatanna. Hell's hurricane! Naruto exclaimed as Mira was suddenly engulfed in a hurricane of dark energy. She was swirled inside. The force of the hurricane made it impossible for her to move out. Fuck, since when did Levantine knew how to plan ahead? She thought as she tried her best to get out of the hurricane, but to no avail. As I said, Levantine was never in control, Naruto said as if reading her mind as he appeared in front of her and slashed at her. She was able to protect herself from the slash with one of her claws. Demon's Cannon, Naruto said as a ball of fast-rotating dark energy came out of his sword and launched Mira away. So what now, Zatanna? Naruto said as he walked towards the downed Mira. If you are not Levantine, how come you knew about Makai and my name? Mira said as she slowly stood up. Naruto stopped in his tracks and stared at Mira. His face with a frown as he tried to remember but couldn't find any answer. Mira used this temporary confusion to attack. She flew above the river and then charged her magic. Evil explosion! She exclaimed as she controlled the river water and then sent it towards the confused Naruto. Naruto was caught by the attack and swirled inside until the water exploded and he was sent crashing to the ground. Fuck it, he just wouldn't let go of that sword. Mira cursed as she saw that the attack wasn't able to separate Naruto from his sword. She flew quickly towards where Naruto was lying to take his sword, but as she was about to grab it, she had to quickly flew back to dodge a swipe from the sword. Naruto, listen to me. You may not know it, but unconsciously you are being controlled by Levantine. He is feeding you negative emotion. He is slowly turning you into someone you aren't. You may be in control right now, but he is slowly eating your soul and mind away. The real you wouldn't do something like this. You value family above all. Think what would Juvia feel when she sees what is happening to you, Mira exclaimed. Stop it, stop confusing me. Naruto shouted as he appeared in front of Mira and swiped his sword. He is starting to fight purely on instinct. I have to hurry, Mira thought as she caught Naruto's sword. She grasped the tip of the blade with her scaled hand and tried to yank it away from his grasp, but Naruto didn't let go and instead he charged up a dark pulse. Mira, sensing the buildup of magic from the sword, kicked Naruto in the chest in hopes of making him loose grasp, but he didn't, and the dark pulse hit her point blank, producing an explosion. Big sis! Elfman shouted as his right fist changed and was about to attack, but he felt himself being held back by Kana. No, Elfman, don't interfere, Kana pleaded. But my sister, Elfman shouted as he tried to struggle out of Kana's hold. Trust her. She won't go down that easily, you'll just be on her way, she pleaded. Elfman stopped struggling out of Kana's hold and settled to just watch the fight. He was ready, though, to charge onto the battle if his sister ever needs it. When the dust cleared, Naruto was standing in front of a pile of debris. He smirked and turned his back. He walked towards Fried, eager to continue where he left off. Now that the nuisance is out of the way, shall we continue where we left off, Fried-san? Naruto said. He was halfway towards Fried when he felt a strong energy being gathered from above. When he looked up, he saw Mirajane was about to finish gathering dark energy at a single sphere and was ready to fire. Impossible. I was sure I smelled your fragrance from those piles, Naruto said as he looked at the pile of debris only to see the pink cloth that was previously tied on Mirajane's neck. Since when did you become too reliant on your sense of smell, Naruto-san? You're not a dragon slayer and you're certainly not a dragon. Soul extinction? Mirajane smirked as she fired a beam of dark energy towards Naruto. Naruto gripped the handle of his sword and prepared for a counter-attack. He was surprised, though, as he felt that he couldn't draw his sword. It's as if someone was stopping him from drawing it. His eyes widened when he heard a stern and familiar voice. Since when did you draw your sword against your precious people, Naruto? He looked towards his side where his sword was. For a moment he thought he saw Valandal looking at him with a stern face. One of Valandal's palm was resting on top of his sword's handle, preventing him from drawing it. His face softens into a warm smile. You shouldn't hurt those who are precious to you, Naruto, was the last thing Naruto heard as he felt the dark energy about to hit him. In the back of his mind, he could hear someone taunting and ordering him to dodge the attack, but he knew he shouldn't. Shut up, Levantine, he mumbled as he let the energy engulf him. He felt the dark aura of Levantine being sucked out of his body, but Levantine won't let himself be defeated easily. He feeds on negative emotion and he knew all too well what he needed. Naruto suddenly felt something wrong as he was engulfed by the dark energy. Suddenly, the dark energy was gone and he was standing on a shrine inside a forest. This was all Naruto could say as he saw someone walking towards the shrine with a dazed look on his eyes. Someone is calling me, the boy said as he entered the shrine. No, you idiot. Don't listen to the voice. Stop and turn around. Go back, oh your master. Go back to Valandil. Naruto shouted as he tried to block the boy's path towards the center of the shrine, but the boy only passed through him as if he was a ghost. He turned around and tried to grab onto the boy, but again the boy just passed through him like a ghost. Naruto could only look in horror as his younger self was standing in front of the cursed sword. Don't! He shouted, but he was surprised as he also heard a female's voice shouting the same word. She had raven hair and was at least a little older than him. She ran past the ghost Naruto and tackled the young Naruto away from the sword. "You idiot! What are you thinking? You know what this sword is, right? Do you want your soul to be eaten?" she exclaimed as she shook the boy. The boy said a name. A tick mark grew on the girl's forehead as she said, "I told you, don't call me with that name." She was cut off by the boy. "Get out of my way," the boy said dreadfully as he pushed her away from him. Her eyes widened as she felt her whole body was pushed by a strong and unseen force and she was flung away from him. The ghost Naruto could only watch in horror as he saw the girl flew towards a wall, but before the girl hit the wall, a shadow came and caught her. Her savior lands on the ground with grace as he put her down. "Valandal-san," the girl said. "Stay out of this," Valandal said. "But Naru-chan is," she protested. "Please, stay out of this. I wouldn't be able to face your master if something bad happens to you. So please, understand," Valandal said with a stern voice, but she knew that he was pleading. "I understand," she said with her head down. "Thank you, you're really such a nice girl," he said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. He then whispered something to her which obviously confused her as she looked at Valandal with a questioning gaze. He then walked away from her and towards the young Naruto. "Naruto, drop that sword this moment or I will have to do it forcefully." The young Naruto only looked at him with a crazed look and an evil smirk. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Valandal with sword raised. The ghost Naruto held his head and screamed as he felt the negative emotions he felt that day came back. He also felt Levantine feeding on it again. "Someone help me, master, help me," Naruto screamed. "Finally, I found you. You have been overcome again by Levantine's tricks." Naruto heard as a ghostly hand was placed on his shoulder. He looked back and saw the ghostly figure of his master. "How?" was all he could say. "Have you forgotten what I said?" Valandal asked. Naruto was silent as he looked at Valandal's smiling face. Valandal's ghost started to dissipate and everything around him started to turn black. "Worry not, for I will always look after you," was the words he heard as he succumbed to the darkness. "Naruto, Naruto, are you all right, Naruto?" he heard a familiar female voice say. He opened his eyes and was face to face with Mirajane, who was still in her Saiyan soul mode. "What?" Naruto said, bewildered as he sat up. "It looks like you're back to normal. More importantly, what were you thinking losing yourself to that stupid dragon?" Mirajane said as her fist connected to Naruto's head. "Ow. What happened? Last thing I know was I was engulfed by your magic," Naruto said as he nursed his head. "So you were really in control?" she asked with a tick mark on her head. "I'm not sure. I know what I was doing and I knew that it isn't right, but I just couldn't stop. It's like a part of me really wanted what I was doing. I guess you were right, that stupid dragon was controlling me through my negative emotions. He also made me felt strong and gave me knowledge like I could destroy anyone or anything that threatened me, but as his control became more prominent, I was starting to only fight on instinct." Naruto answered and then he started to stand up. "How were you able to know Levantine's true nature? All accounts about this sword only say about it being a sword forged by Zareth. How were you able to know that what the ancient writing said wasn't true, and what was that magic? It felt like it separated Levantine's dark energy from me," Naruto asked. "Let's talk about it some other time and in private. Right now, Luxus comes first," Mirajane said. Naruto got what she wanted to say and just nodded as they walked towards the others. "Oi, you sane now?" Kana asked. "Yeah, sorry for what happened," Naruto answered as he walked towards Fried. Fried instinctively tried to get away from Naruto in fear. "First off, I am not going to apologize for hurting you since you deserve it because of what you did to my sister, but I do apologize for letting the darkness took over me and going overboard. I just realized that maybe you were feeling just like I do when I was still ordered around by Jose." "Sorry," Naruto said, but he was cut off by Fried. "I don't need pity from anybody," Fried shouted. "I'm not showing you pity," Naruto answered. "Then just finish it. Finish me, because if it was me, I would have killed you without a doubt," Fried stated. "And yet you didn't kill my sister when you had a chance," Naruto said. "Because I was busy with Kana," Fried answered. "How hard was it to strike Juvia with your sword while saying the word, suffer, to incapacitate Kana?" Naruto asked. Fried went silent. Admit it or not, you considered everyone on Fairytail including us, as family. Fried cut off Naruto. Shut up. I only have Luxus and the Ragenshu as a friend. Everyone else was nothing but nuisance. Fried's outburst was interrupted as he was attacked by Mira. In an instant, Mira was beside him and was about to bring down her fist to his face, and for a moment he thought that it was the end. But Mira's fist stopped just in front of his face and she transformed back to the Mira everyone loved. This scenario is so sad, don't you think? Everyone in Fairytail, we are family, and seeing your family fight each other even if you don't deny it. It feels so sad, right? She said. As I said, all I care about is Luxus and Ragenshu. You say that, but tears flow out of your eyes when I said that everyone on Fairytail was a family. Fried touched his cheeks and indeed there were tears streaming down. You remember, don't you? How everyone smile, cry and fight together. How everyone had always been welcomed and embraced. It's not bad to cling to just a small group. All of us had that tendency, but that doesn't mean that you should close yourself from the others because after all, we are one big happy family. Mira said as she looked unto Fried. You see, you only have to reach out your hand and there will always be someone right here to help you. It's when people realize how lonely it is being alone that they start to become kind. The same goes for you, Naruto, Mira said. Yeah, Naruto said as he bowed his head, willing his tears not to fall. Fried started to cry openly, saying how he really never wanted to do those things. Let's all enjoy the harvest festival after all of this is through, okay? Mira said with a smile. Suddenly, Elfman felt someone was beside him. He looked at the direction and saw Naruto carrying Juvia. Please bring Juvia and Fried to Wendy, she will be able to heal them. If ever Bixlow is still on top of the clock tower, please take him too. Naruto said as Elfman took Juvia from him. Thank you. Naruto said as he turned around towards the cathedral. Naruto, I don't have to worry about you when you fight Luxus, right? Mira said in a concerned tone, fearing that Naruto might lose it again when he fought Luxus. The response she got was Naruto handing the sheathed levantine to her. Mira looked at the sword cautiously. Do not worry, the scabbard that holds levantine is special. As long as you don't draw levantine from it, you will be safe. And even if you draw it, as long as you don't give in to your negative emotions, he won't have a chance to take control. I'm sure you won't have a problem and you have an alter ego to pull you out just in case, Naruto said. But how are you supposed to fight Luxus? Mira asked. I don't need that sword to beat Luxus. This time I will be relying on my own abilities and magic. This sword will just hold me back, Naruto said as Mira took the sword. I'll also hand you my other weapons. I don't want to accidentally use them and permanently injure Luxus, Naruto said as he handed Mira his other weapons. Very well, good luck and bring Luxus back, okay? Mira said cheerfully. Naruto nodded as he walked away and then disappeared. Gah! Natsu exclaimed as his back skidded to the ground via Luxus' punch. Ha! So with all that loud mouth, this is all you got? Luxus taunted as he watched Natsu stagger to get up. Bastard, I don't know how you were able to eat your own magic, but that is just disgusting. It's like eating your own vomit, but I won't lose to you, Natsu said as he stood up. Still with that nonsense, I'll permanently shut up that mouth of yours. Luxus taunted, to which Natsu responded with a battle cry and charged towards Luxus. Luxus smirked as he saw Natsu took the bait. Natsu was always easy to read. Luxus backhanded Natsu, but instead of being thrown away, Natsu held onto Luxus' arm and then he used it as a leverage to deliver a roundhouse kick towards Luxus, but his eyes widened as Luxus caught his kick. Always easy to read, aren't you, Natsu? You fell for my trap, zap, Luxus said as lightning coursed from Luxus' body towards Natsu, electrocuting Natsu. Gah! Natsu screamed as he felt his body convulse from the electrocution, but Luxus didn't stop until he felt something cold hit him from above. He looked at the ceiling and saw from the hole that the ice dome had cracks on it. He looked at the windows and indeed the dome was starting to break apart. Look, Natsu, it looks like the protection Gray made is starting to break. You are out of luck, Luxus said just in time as the dome broke down and then vanished. It looks like Gray's magic has expired, Luxus said. No, I actually dispelled it as there is someone knocking. It would be a lot of trouble if we got buried in ice, Gray said tiredly. Ah, so you are awake, Gray. Very well, it must be another foolish loser. Time to finish you too. Luxus said as he threw Natsu towards Gray and then followed it with a lightning halberd, but he was surprised to see smirks on their faces. Before Luxus could ask why, he saw a blur between his magic and Natsu, and he was surprised to see his magic heading straight back to him. He opened his mouth and ate his magic. What took you so long? Natsu asked. Luxus looked at them and saw Naruto standing in front of him. Natsu and Gray were sitting tiredly on the floor behind him. Sorry, I got lost in the road of life, but I'm back now. Naruto answered. Natsu and Gray looked at Naruto confused but didn't comment. Ah, Naruto, glad to see you join us, Luxus said. Natsu, Gray, good work. Rest for now, I'll take care of him, Naruto said seriously. What are you saying? There's no way I'm. Natsu's voice died out as he saw the look Naruto was giving them. It wasn't harsh or pleading. It was a look a leader would give his subordinates, a look radiating with confidence and authority. For some reason both Gray and Natsu could only nod, like it was the right thing to do. Naruto nodded in thanks and faced Luxus. Now, I believe we have something to settle, Naruto said. Ha, foolish brat, so you came after all. You didn't even bring your sword. Are you so eager to be beaten? Luxus taunted, noticing Naruto's lack of weapon. No, actually, I believe none uses a sword when they dispose of garbage. Do you? Naruto answered coolly. I'll show you who the garbage is. Let's see how you put up against me, an elite S-class dragon slayer, Luxus shouted angrily. Shouldn't it be an elite S-class liar? Naruto answered. What? Luxus shouted as Naruto has repeatedly hit a nerve. All you have said until now was a lie. You said that losers couldn't beat you or your Raijenshu, and yet none of your Raijenshu stands. And it's not like you didn't have any problem battling those so-called losers. And to top it all, spouting nonsense like you were a real dragon slayer. Real dragon slayers can't eat their own magic, and even if they could, they won't, since it is taboo for them. You even have to be in Dragon Force mode just to execute those attacks, right? So, tell me, oh dear Luxus-chan, are you real or fake? Naruto taunted. Brat. Get your sword and fight me. Too much concern for your opponent, Luxus-chan, or are you afraid of me defeating you despite handicap? Naruto answered calmly. I've had enough of bantering with you, Lightning Dragon's twin spheres. Luxus said as two spheres shot towards Naruto. Dance. Luxus exclaimed as the two spheres rotate to each other, forming an electric field between them. The movement quickened until it was moving too fast and then raced towards Naruto at unimaginable speed. Luxus smirked. He knew that if Naruto manages to dodge this attack, the brats behind him will be hit. He was surprised though as he saw Naruto smirked. Before he could react, Luxus was struck by the two rotating spheres. Natsu and Gray's eyes bulged in surprise. Luxus was just hit by his own magic and he wasn't even able to react to it. Aiya, Luxus-chan, you got too reckless in using your magic. You shouldn't just throw projectile magic recklessly, Naruto teased. What happened? Gray asked, but nobody answered as Natsu was also struck with awe. Luxus glared at Naruto while trying hard to process in his brain how the hell did it happen. What did you do? Luxus asked. Me? Why ask me? That was your magic, not mine. Naruto answered innocently. You did something to it. Luxus said. You shouldn't point fingers to others, you know? Maybe it was your incompetence in using your magic that's why you misfire, or maybe your magic is rebelling against you. Naruto suggested. Don't fuck with me. Lightning halberd, Luxus exclaimed as he threw the magic towards Naruto, but before he knew it, it was already heading towards him. The halberd, though, was slower than the twin spheres, so he had time to open his mouth and ate it. That was disgusting, and no, I have no intention of fucking you. I don't sway that way. Why not ask Guildmaster Bob instead? Naruto teased. Shut up, you brat, Luxus said as he charged towards Naruto. Naruto knew that he was getting to Luxus' nerves and that it was making Luxus fight recklessly. That's right, fight without thinking. You'll be easier to defeat that way, Naruto thought. Luxus, on the other hand, was getting more and more frustrated. It was obvious that he was no match against Naruto when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. It was popularly known that Naruto was more of a fighter than a mage. Luxus is falling to Naruto's trap. There is no way he could defeat Naruto on hand-to-hand combat, especially when he doesn't have a plan. Naruto was built to be a fighter more than to be a mage. Not to mention that Luxus relied more on his lightning magic rather than his fists, but it looks like his back is on the wall since his lightning magic obviously does not work against Naruto. So it was true. Natsu won because Naruto led him, Gray thought as he watched Naruto toy Luxus. "Aiya, Luxus-chan. You're too slow," Naruto teased as he backhanded Luxus, which sent him sailing towards a wall. "Just a little more," Urza said as she continued to multiply the swords that were now floating around her. She was suddenly startled when she heard a voice. "Hey everyone. Can you hear me? This is an emergency, look at the sky," the voice said. "Warren," Urza said. "Quit lying around and get up. Anyone who is fighting, give it a rest. Listen, we have to take out those things floating around in the sky with the magic we have. Not a single one must be left, it is Luxus magic and it is about to attack the town," Warren shouted. "Warren, how do you know?" Urza asked. "Urza, thank goodness, I was desperately looking for you," a female voice said. "Viska," Urza said. "Viska and Urza are safe, then what about the others?" the other mages said. "My apologize, but my telepathy could not reach the guild," Warren said. "We're safe. I'm glad, it looks like everyone is okay. The Ragenshu has been beaten. Only Luxus is left," Mira answered. Then everyone started to fight verbally through the telepathy. "Can the infighting stop now? We have a serious problem in here," Viska shouted, which silenced everyone. "All right. Let's destroy those floating lacrimas now," Alzak said, to which everybody agreed. "Wait. Those things are protected with living link magic," Urza said, but her warning fell on deaf ears. "I see very well. I will handle the 200 in the north. Everyone handle the southern side and don't leave a single one," she ordered. "Wait. Who is fighting Luxus if all of us are going to handle the lacrimas?" one of the mages asked. "Gray and Natsu are currently fighting Luxus. Have faith in them," Urza answered. "What?" many asked in fear. "Oh good grief, Magnolia is doomed," one said. "Don't worry, Naruto is probably with them by now," Kana said. "Oh that's a relief," Viska said. Isn't Naruto just as destructive as those two?" another said, to which everybody paled. "Yep, Magnolia was doomed after all." "Let's worry about that later," Viska ordered as everyone shouted in agreement. Everyone attacked the floating lacrimas and successfully destroyed every single one of them. There was a price though, as each one of them was struck by the living link magic. "Seriously, everyone is so reckless," Urza said. "Like you are one to talk," Kana said. "Hall of Thunder, out of order," the rune of communication announced. "It looks like we losers had beaten you again. So what now? Oh great, I am the next Fairytail master," Naruto taunted as he caught one of Luxus' punches and then turned to deliver a roundhouse kick. The kick connected to Luxus' cheek and he was flung next to the announcing runes. The rune showed the names of the mages who destroyed the lacrimas and how many they destroyed. "You damn brats. It looks like bargaining wasn't a good idea after all. I will then just do it through force," Luxus exclaimed as he called several thunderbolts from the sky. The thunderbolts pierced through the roof and were on their way towards his mouth, but before they reached his mouth they suddenly changed direction and shot out through the windows of the cathedral. "Well, that was a bad miss," Naruto commented. Luxus was fuming as Naruto once again did something to change the direction of his magic. "You cheeky brat," Luxus said as his body was enveloped by lightning and shot out everywhere. "Better get out of here now, this cathedral won't hold out," Naruto said as he appeared in front of Gray and Natsu. Luxus' magic exploded in a ball of lightning and destroyed the whole cathedral. Everyone saw the explosion from a distance. "What the hell?" Warren said, what was on everybody's mind. "Yup, Magnolia is screwed," Mikao said. Naruto appeared a little away from the cathedral carrying Gray and Natsu on each shoulder. He put them down and looked at the wreckage. He saw Luxus greedily eating as much thunderbolt he could from the sky. So he used that as a distraction so he could eat some lightning. "Very clever, but very greedy," Naruto said. "Shouldn't you be worried that he is getting stronger?" Natsu asked uncharacteristically. "Since when did you become worried of your opponent getting stronger, Natsu?" "And yeah, I'm not worried. It would be good if he could give me a good fight now," Naruto answered. You are not worried because you are the worst enemy he could face, doesn't it? Gray stated. What are you saying? I'm just seeking a good fight, that's all, Naruto said. You could fool Natsu but not me. For some reason, your magic allows you to redirect anything projectile, and since most of Luxus' attacks are projectiles, he is at a disadvantage. The only thing he got is fighting you at close combat, an art you have mastered. So either way, you are at the advantage. You are very scary, you know that? Gray said. Naruto only smiled and shook his head. You give me too much credit. Stay here you two. The fight will be more dangerous from now on, Naruto said as he walked towards Luxus. Luxus finished eating lightning and looked at the approaching Naruto. Huh. Let's see how you me beat now. Luxus smirked as he placed his hand in an all too familiar stance. More flashy now I see, Naruto commented as Luxus released a thundering lightning dragon roar. The roar came rushing towards Naruto, but this time instead of it being deflected, Naruto disappeared and then reappeared next to Luxus and delivered a jaw-breaking punch to the surprised Luxus. Luxus was flung away by the strength of the punch and crashed to the rubble that was the cathedral. Instead of taking his time, Luxus stood up abruptly as if not minding the punch he had just received, but as he looked forward all he saw was Naruto's leg as he was hit by a kick straight in the face. The kick smashed the back of his head towards the ground. Before Luxus could compose himself, a thunderous punch was heading straight in his chest. The force released by the punch was so strong that it sent a shockwave. The ground of Magnolia shook as if an earthquake was happening. What is happening? Levy said as she tried hard to steady herself. What was that? Makarov asked as he saw a cloud of dust on a distance. Pulushka, Levy and Wendy roamed the town of Magnolia to search for any injured mages, and they bump into Myra's group. Master? Are you all right? Viska asked worried. Don't worry about me, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I have Pulushka and Wendy with me, hang in there everyone, Makarov said. Naruto-sensei, Wendy said as she also looked towards the dust cloud while healing Juvia. Huh? Levy asked. That is one of his attacks, I think it is called Shockwave Guillotine, she answered. What the hell is that? Mikao asked. I'm not sure too, but all I know is he executes it together with a punch and then upon contact a strong shockwave explodes and destroys everything in its path, Wendy answered. Well, that confirms it, he really was holding back when he fought Natsu because he never used that on their fight, Lucy deadpanned. No, he was weaker and probably couldn't use it when he was still in Phantom, Mira explained. Huh? What do you mean? Urza asked. Naruto's sword, he left it with me. He said that it would only hold him back and that from now on he would be relying on his own magic. I think he only started training his magic recently, Mira said. No, Naruto had that magic even before he got the sword. He told me once that he just lost the will to use it, something about his master, Juvia said weakly, who had just woke up. As the dust cloud subsided, a crater the size of the cathedral was formed. But at the center of the crater, only Naruto remains with his fist at the very center. Missed, Naruto said indifferently, though if you look closely, you could see a few sweat in his face. A little away from him Luxus stood shakily. He was able to dodge the brunt of the attack, but the initial hit of the punch was enough to shake him to his core. Damn, if I wasn't able to lightning jump at the last minute, this fight might have been finished. I've got to be wary of that punch. Just what the hell is this guy? He deflects my magic like they were nothing and then hits like a goddamn monster, Luxus thought. Luxus called for thunder again to heal himself, but again the lightning bolts changed direction and hit a tree that was near Natsu and Gray. The tree burst into flames as the bolts hit. Yeah. You're really the best, Naruto, Natsu exclaimed as he let the fire go into full bloom before greedily eating it, but Gray has a different look at the situation. An insurance? Naruto won't be able to keep this up for much longer. That is why he made an insurance that Natsu could fight. I'm not a very good sensor of magic like Master but before that punch, Naruto's presence was so strong that I could describe him as a giant, but now, it was like it was cut by almost half, Gray thought. Aren't we a little greedy, Luxus? Haven't you eaten enough? You might get a stomachache if you eat too much, not that care anyway, Naruto said. If you didn't care, why not let me eat it then? Luxus came back. I don't care if you have a stomachache, but I'm not stupid enough to let you have another power-up. Naruto answered like it was the most obvious thing on Earthland. So now you're admitting that you did deflect my magic, Luxus smirked. You honestly think that I will still deny something so obvious? Naruto deadpanned. I've had enough of you, Luxus said as he transformed into lightning and snaked towards Naruto. When he was at his target destination, he transformed back to human with an electrified fist and was about to punch, but he was surprised to see himself in front of a wall. Before he could say anything, his body was slammed into the wall by a strong kick in the back. The wall broke down and buried Luxus under it. Naruto stood in front of the rubble, taking the opportunity to recover his energy. Damn it, I really need to retrain myself using this magic. That punch took too much energy from me. Years ago, I could execute about a couple more of that attack, but now, it almost depleted half of my energy. I must finish this before I go dry, Naruto thought as he prepared to continue his attack on Luxus. The rubble exploded as Luxus emerged from it. Brat, Luxus shouted. Interesting, so when you do that lightning jump of yours, you change yourself into a magic entity that is lightning, then you couldn't change direction. So before using it, you will pick where you want to go, and then when it is executed, there is no way for you to control it. Am I right? Naruto stated. What? Luxus exclaimed, surprised that Naruto had already figured out how his magic operates. Too bad, I could easily deflect projectile magic, especially when you don't have any control of it, Naruto taunted. Come on, take the bait. Deflecting his magic is also taxing my energy. The stronger the magic, the harder it is to deflect. His thoughts were cut off as Luxus shouted in anger. Ha! Like I will succumb to your taunts. I can feel it. Your magic energy has been depleted by almost half because of that punch you did earlier, Luxus smirked. Yeah, it did, and yet I didn't have any problem deflecting your magic. Why is that? Naruto said. Luxus smirked was erased, and before he could retort he had to use another lightning jump to dodge Naruto's somersault kick, but as he transformed back, his eyes widened as he was welcomed by the incoming kick. Luxus blocked it with crossed arms. He skidded a little away. He stood up and smirked. It looks like your attacks are getting weaker, Luxus said. And it looks like your magic is a lot easier to deflect now, Naruto retorted. The fight continued, or more like a brawl, as punches, kicks and occasional lightning magic was thrown or deflected. Urza was looking at the sky when she saw something went flying up. What's that in the sky? She thought, which was heard by everyone as they were still in telepathy. Visca looked up, and with her sharp eyes she immediately recognized who it was. Luxus. Visca shouted. Luxus? Mira said as she also looked up, and then she saw another one flying up heading straight to Luxus. Arzak, who was also looking up, saw who it was, and a grin was instantly on his face. Naruto. It looks like he was the one who sent Luxus up, Arzak said. I know that attack, Natsu said as he dumped Gray next to Urza. Since he was near Urza, he and Gray are now also inside the telepathy link. Natsu? Gray? Urza said in surprise. Naruto said that he would take care of Luxus himself, Natsu answered. Well, that's a first, Natsu actually taking orders. Kana chimed in via telepathy, ready for a retort, but she didn't get any. One thing is for sure, Luxus will be feeling hell after that combo hits, Natsu said seriously as they watched Naruto perform a lion combo on Luxus. Naruto stood in front of the downed Luxus. He didn't want to show or admit it, but he was practically exhausted. He practically wasted some energy fighting Bixlo, Fried and Mira. He depleted his energy from deflecting Luxus magic, enhancing the strength of his attacks and practically fighting Luxus. Damn it, she better not see me like this or I won't hear the end of it. I can't believe a fake Dragon Slayer could be this annoying. He is practically as strong, sturdy and resilient as real one, but then again, those things say more on the mage than their magic. Naruto thought as he hid his exhaustion, but the beads of sweat and the slight pant in his breath is a dead giveaway. What is the matter? Tired already? Pant asterisk, Luxus said as he staggered to stand up. You're one to talk, Naruto said as he looked at the obviously hurt and exhausted Luxus. But I can easily call for lightning, Luxus answered. And I can easily deflect it, Naruto replied. I wonder how long you could deflect the lightning, Naruto and Luxus said at the same time. Luxus charged and threw a left hook, to which Naruto dodged by stepping back at the last minute. Luxus couldn't stop his momentum, and as he was hunched forward, Naruto sidestepped and then delivered an elbow to Luxus' back. But instead of letting Luxus fall to the ground, Naruto drove his knee up, hitting Luxus' gut. Luxus, not one to be defeated, easily took hold of Naruto's knee and then with all his strength lifted Naruto and then dropped him backwards, letting Naruto hit the ground head first, but Naruto recovered just in time to kick him upwards since Luxus' back was arched backwards from dropping Naruto. Naruto had a momentary lapse as he took his bearings back and then followed by jumping upward, but as he reached Luxus he was met by a strong punch towards his face, but he caught it just in time and then he delivered a side kick toward Luxus' left rib. Luxus winced as he felt several ribs cracked from the hit. Naruto used this temporary stun to twist Luxus' arm and put it on Luxus' back, then he held him and they started to spin while rapidly dropping to the ground. As they were about to hit the ground, Luxus gambled by twisting his body away from Naruto, making him grit his teeth as he felt his shoulder get dislocated. Naruto was surprised by Luxus' sacrifice of his arm. The momentary lapse was all Luxus needed for an opening, and he kicked Naruto as hard as he could. That sent Naruto sailing towards a building near Urza. The wall crumbled against Naruto. Naruto stood up abruptly. He didn't want Luxus to have any chance to eat a lightning, but his eyes widened. He was too late. By the time Luxus hit him with a kick, he already called a lightning, and that was all the time he needed to recharge some of his magic. Ha ha ha, Luxus laughed as he stood in front of Urza, Natsu, Gray and Naruto. He was holding his shoulder. Obviously the lightning wasn't enough to heal it. You lost, Naruto. I have eaten a lightning, Luxus said. Doesn't matter, it didn't fill even half of your magic. It wasn't even able to heal your shoulder, Naruto answered. Who said I needed shoulder or half of my magic just to win? I only needed enough for one more spell. A spell that would not only defeat you but all of you losers, Luxus said. Stop it, Luxus. Everyone within the telepathy heard. Master Makarov? Naruto asked, confused. Warren can link everybody using telepathy if they are in range, Urza answered. I see, Naruto said. Naruto-sensei, are you alright? Wendy asked. Wendy? Why are you in the battlefield? Naruto asked, worried. Don't worry, we are currently with Elfman, Mira and Kana. She has already healed Juvia, Makarov answered. Enough chit-chat, Luxus shouted as the light started to gather at the sky. No, Luxus, don't use fairy law, you're going to hurt everyone, Urza said. Fairy law, huh? So that's your trump card? Do it then, let's see where that trump card could take you. Naruto taunted. Naruto don't taunt him, Juvia said. It's good to know you're alright, don't worry, it's not like Luxus-chan's magic could actually kill anyone. Naruto taunted. Let's just see, smartass. Fairy law, Luxus exclaimed as the whole town of Magnolia was enveloped by light. Everyone except for Naruto and Makarov shielded their eyes from the blinding light, while all the time, Luxus was smirking like a madman. When the light had died out, Luxus was huffing and puffing in exhaustion, but his smirk vanished when he saw no one was harmed. What? Luxus shouted. He looked forward and saw Naruto. Naruto wasn't smirking or taunting, but instead he had a warm smile. Thank you, Naruto said. Everybody was silent, not knowing what to say at this moment. I had read up about fairy law. It's a spell that punishes those who the caster deemed as enemy and protects those he deemed as friends. Even with all the things that you did and said, you really did consider everyone as family, even me and Juvia, and for that, thank you, Naruto said as he bowed in thanks. Everybody was speechless and silence reigned until Luxus shouted. What kind of nonsense are you saying? I'm gonna crush every single one of you, Luxus shouted in anger. Naruto walked towards Natsu and patted his shoulder. Tap, finish it, Natsu, Naruto said with an eye smile he learned from Kakashi. But, Natsu was cut off as Naruto said, you can do it, you were the one who fought him from the start and I know you want to finish it, and since when did you pass up a good fight? Alright. I'll beat you, Luxus, Natsu exclaimed. A making of a good leader indeed. Makarov thought, though no one heard it since he blocked Warren's telepathy from hearing his thoughts. I could easily beat Natsu, I still have one shot of calling a lightning. Luxus thought as Natsu charged at him. He dodged and blocked Natsu's kick and punches with his good arm. When he found an opening he kicked him away. At this moment, He focused all his remaining energy to call for the strongest lightning he could muster, but even before the lightning could reach halfway to its intended target, it was redirected away from Magnolia. "I believe you forgot about me," Naruto said between huffs as he leaned against a wall. Crimson Lotus. Exploding Flame Blade. Natsu exclaimed as he attacked the exhausted Luxus. Then as a finisher, a torrent of spiral blade-shaped flames, each blade exploded and burned Luxus upon contact. "Hell yeah! I did it! Luxus is beaten!" Natsu celebrated as he looked at Naruto with a thumb up. Warren gave a sigh of relief as he closed his telepathy and rested. "Yeah," Naruto said as he tried to give a thumb up, but his sight was blurred. "Ah damn, I'm losing consciousness," Naruto said as he was falling forward. He was prepared to hit the floor when his face instead landed on something soft. "Since when did the floor felt like pillows?" Naruto mumbled as darkness took him. Unknown to him, his face just landed on a blushing Levy's bosoms. Everyone looked amused at the predicament Levy was in. After Natsu won against Luxus, Myra's group together with Makarov's group arrived where Urza, Naruto and Gray were. Levy hurried towards Naruto when she saw him falling forward, but forgot that she wasn't at full strength and that Naruto was a little heavy for her. She caught Naruto, but they both fall to the floor with her back on the floor and Naruto resting on top of her with his head on her chest. At that moment, Levy wanted to be eaten by the ground, but for some reason she doesn't want to let Naruto go. "Oh my, so forward," Mira teased with a blush. "At least they could have waited to be alone or in a room," Kana said. "I wonder if I could use the same tactic with Gray-sama," Juvia mumbled. "Ah, a beautiful love," Urza said with a knowing smile. On the sidelines, Gray had a smirk, Natsu laughing at Naruto losing consciousness, Wendy blushing from seeing her teacher in that position, Makarov with a perverted face, and Polyushka who looked like she didn't want to be there. A little help, please," Levy pleaded. "Oh, I thought you were enjoying it since you have yet to release him from your love hug," Kana teased. Levy's face became crimson red and steam got out of her face as she also journeyed to La La Land. "I think you've gone overboard, Kana-san," Juvia said, and then they all laughed as they watched Naruto sleep peacefully with a comfortable smile and a passed-out crimson-faced Levy. "All's well that ends well." "Yep, life was good," Makarov said. Then he remembered the damage his mages had done, and then a cry of an old man was heard around Magnolia. End of chapter 11. Well, how was it? Was it bad? Was it good? Was it able to answer some of your questions? Yay! Oh, and now, I will describe Naruto's powers. Arc of Force. It isn't gravity, so no, it isn't like Blue Notes. What he actually controls are the vectors. Well, I'm not sure if there is such thing as the word vector on Earthland, so I used force instead. Just. As Valandal said, the Arc of Force is a magic that lets them control the direction and magnitude. Just like how Naruto changed the direction of Luxus magic. Of course, this consumes his energy since he was essentially countering the initial vector of an object. In analogy, if you want to redirect an object with 100-pound force towards the opposite direction, you have to exert a little more than that. You could deflect it sideways using lesser energy, but still you will use energy. And of course, the growth of exertion is linear. The stronger it is, the more energy needed. Shockwave guillotine. It's like this: Naruto traps the forces going outside inside forces going inside. So it was like he is compressing it to the point of a needle and he immediately releases it on one direction. Imagine a dam pressurized water being released in one direction. Well, I don't know if my explanation is good, but I hope it answers some questions. Laughing face. Oh, please read and review. So I could improve myself and know how my readers feel. I hope I could update soon, but work is really tough, but rest assured, I will update. __. Chapter 12. Hello everyone, this is the next installment of Force Maelstrom. First of all, I want to thank everyone for the reviews from my last chapter. It was really nice to know that there are many who appreciates your work. It gives you inspiration to write more. Next, I want to apologize if I am quite slow in updating. I'm doing my best to balance my life, work and writing. Oh, and there has many asking me if there would be a harem. Well, I'm still thinking about it, but by reading this chapter you will know who might be part of it if ever I do go for harem. I'm not very good at writing harem though, so it is a slim chance, but you never know. I hope you like this chapter and please leave a review. Good or bad, it's fine with me since it helps me a lot. Review Appreciation Corner. Jimbo Bob 5536, Lightning Blade 49, Dragfire, Paradise Regained, Eclipse X, Manaki Chung, OBSERVER01, Battle King, ML Kulk 86, Athena Dark Angel of Death, Zanguls, Sraden. Thank you very much for your reviews. I appreciated every single one of it. Hope you don't get tired of leaving a review laughing face. CB. If that is your opinion on my story, then I will respect it. Thank you for taking the time to review my story. Orcamus. Thanks for reminding me. Sometimes, I am so engrossed to writing that I forget to check my grammar XD. Cloves. Laughing face, sorry for the long wait. Just had a hard time balancing my life. You'll get your answers this chapter. Speed Demon. No, I'm not very familiar with Soul Eater. I actually based it on another anime. _. Agora of the Darkness. Nope, I don't intend to let Naruto just breeze to his missions. Though, I don't think I would include missions that aren't important to my story. Will the guild let them live it down? You'll just have to read it. Hehe. Wrong light. Yeah, his magic controls things with magnitude and direction. Whether it is magic or natural forces, but of course he spends energy doing it. The stronger it is, the more energy he had to spend. Vitor Hugo 0. Thanks for the compliment. For someone to say that my story is one of the best is really overwhelming. Though, I'm sure that I have long ways to go, but I hope I'm getting there. _. Hades 252-2. Hehe yep, it was Myra's takeover soul. In the manga, her soul extinction was able to take out Fide's dark rune magic. I'm not really sure what her magic does, but I presumed that it has the power to seal XD. Haha yeah, I wanted to end the chapter with a funny scene since it was a very serious chapter. I was thinking of a name for the technique and felt like it fits the technique. Agent Bizarre. Yeah, Naruto based it on Tsunade's attack, but instead of chakra, he uses his magic for it. Naruto could execute it for at least 2 more times in the past, as what he have said. Thanks for the review, laughing face. Sean-san. Haha thanks. Yeah, I'll probably do that, though when is the question. Thanks for the review, _. Berserkin's Fury. Yeah, little by little we will see Naruto's past. Thanks for the review, D. Tragic Matt 1. Nope, he didn't. I added it as another indication of a difference between artificial and old-school dragon slayers. I'm not sure if artificial could really eat their own magic, but I added it in my story, laughing face. Thanks for the review. Yami Arashi. Yep, you get a cookie for the right guess XD. Well, as of now, Naruto can't use ninjutsus. He can use the taijutsus and kenjutsus, but not genjutsu and ninjutsu. Further in the story, well, I can't say since it will spoil my story, cheeky smiley face. Thanks for the review. Cryspark 01. All will be answered as the story goes. Though, some of it would be answered in this chapter, partially. Demira is such a nice gal. Dunno if she has a crush though. P. Thanks for the review. Reven 228. Yeah, from now on, Naruto would be primarily using Force Arc as his magic, but he won't just use it on every chance. He still prefers fighting warrior style, laughing face. Thanks for the review. Shinkei Kajun. Haha, thanks for the review. I'm not much into perverted stories too, but reading them is nice once in a while XD. I hope you stay hooked on my story, _. Junkie. Yep, Valandal had the same magic as Naruto. He taught Naruto everything he knew about magic. Thanks for the review, laughing face. Soranium. Yeah, I probably need to review physics badly. Haven't opened a physics book in a while. About the name, Mistogen had also Mistgun, like how Gajeel also have Gazil and Juvia with Uvia. But yeah, I think Mistogen is better, so I'll use it from now on. Hehe. Thanks for the review, smiley face. Chow's Heaven. Yes, it was sad that he couldn't give the punch, but I just feel that it's right to let Natsu finish. Ha. Yes, romance will come in time, soon. Thanks for the review, smiley face. Laziness is a choice. Thanks for the compliment. About the pairing, I'm still contemplating about it. Ultier is also one of my fav Fairytail girls, but I'm not very good in harem. I'm a perv too, but I'm not sure my writing can do harem. But if I could, I probably would if it would be good for th story. Thanks for the review, laughing face. Few review appreciation is getting longer and longer, he, that's a good thing, cheeky smiley face. Now unto the story, laughing face. Guides. Talking. Thoughts 0000 flashback 0000, change scene. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Fairytail and its characters. I only own this story because if I did, then Naruto might be in the story. Chapter 12. Promises, confessions, discoveries and tears. Naruto walked amidst the darkness, not knowing where he was going until he saw something at the distance. He ran towards it and his face featured a broad smile. It's the guild Fairytail. He walked inside and then saw everyone in there laughing and chatting. He looked around, saw and Juvia on the same table as Gray. Levy was on the bar chatting with Lucy and Mira. His gaze lingered at Levy for a longer time until he felt someone next to him and said, "Ah, a beautiful girl has captured my student's attention." Naruto didn't have to turn to know who it was. Interesting person. At first I thought she reminded me of me when I first saw her, but upon knowing her more, she actually reminded me of Hinata, Naruto answered. "Ah yes, the girl whom you were to ask for a date after the war," the figure said. "Yeah, like her, she had blue hair, only darker. She was also the shortest one on our age group. She was also very shy towards the others. Did you know, she even blushes heavily and faints regularly whenever I get too close to her," Naruto said with a chuckle. "She also didn't have confidence in herself, but everyone knows that she is strong. Everyone had witnessed it, but she would only demonstrate it whenever her loved ones were in trouble. She was selfless, putting others before her. Normally, she would look like a delicate princess, but on times of need, she's one of the most formidable kunoichi. Just like Levy," Naruto explained with pride in his voice. "Naruto, you shouldn't go for a girl just because she reminds you of her." "I know, but I get drawn to her just like moth to the light. I thought it was nothing but curiosity, but as moments pass by, I felt like I was with Hinata again," Naruto answered. "If you like her because of who she is and not who she portrays," he said sternly. "You didn't have to say that. I don't intend to do that. If I do go for her and if she did give me a chance, I'll love her because of who she is. It's nice to know that you aren't living in the past anymore. Master, forgive me." "I have forgiven you a long time ago, didn't I?" "No, not about that night. Forgive me for living in the past and losing myself to Levantine. From now on, I will live in the present and look at the future, together with them," Naruto said while looking at Fairytail. "That is nice to hear, Master. How come you could still communicate with me?" "As I have said, I left a small amount of my spirit to watch over you." "But then how come I could only talk to you now? I wasn't supposed to be able to talk to you, and this may be the only time I would. I was awakened because Levantine almost got out. My spirit is now the one that keeps Levantine's prison intact. But I'm quite happy. After all, I could see what kind of family my student has now, and I am able to see what kind of girl my student likes. It looks like my time is up," Valandel said as he felt himself being drawn away from Naruto. "I will protect them with my life." "I know you will," Valandel said as everything went black. Naruto opened his eyes only to see himself on his room. "Naruto-sensei, you awake?" Wendy asked. Naruto looked towards the source of the voice and saw Wendy by the door. "Wendy, how long was I out?" he asked. "About 15 hours, everybody is preparing for the Fantasia Festival. They postponed the Magnolia Festival until today. You could go and see it by noon," Wendy answered. "Sorry that you were dragged into our mess. It's all right. It's a good practice for my magic and I'm glad to help Naruto-sensei's precious people." "Thanks. Where'd you slept?" Naruto asked. "On the guest room. They invited me to the girls' dorm, but I wanted to stay here, so they just helped me tidy and set up the guest room," Wendy answered meekly. "Sorry, did I made you worry?" "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere," Naruto said as he gave her a smile to reassure her. "Oh, and you really have a nice and beautiful girlfriend," Wendy teased, to which Naruto's sweat dropped. "Oh great, now you're turning my teasing teachings against me, but sorry, I don't believe I have a girlfriend." "That's funny, I swear I heard you talking about her in your sleep, and it's the latest news on the guild," Wendy said innocently. "Oh great, I have a girlfriend and I don't even remember who she is." "Are you sure about that? 'Cause she had visited you twice, one last night and the second just this morning," she asked innocently. "Oh, what's her name then?" Naruto asked calmly. I can't say who she is because she said not tell you she visited. You just said that someone visited. Naruto deadpanned. But I never said who she is. Wendy answered. Oh great, I'm sure Charles will kill me when she hears you saying that I had just tainted the mind of the innocent and pure you. Naruto said while shaking his head. They laughed and then Wendy asked. How come I didn't transform back when you blacked out? That is because that spell was dependent on your magic and not mine. When I casted it on you, it uses your magic to maintain it. But it didn't felt like I was being drained by it and you're right, no one noticed. As I have said, it's an ancient magic and only a few knows of it. It's a lot higher level of transformation magic. Naruto explained. Will you teach that to me too? She asked. Of course, you are my student, aren't you? Though, I might not be able to teach you my main magic due to you already have a main magic yourself. I see, but your magic is quite amazing though, yours is more amazing. I can't teach you my magic because I would be dishonoring Grandine. I understand, Wendy said. Don't be down. I'll still teach you the other things I know. At this Wendy grinned. You're really becoming evil, don't you know that? Naruto said, thinking he had just been conned by his own student. Naruto stood up and said. Well, time to go and roam around town until the Fantasia. Well, actually I am part of the festival, Wendy said. Really? Yeah, they asked me if I wanted to and I agreed. This is the first time I could go into a festival and to be part of it is like a dream, Wendy said dreamily. That's nice, Naruto said. They said that you could join if you want to, Wendy chimed. Nah, I'll pass. I think I'll just watch this time, Naruto answered as he didn't think he could face them just yet. Noon came and the festival started. Everybody was giddy as they watched the Fairytail mages performed. On one side, Mistogun watches while leaning on the wall. He felt someone lean to the wall next to him. Hello, Naruto-san, Mistogun greeted without looking. Hello to you too, Jelal, but not exactly Jelal, Naruto answered. Mistogun didn't make a physical reaction, but Naruto could tell that he was on guard. Do not worry, I only knew of it because Natsu and Gray told me. I asked you to them because when I arrived at the fight, you were not there anymore, which surprised me because I saw you going to the cathedral earlier that day, Naruto ensured. Mistogun didn't answer, so he continued. What are you? Naruto asked. That got Mistogun to talk. I don't understand why you should ask me that. I'm a magic sensor and I sense no magic from you. I only sense magic from your equipments. Even plants have more magic than you are, Naruto answered calmly. And that drive you to that conclusion? I don't know, maybe because you are the very first person I find in Earthland to have no magic at all? Very well, if you're not going to answer that, then tell me, were you the one who placed Wendy under cage shelter? Wendy told me that the first human to be kind to her was named Jelal. She said that he carries strange staves with him and that he likes traveling around Earthland. You fit her description perfectly. So I was right, the Wendy I knew was the Wendy who is with you. But what kind of illusion magic did you do to be able to hide it from a guild of mages? That is something for me to know. Why don't you go and talk to her? She is under your guidance now, so please take good care of her. That goes without saying, but you should go and see her once in a while. You know, she thought that you had gone rogue. She thought that you were Jelal Fernandez. I wish I could, but I don't care about your excuses. She looks up to you like a big brother or more. You should at least say hi to her once in a while. She misses you. Naruto cut him off. Mistogun contemplated and then exhaled after a moment. I guess you're right, but I can't do it now. Earthland is in danger. There is something big that is about to happen. Tell me what it is so I could help. I can't. What do you mean you can't? Many people are in danger. That includes Fairytail and Wendy. And all you could answer me is you can't? Naruto hissed as he clutched Mistogun's collar, but Mistogun didn't respond. He let go and then said, you better be sure that no one gets hurt because of your secret, because guildmate or not, I'll have your head. Naruto stated seriously as he left Mistogun to think. Later that day, Luxus was about to exit the town of Magnolia when he saw someone outside of town leaning on one of the trees. So I heard that you're excommunicated. Yes, I am, but you didn't waste your time just to mock me, didn't you? So out with it. You know, the old man probably did that out of responsibility. I'm sure deep inside he wanted for you to stay. I know, but I couldn't blame him. I really did screw up. I'll only say this to you since I respect your strength. Sorry. Luxus said solemnly. I'm still angry at you for what you did, but I know that this was a punishment worse than death for you, since this guild was like your life and dream. I guess that would be more than enough to appease my anger, and as someone told me before, everyone deserves a second chance. Just stay out of trouble and I'm sure one day he will let you back. So what's your plan? I'll travel. I'll train not only to be stronger but also to be a better person, so one day I could make the old man proud. That's nice, I'm sure you would like that. Take good care of them. One day I'll come back and earn my place back to the guild. Don't worry, I would. You should take care of yourself too. One day when I have fully mastered my magic back and you have mastered yours, let's have a friendly match. That would be good. Now, why don't you tell me why you are really here? It's not about some sappy goodbyes, I suppose? Luxus, what do you know about your father's dark guild, Fairytail? How did you know about that? I have my sources. My father made that guild after he was excommunicated by the old man. I don't know much, but I only know that they would do everything for power and money. Luxus, be careful about them. They want something you have and it would cost you your life if they are able to get that. How did you know about? Luxus was cut off. You shouldn't speak of it in the open. As I said, I have my sources. Be careful, they're after that thing. Especially now that you don't have the protection of a guild, they will have more opportunities to take it. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Oh, and about Ragenshu, tell them to move on with the guild. Luxus said as he started walking away from town. They probably fear me or much more angry at me. They'll come through. Fried had too much guilt in himself for attacking the guild and your sister, so he probably feels like he deserved what he got. As for Evergreen, well, you didn't hurt her, so I'm sure she's okay. And Bixlow, he has weird fetishes. Luxus stopped talking. He didn't want to remember Bixlow's fetishes. He prepared for a lightning jump when Naruto said, Luxus, whatever happens, don't die. I'm sure one day Fairytail will welcome you back and probably need you. If it is necessary, seek protection, just don't die. Luxus nodded his head as he transformed into lightning. Naruto looked at the lightning as it snaked away and he grinned. A few seconds later he swore he heard Luxus shout his name from a distance. Naruto chuckled at first until it became a full-blown laughter. After a few moments, he looked towards Magnolia's entrance and said, You know you guys are kinda late if you want to follow him. He could be anywhere now. Naruto said to the trio who were standing in front of Magnolia entrance. No, we just wanted to see him off and say see you, but I guess we were also late for that, Fried answered. So you say, Naruto replied. What does that mean? Evergreen retorted. Nothing, it's just that there were 3 mages hiding under a rune even before Luxus came out of Magnolia. I thought they were you, but I guess I was wrong. Maybe it was from those who were hunting him. Naruto said nonchalantly. What does Fairytail want from Luxus? Fried asked seriously. I believe I didn't say anything about Fairytail, so I was right, didn't I? Naruto asked. Fine. Yes, we were the one eavesdropping, though I don't know how you figure that out, Evergreen said. I'm a magic sensor, I could easily detect magic signatures. I can't tell you why they're looking for Luxus because it's his secret to reveal, but don't worry, I'm sure he could take care of himself and it's not like I won't help him if ever he needed. It looks like you two are okay. Naruto said looking at Fried and Bixlow. I won't forget what you did, you demon. Fried said, though isn't as hostile as Naruto had expected. Yeah, you better watch your back. Bixlow added. Good, let it be a constant reminder to you of what I could do. I can be worse than that if I need to, just for them. Just like how I could become a demon for the 3 of you because you are also part of Fairytail. You heard what Luxus said, move on with the guild. Just like you, I am also trying my best to atone the sins I did in the past. Let's do it by protecting Fairytail, alright? Naruto said as he left the Ragenshu in utter silence. The town of Magnolia was busy even if the festival was already finished and the sun was setting on the horizon. Naruto looked around as he walked back towards their guild. He saw the town people's happiness and the scene put a smile on his face. I hope Konoha was able to have this kind of happiness after the war happened, and I hope Hinata was able to move on. He thought as he heard loud laughs. He looked towards the source and saw that he was already outside the guild's walls. He walked towards the entrance only to see the outside empty. Must be celebrating inside. He mumbled as he reached the door and was about to open it when he suddenly hesitated. Why am I hesitating? He thought. He then remembered what happened on the festival. Many of them are probably scared of me because of me losing myself to Levantine. He shook those thoughts and steeled his nerves as he opened the door. The moment he opened the door, Wendy saw him as she was actually waiting for him. "Naruto-sensei," she exclaimed. Everybody stopped their merrymaking and looked towards him. Instantly, silence reigned, and at that moment Naruto just wanted to bolt out of the guild and run. Unlike when he was still a genin, he didn't like to be a center of attention now. He steeled his nerves and walked in. "I'm sorry, is there something you need?" he asked them calmly. "Man," Elfman shouted. "Naruto, fight me!" Natsu exclaimed as suddenly both he and Elfman charged towards Naruto with reared fists. Naruto just smirked. Oh, he really loved this rowdy guild. Elfman and Natsu's fist stopped midway towards Naruto. "What the hell?" Elfman shouted. "I told you, didn't I? Naruto has an invisible wall around him," Natsu said as he and Elfman tried hard to penetrate the invisible shield using their fists. "My turn," Naruto said as the shield suddenly vanished and made Elfman and Natsu fell forward due to their momentum, but as they about to fall towards Naruto they were suddenly pushed back by a strong invisible force, resulting in them being thrown away. "I want to see if what they said is true." "Fireball," Mikao said as he threw a fireball towards Naruto, but even before it could reach halfway the fireball was already moving towards Natsu instead of Naruto. Natsu jumped like a dog and ate the fireball. "That was a bad miss. Good thing Natsu loves fire," Naruto commented. "Idiots, if Luxus magic couldn't touch him, how much could you?" Gray said. Suddenly they heard Makarov cry. Everyone looked at him perplexed until he said, "Naruto, you fool. It's bad enough that Luxus destroyed the cathedral, but you just had to use that attack and now there's a big crater in the heart of the town. How am I supposed to explain that to the Magic Council?" Makarov said as his cry became louder. "Not mention that if that attack hits, Luxus-san would have been nothing but dust now. Idiot big brother, what would happen if you had killed him?" Juvia commented worriedly. "Sorry, I got caught too much in the fight and I got a little overboard." Naruto apologized sheepishly, to which everybody laughed. "Yup, he is a fairy tale mage all right. Going overboard is something they do on a daily basis," Lucy said. "Lucy, you're a fairy tale mage too, and you get overboard too, cosplay queen," Happy snickered. "Happy you want that fish to be your last supper?" Lucy said menacingly. Happy said in fear. "Oi Naruto, you have to take responsibility of what you did to Levy," Kana said slyly. "I did something?" Naruto asked confused. "Oh, so you don't remember?" Kana asked. "That's quite cruel of you to do that and not remember," Mira said sadly. Please let's not talk about it," Levy said in embarrassment. "Why Levy? Don't you want him to take responsibility of what he did?" "Naruto, you should take responsibility," Urza said. "But he was almost unconscious that time and he didn't know what was happening," Levy exclaimed, hoping to stop the teasing. "My apologies for I can't remember what I did, but please accept my apology," he said while bowing in apology. "Ah, so you can't remember that perverted thing you did?" Kana said with an evil glint in her eyes. "Perverted Naruto ni," Juvia commented. At this point, Levy was reaching her limit and her face was crimson red. "She will pass out any moment." Naruto looked at her and he would have chuckled if only he wasn't in a predicament. "Yep, just like Hinata, all right. It's not the time to think about that. What kind of perverted things I did to her? Why'd I feel so much regret not knowing it?" He thought as his head started to fill indecent thoughts, but he kept a straight face. Somewhere out there he knew Jiraiya, Kakashi and Valandal were dancing in victory. "Now my perverted teachers are rubbing off me." His thoughts were interrupted as he saw Jet got thrown away from him. "You bastard, take down that shield and fight me like man," Jet exclaimed. "Huh? What happened? Why are you in the floor?" Naruto asked. There was silence until someone voiced out. "Jet, epic fail. Naruto didn't even consciously block your attack," Happy deadpanned. "Stop it already," Levy shouted before any fight started because of her. Everybody looked at her and got nervous from the attention. She looked down trying to hide her crimson face. She put her hands together intertwining her fingers and then her thumbs started thumbing each other. "He didn't do anything perverted, it was just that he lost consciousness at that time and I tried to catch him but instead both of us fell to the floor, that's all that happened," Levy said. "Yeah," and Naruto's face landed on her chest while sleeping like a baby. "It was hilarious. Natsu said while laughing. As I have said, he was unconscious and it was all an accident, Levy said lowly. Oh my, do I hear disappointment in your voice? Viska asked innocently. My face landed on her. No wonder the floor felt like pillows. Now I really regret not remembering. No bad thoughts should eliminate bad thoughts. Naruto thought, trying his best not to blush. I think that's enough teasing for today. Naruto, I have something that I think belongs to you. Mira said as she threw something wrapped in a cloth. Naruto caught it with one hand and instantly knew what it is. He unwrapped it and in his hand laid the sword Levantine and his other weapons. Everybody except Mira and Makarov paled when they saw it. Naruto together with those weapons was never a good thing. Naruto saw their faces and he felt mixed emotions. He wanted to laugh at their expression, but at the same time, he felt a pang of guilt for making them feel uneasy. He looked down at the weapons and he shook his head. He took the kunai holster and tied it on his right leg. He then placed the utility pouch on his left hip inside his haori. But instead of tucking the sword on his sash, he looked at Makarov and then smiled. Old man, catch, he said as he threw the clothed sword towards Makarov. Makarov enlarged his hand and caught the sword. I don't need it. As I have said to Mira, I'll be relying on my own abilities. That sword is nothing but a dead weight, Naruto said. But didn't your master give you this sword? Makarov asked. No, he didn't. Naruto answered sadly. Makarov looked at Naruto for a moment and then smiled. I understand. But if ever you felt like you need it, just ask me. You don't need it. You're a whole lot strong when you rely on your own abilities, Grace said with a grin. Not to mention that your magic is really cool, someone shouted. Yeah, who needs a stupid cursed sword that eats your soul? Now come on and fight me. Natsu shouted as he charged towards Naruto with flaming fist, but Naruto just stepped aside. Natsu was about to attack again when he was floored by a punch in the head. What have I told you about fighting inside the guild? Urza stated menacingly. Natsu said obediently. Laughter exploded as everybody saw what Lucy dubbed as Happy Number 2. Naruto smiled at the scene and then he remembered something. He bowed gratefully to them, though only Makarov, Mira and Levy saw his gesture of thanks. Everyone was happy except for two people who had a look of hate and envy towards Naruto. Did you have fun? Naruto asked Wendy as they were walking towards the exit of Magnolia. Yes, thank you for letting me tag along, Wendy answered cheerfully. I'm glad. Naruto was cut off as he felt a familiar magic presence behind the Magnolia walls. It looks like my supposed-to-be girlfriend is behind the wall. Can you? Naruto whispered to Wendy. I understand, I'll wait here, Wendy whispered back. Naruto nodded in thanks and then jumped up the wall. He landed silently on top of the wall and then looked down. It was a bad idea though, as he landed directly above Levy, and as he looked down his sinful sharp eyes got to peek on what is under Levy's loose tank top. He had to suppress his blush. I swear those three perverts are giggling right now. Naruto thought as he remembered his teachers. He suddenly had an idea. He gave a mischievous grin and transformed into Levy, then jumped down. He landed stealthily behind Levy, who was peeking at the gate to see if Naruto was coming. Okay, he'll be here any minute now, but what will I tell him? She mumbled. Why not start with a hello? Someone whispered next to her. Thinking that it was her conscience, she whispered. No, he's not the type that starts a conversation with a hello. Then why not tell him that you were waiting for him? The whisper replied. No, he might think that I like him. Levy answered. Do you not like him? It asked. I do. No, I mean he can't know that, not just yet, she whispered back. Too bad, I think he already knew, it whispered back. No, he doesn't. How is he supposed to know? She answered. You just told him, the whisper said. When? I don't remember, she replied. Just now, look behind you. Naruto answered as he dispelled his transformation. She unwittingly did so and her eyes widened as her face became crimson red at the face she saw inches apart from hers. Naruto smiled at her and whispered. Hello. That was the last thing she heard as she fainted. Naruto saw her faint from embarrassment and caught her in a hug. He held her with her face buried in his chest. He could have sworn she inhaled his scent and hugged back. He chuckled and said. Yep, just like Hinata. He scooped her up and carried her bridal style as he started to float up in the sky. Can't let anybody see me carrying you like this, he whispered as he literally floated towards Fairy Hills. He landed on Juvia's balcony and knocked by tapping his foot on the glass door. The door was opened by a half-asleep Juvia. She was wearing a white almost see-through nightgown. She was hugging her gray Sama stuffed toy with one hand and her hair is in disarray. "Oh, it's just you, Naruto ni," Juvia said as she opened her door, not paying too much attention as she started to go back to her bed. Naruto shook his head at Juvia's carelessness. He placed Levy on the couch and then walked towards the sleeping Juvia, who didn't even bother to tuck herself under the bedsheet and was sleeping on a seductive pose. Naruto moved her to a more appropriate position and tucked her under the sheets. "You're too careless, Juvia. You should be careful because many perverts would probably jump at you at the first chance they get. Honestly, you always make me worry because you're very important to me. Value yourself a little more, okay sis?" Naruto said to the sleeping Juvia as he kissed her forehead. Naruto walked towards Juvia's nightstand and wrote a note for her so she won't be surprised why Levy was in her bedroom. He walked towards the glass door and looked back. "As long as I'm here, I'll protect both of you and Fairytail," he said as he goes out and closed the door and left. A smile graced Juvia's lips as Naruto left and she said as she looked at the door. "Thank you, Juvia will also protect you, Naruto ni." Naruto landed silently behind Wendy. He was about to surprise her when she turned towards him. "Finished tucking Levy-san in bed?" she asked innocently. "I forgot that you have a keen sense of smell. You shouldn't snoop on other people's conversations, you know," Naruto said, to which Wendy pouted. "I didn't, but I saw you floating up while carrying Levy-san. It's like that Prince and Princess story Master Rabal used to read for me to sleep," Wendy answered dreamily. "Well then, Princess Wendy, let's go and get you back to your castle before your knight Charles kills me," Naruto said while kneeling on one knee and extending a hand. "Why thank you, Prince Naruto. But I have to disagree because Charles is like a mother more than a knight," Wendy answered as she accepted the hand and they walked away from Magnolia. When they were a little away from Magnolia, Naruto said, "Well, it looks like it's time to dispel the transformation." "Oh," Wendy said, a little sad. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. "Nothing, it's just that when I transformed into an adult, everybody doesn't treat me like a child anymore and that they trust my abilities without a doubt," Wendy answered meekly. Naruto smiled at her and said, "You know, there was a time that I too wanted to grow up fast so I could prove myself to everyone. I was so frustrated of everyone not giving me any attention that I desperately wanted to grow up quickly and prove them wrong. But as I look back now, it was a stupid wish. I don't think I would be the person I am now if I skipped some years of my life. What's important in life isn't getting older but the experience that would shape you to be who you will be. The challenges, fun, victories, failures, joys, sorrows, everything. They will be the building blocks of your future because the journey is sometimes more important than the destination. Believe me, you wouldn't want to one day see people doing things you weren't able to do just because you were too bent on growing up too quickly. Cherish your journey through life, okay?" Naruto said with a serene smile as he placed a hand on top of Wendy's head and dispelled the magic. Now in front of him stood the 12-year-old Wendy. He kneeled on one foot so he was directly eye level with Wendy and said, "I'm sure you'll be a whole lot better person if you take the journey towards adulthood rather than skip through it," he said with a cheerful smile. Naruto was surprised when he felt two arms encircled his neck and hugged him. He hugged her back. "Don't worry, I'll help you along the way," Naruto assured, to which Wendy nodded. At that moment, Naruto saw Charles flying towards them. "It looks like Charles was worried so she fetched you instead," Naruto said as Charles landed in front of them. "What happened? Why is Wendy hugging you?" Charles asked angrily. "It's nothing, she just wanted to give a farewell hug," Naruto lied. "And how were you able to know that I am fetching her now?" Charles asked. "You forgot, she has keen sense of smell and I am a magic sensor," Naruto lied smoothly. "Very well, I must take Wendy now. Master Rubel asked her to go back to the guild immediately," Charles said. "May I go with you?" Naruto asked. "I'm sorry, but you can't. Our guild is secretive and no outsiders are allowed, even you," Charles answered. "I see. I was hoping I could find a few answers to my questions since Master Rubel has lived for centuries," Naruto replied. "I'll ask Master if he could meet you next time," Wendy said. "Thank you." Naruto thanked. Naruto was surprised when Ichi felt something soft and damp landed on his cheeks. He realized that Wendy just gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before running towards Charles and said, "See you later, Naruto-sensei," and with that she was carried away by Charles. Do you think it's okay for a student to be her teacher's second wife when she grows up? Charles almost dropped Wendy upon hearing what she said. Care to repeat what you said? Charles asked murderously. Oh. Naruto would surely pay when she got a hold of him for tainting the innocent mind of Wendy. Oh no, nothing. I was just thinking out loud, Wendy answered with a grin. Naruto looked at them as Charles flew away, but suddenly, Naruto felt a chill go down his spine. Why do I feel like there is someone out for my head? Naruto asked to no one as the shutter stopped. He took out a small lacrima from his haori and concentrated some magic into it. The lacrima glowed, and after a while, a raven-haired mage was projected. So, what happened to Luxus? And what happened to your sword? The mage asked. Luxus was excommunicated. I left Levantine into the hands of Master Makarov. It is safer with him. I see. It is quite unfortunate that Luxus was excommunicated. Now, Fairytail will have more chance of getting him. I guess some measures are needed to be done, but are you sure that sword is safe with that old coot? The mage asked. Don't insult Master Makarov, Naruto said seriously. Whoa, aren't we a little defensive on our new guild? The mage taunted. You won't understand until you find a real guild of your own, Naruto retorted. I don't need a guild. All I need is a good fight, and you promised that I will have one if I help you. And I like this kind of life better, much more thrilling. The mage answered arrogantly. You know, it's kind of funny how different the four elements are, Naruto said. Category is the only similar thing with them. If you don't have anything to say anymore, I'm going, the mage replied. I'm going to meet her today, Naruto said. Suit yourself, it's not my problem. But I'm not going to save your ass from that crazy bitch, the mage said as the projection faded. Yup, only category is similar with them, Naruto said. Darn it. A mage said furiously as he kicked a trash can. His friend was also fuming next to him. Did you see how she looked at him? Did you see how they cheered for him? It was like he was part of the guild for such a long time. Did they forget what he did? He freaking destroyed the guild and hurt so many of us, and then he just comes to our guild like it was all nothing, the other mage exclaimed. What the hell is wrong with them? What the hell is wrong with her? We have been with her for so long and yet she never felt anything for us, and now here comes a total stranger, who destroys our guild, hurts us, and before we know it, she fell for him. What kind of stupid joke is that? The mage continued his rant. I know, I also want to kick his butt out of our guild, but you know that he is stronger than us. He'll defeat us without a problem, the other mage said. Unknown to them, they are being watched by a vulture. The vulture flew up and saw Makarov was leaving. Mira, Urza, keep the guild out of trouble while I'm at the guildmaster's meeting, Makarov said. What's the meeting about? Mira asked. Oración cease. That was the only answer Makarov gave as the two mages nodded and bid him farewell. The vulture flew back towards where the two furious mages were and saw them still ranting. Naruto's sword, that sword gives enormous powers, the mage said as he remembered the sword. But that sword eats the soul of the user, the other replied. No, I think that's just a myth. Okay, Naruto almost looked possessed, but that is because he is evil in the first place. You don't see it possessing Mira or Master. That means it is dependent on the user. We're not evil like him, so we are safe, the mage answered. I think you're right, but one problem still remains. The sword must have been kept on the guild's storeroom. You know it is protected by a magic. Only Master can go through it. How are we supposed to pass that? The other asked. Ah, it's a good thing I found you too. Saves me the time of going back to the guild to find Mira, an old man said. Master Makarov, the two mages exclaimed surprised. Did I surprise you? Sorry, but could I ask you two to give this magic seal to Mira? Tell her it's the access to the storeroom. Tell her to use it in case of emergency. Makarov said, but both mages just stared at him. I can trust you with this, can I? Listen, the storeroom contains things that are important to the guild. Please deliver it to Mira safely, Makarov requested. Of course, we will deliver it to Mira-san quickly and safely, both the mages replied. Thank you, now I can go to the guildmaster's meeting, Makarov said as he turned around and walked away. Have a safe trip, master, and don't worry, the seal is in safe hands, one of the mages said. Oh yes, in safe hands indeed, Makarov said when he was out of their sight. As he walked out of town, he transformed into an older-looking man with a long beard. Master, why did you come here in Magnolia? Isn't it dangerous if Fairytail sees you? A feminine voice said as a blue bird landed in front of him and transformed into a raven-haired lady. Ah, it's you. Have you come here to fetch me? I was just sowing some seeds, the old man said. No master, I didn't come here to fetch you. I was just here for the festival. I was about to go when I saw you. I see. Yes, fun is good once in a while. I'll be going now, I have things I must do, the lady said as she transformed into a hawk. Looks like someone is on a rush, the old man said as he watched the hawk flew away. Levy woke up from her peaceful slumber. Her dreams were full of what she could say happy scenes with a certain blonde. She opened her eyes and stretched her arms. She was surprised to see that she was on a couch. Her eyes immediately scanned the room and panicked as it was not hers. It looks like you are awake, a familiar feminine voice said. She looked towards the source and saw Juvia getting out of the bathroom in her usual attire with her hair still damp from her recent bath. How did I end up here? She cut herself off as she remembered what had transpired that morning. Naruto ni brought you here. He doesn't know your room and doesn't want anyone to see him carrying you, so he dropped you here and just left Juvia a note, Juvia said while waving the note Naruto left. I see, Levy answered. What happened? Why did you faint? Do you have illness or did he do anything bad to you? Tell Juvia and she will scold him, Juvia asked. She remembered again her conversation with her supposed-to-be conscience that morning, who turned out to be Naruto. Did he do anything perverted to you? Juvia asked. No, nothing like that, Levy exclaimed in panic. He's really slow, Juvia said. What? Levy asked surprised. Oh, don't mind Juvia. So what did he do this time? Juvia replied. It was Levy trailed as she thought up of an excuse. Another accident. Honestly, everything that happens between you and Naruto ni has always been considered as accident, that we shouldn't categorize it as accidents anymore. Why don't we just categorize both of you as fated? Juvia suggested. Fated. Levy stuttered. Yeah, fated, because Juvia thinks that it was all meant to happen. Just like how it was fated for Juvia to find Gray-sama. Now, what fated things have unfolded today? Juvia asked. Wait a minute. How many accidents have happened between us? Levy asked, trying to redirect the conversation. From the very first day you met, Juvia was cut off by Levy. I don't want to talk about that day, Levy said, not wanting to remember the day Naruto destroyed the guild. No, that's not the first time you met. We've met before? Yes, though Naruto ni never said it to anyone, even to me. Luckily, he couldn't detect Juvia when she is spying on him. Juvia? Why were you spying on him? Oh God, don't tell me. Levy was cut off by Juvia. No, Juvia doesn't like him that way. Naruto ni was always Juvia's partner, but he never said anything about himself. So, Juvia spied to get information. Juvia is not into incest. Oh. Levy answered in understanding and embarrassment as she just jumped into conclusions. Do not worry. Juvia will not be a rival in love, so, do not suspect Juvia. We are getting, of course, as Juvia had said, you've met even before that and you have caught his attention for a long time now. Do you not really remember the first time you met? I'm sorry, but I don't think I can remember, Levy said, thinking. Noro ni treasures that day, Juvia said, to which Levy blushes, both in embarrassment for forgetting how she first met Naruto and from the prospect of Naruto cherishing the day they first met. Juvia thinks that you are the first person who showed kindness without any hidden agendas for Naruto ni. What do you mean? He had a guild, Jose and you, Levy asked. Master Jose only showed kindness to us because he needed strong mages for his guild. Naruto ni was always been singled out by the guild because they're either scared or thinks he is a freak. Juvia couldn't show kindness because she herself isn't used to it until Juvia met Gray-sama. Juvia's relationship with him at that time was purely professional partners. But you showed him kindness without and hidden agendas, even if you didn't know him. Do you really not remember? I still don't remember. But I didn't know about that. I thought that because he was strong in his dedication to his guild, he would be loved and respected. Levy answered sadly. Naruto Ni was a mercenary before he entered Phantom Lords. He said that when the person who taught him everything died, he lost his will to live, so he lived to die. Each day he would take the most dangerous mission for mercenaries. Because he was a mercenary, no one cared and trusted him. He was even looked with disgust because mercenaries are the ones who do the missions that the guilds doesn't want or can't do. Then, Naruto had, yes, he had killed before, but only criminals who even Magic Council deemed as very dangerous and had an execution order. Assassination mission from clients are prohibited, but the Magic Council themselves gives bounty for the heads of very dangerous criminals and mages. The guilds doesn't want to take this kind of work since they want their mages to value life and family. But the mercenaries have no one to stop them from taking on this bounties. It is actually their main source of income. The Magic Council granted Naruto Ni the S-Class status because he had took down so many S-Class bounties. Master Jose once said that even though the normal mages doesn't know much about mercenaries, the guildmasters are paying close attention to him because he may become a real threat to the people of Earthland. It doesn't help that he also carries Levantine. Now, I understand him better. Thanks. It is of no problem, but I hope you remember how you and he first met. It would really make him happy to know that you didn't forget. Juvia and a few have been teasing you and Naruto Ni, but Juvia wants to make sure. Do you really like him? Juvia asked. What? Levy asked in panic. Juvia asked if you really like him. You see, like how Naruto Ni protects Juvia, she also wants to protect him too. That includes protecting him from being hurt emotionally. He is a person who wouldn't let anyone see his suffering. This facade made everybody think that he is almost invincible. If Juvia do not look after him, no one will. What if I say that I don't like him? Levy said lowly. If it really comes from your heart, then Juvia will honor that. She will tell everyone to stop the teasing, but please, do not show any more motives or actions that may trigger a misconception that you like him. That would be the only thing Juvia will ask. Do you not like him? Juvia asked with concern. Levy was silent. She didn't know what to say until she looked at Juvia and saw the concern on her face. Naruto is really very important to her. If I say no, I'll have to live with it, or else I will lose a friend. Plus, Juvia and Naruto are my guildmates, a family. Will I be able to live my whole life holding in how I feel? Levy thought, but then she suddenly remembered that Naruto have already heard her unwilling confession. She isn't dense, with so many hints she got. She had this bugging feeling that he also liked her, but she didn't want to assume and make herself look stupid. But if I say yes, Juvia will surely help me get closer to him, and if he does like me too, then, but what about Jet and Droy? She thought. Is there a problem? Levy-san? You look distressed, like you want something but something is holding you back. Juvia apologizes if her question made you feel uncomfortable. You can answer the question later if you don't feel like answering now, but please don't hurt him. That's all Juvia asks. Juvia said sadly. The thing is, I do like him, but Levy couldn't continue her answer. Are you afraid of what would the others think, especially Jet and Droy? Juvia asked as Levy looked at her in surprise that she had read what is on her mind. Was she really that easy to read? It was easy to know what caused your distress. Juvia knows that Fairytail and Naruto Ni didn't start on the right foot, especially with Shadow Gear, but he is giving his best and trying hard to be accepted. You saw what happened yesterday. Everyone was happy to see him and even teased both of you. They have already accepted him. Well, maybe except for Jet and Droy, but if they are really your friend, they would put your happiness first rather than their hate. Be selfish for once and give yourself a chance for happiness. Sometimes we have to take a leap of faith. Juvia saw that chance and she took it, and you won't see her backing down until she gets her gray Sama. You should too. Juvia finished with a smile. Levy looked at Juvia in amazement. When everyone first met Juvia, she was a weird girl that shows no emotions. Lucy once said that rain definitely fits her, gloomy and unreadable. You can never know what was on her mind, like a rain that you won't know how much water it would pour in. But the Juvia in front of her was a whole different person. She openly showed emotions and even admit her feelings. She isn't gloomy, instead. She's a person who looks forward to find happiness. Just like how Naruto changed from that lost soul she saw that fateful night to the person who blended quite nicely to Fairytail. Or like how Lucy was once a person who would freak out on a daily basis due to the guild to a person who actually loves the liveliness of the guild. Maybe it's time for her to move forward too. You'll help me, right? Levy asked. Of course, though Juvia thinks that you really don't need her help in getting Naruto ni, and Juvia is sure that many would also help. Juvia answered. I'll help you with Gray too. Levy answered with a grin as she held out a hand for a shake. Thank you for being honest, Levy-san. Juvia answered as she took the offered hand. No, Juvia, thank you for opening my eyes. Levy replied. Then, let us start with how you could seduce Naruto ni, Juvia stated as she showed Levy some very interesting set of lingerie. Was the only answer Juvia got from the crimson-faced Levy. It was night time and Naruto was walking through a forest until he got out to a place in ruins. The desolated place was covered by vines and moss. He walked towards the heart of the ruins and stood in front of a pile of rubble of what could have been some kind of building in the past. So this is where he found you, a feminine voice said as a hawk landed on his shoulder. Yeah, this is where it all started. So, you think this place will give you answers? I wonder what's inside of these ruins, the hawk replied. That's why I need your help, Naruto said. So what in this for me, Naruto? The hawk inquired. Nothing really is for free, even for your Naruto-chan, huh? Naruto stated. Things have changed, we're not siblings anymore. It stopped being that way for a long time now. So tell me, what do I get for doing this? And I don't need jewels. Tell me what you could offer. The hawk retorted indifferently. Information. Naruto replied. Information? Yes, the information that you were looking for a long time now. So I was right, you knew of it after all. Yes, and I wouldn't give it to you until we closed a deal. Fine, what's the deal? Naruto told her the deal, and after a few moments, the hawk flew, and as she landed next to him, she transformed into a raven-haired beauty. I'll do the first part of the deal now, she said as she opened her hand and directed it towards the ruins as a symbol appeared on her eyes. A magic seal appeared beneath the ruins as the ruins started to get reformed into a pyramid-looking building. After a few seconds, the pyramid was fully reformed. There, I have done the first part of the deal. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your part, she said as she held out her hand towards Naruto. Naruto placed a small lacrima on her hand. It contains the information you need, Naruto said. She didn't reply as she just walked away from him. I'm going to trust you on doing your last end of the deal, Naruto stated. Just like how I would assume that you gave me the right information, she countered as she was about to enter the forest. See you, he was cut off as he dodged a rock that was magically thrown at him. I told you not to call me that name, she said menacingly before leaving. Some things never change, Naruto mumbled as he entered the building. He threaded inside the building aimlessly as he searched for any indication of what he was looking for. He eventually made it to the main hall and saw a closed door. He tried to open it but it wouldn't budge. I don't have time for this, Naruto said as he reared his fist back and compressed a small amount of force and then punched the door. The large wooden door flew and was reduced to splinters. He walked inside and saw bones of people. Must have been the remains of the cult, he said as he scanned the room. He saw the platform and his eyes widened at the things placed in there. He walked towards it quickly to the point of almost running. When he reached it, he rummaged through it, not believing what he was seeing. These things are, the night on Magnolia was quite peaceful and silent, the streets were empty and the moon was the main source of light save for some magically powered street lamps. On this peaceful night 2 silhouettes could be seen stealthily moving towards the only guild house in Magnolia. They arrived at their destination without any problems. Slowly they opened the locked door and entered. They carefully maneuvered inside. They walked up the stairs and stopped on a closed door. It was locked and they had no key for it, but one of the trespassers just smirked and opened his hand to reveal something. He placed it on the keyhole and it sprouted vines that tinkered the door's lock till it unlocked. They opened the door and proceeded inside and walked in a long hallway that had so many rooms until they stopped at a large door with no knob or lock. They nodded to each other as one of them took out the magic seal and placed it carefully on the center of the door. They watched as it disintegrated into nothing together with the large door. Was it supposed to be like that? One of them asked the other, who just shrugged and proceeded inside. But as they walked in, a magic barrier was triggered. One of them steeled his nerve and touched the barrier. The barrier glowed red and together with his guild mark. After the glowing stopped, he was able to go inside. The other mimicked what he did and he was also able to go inside. Immediately, they found what they are looking for. There on one corner of the room, was the sheathed levantine carefully placed on a pedestal. One of them was about to reach for it when the other grabbed his hand to stop him. Wait, it could have another seal or trap. This is a very important item, I'm sure it has extra protection. Then how do we get it? Let me handle it. I'm sure they are expecting for a mage to steal it, but I think they are not expecting for something usually non-moving to take it. He threw something on the floor and just like before, vines sprouted from it and it slowly crawled towards the sword. Once it reached the sword, it wrapped around the sword and then crawled back to them. They took the sword and stealthily exit the guild house in Magnolia. When they are far enough from Magnolia, one of them started to feel scared. What are we going to do now? When they got wind of what we did, we will be punished or worse excommunicated. Then we'll find a new guild. It doesn't matter as long as you, I and she are together. And with this sword, I'm sure guilds will come running to us and ask us to join them. What about the guild and her? She loves the guild. Once we beat Naruto, her eyes will be opened that he is nothing but trash. She will also realize that the guild's mages are hypocrites saying that we are one big happy family, but they would let that bastard in our guild. Forgetting what he did and even treating him like he has been in the guild for a long time. The other said angrily. You're right. Everything will be fine once we teach that bastard a lesson. Now, let's try this sword. The other replied as he tried to unsheath the sword but couldn't pull it out. It's stuck. I can't get it out. What? Let me help. The other said as he grasped the sheath of the sword to pull it on the opposite end, but before they could do it, their eyes widened when they saw a ghost holding the sheath and the hilt of the sword together. What the fuck? One of them said. Stop, this scabbard is the only thing protecting you from Levantine's influence. Don't pull it out and bring it back to the storeroom, the ghost said. Let go, you stupid ghost. This is our ticket for revenge against that bastard. We won't let something stupid as a myth and a ghost to stop us. One of them shouted as they pulled hard to unsheath the sword. Your hearts are full of hatred and negative emotions. You will be controlled by Levantine. He will eat your sanity and soul. Don't unleash the menace that many have poured in just to seal and maintain. The ghost desperately said as it tried to stop them from unsheathing the sword, but it could feel that its magic is slowly slipping away as it was already strained from keeping Levantine's influence sealed inside the scabbard. Stop it already, you fucking idiots. Have you lost all reason? Are you so willing to throw everything away just for something as trivial as revenge? The ghost said as the two gave a final heave and pulled with all their might. The ghost's strength slipped away and they successfully unsheathed the sword. The other threw the scabbard on the side and said, Ha! Take that, you stupid ghost. I'm sorry, Naruto. Forgive your teacher for being weak. The ghost said as it disappeared into nothing. Yes, this host has strong negative emotions and less self-control, and with that elf out of the way, I will just have to hide my presence for a while and recover my strength, then I will kill that Makai queen and the students of those fucking dragons and elves. My vengeance will be fulfilled. The one holding the sword said. Huh? What are you saying? Come on. Let me try the sword too. The other said, stopping his celebration from defeating the ghost. You are a nuisance. Out of my sight before I kill you. Haha, that's a good one. Not quit joking and let me try it. The other said as he came closer until he was arm's reach. He suddenly coughed blood as he felt the sword go through his heart. He dropped dead on the ground with his eyes open and his face in utter shock in a pool of his own blood. Annoying maggot. The culprit said as he looked at the corpse with disinterest. Levy suddenly jerked up from her sleep. Her hand on her heart while her face was covered in sweat and her face was pale. It was just a nightmare, it felt so true, she said as tears started to drop from her eyes. Why am I crying? Why do I feel so much grief? She ate as she tried to wipe the tears off her eyes. Naruto was inspecting the things he saw on the altar when he suddenly stopped and tried to feel the magic around him. Master's presence is gone. I usually felt even a small amount of his magic around me, but now, I can't feel him. Has his magic run out? Then realization hit him. Then, it won't be safe to use Levantine anymore because even the scabbard won't be able to suppress his influence. It was a good thing that it has been safely kept on the guild's storeroom. Naruto suddenly felt alone and tears suddenly flow out of his eyes. Master's gone. The raven-haired mage was walking inside the forest looking through the lacrima Naruto gave her. Suddenly a drop of water landed on the lacrima. At first she was perplexed, but then she realized that it was a lone tear that came from her eye. She felt a small pain in her heart. Valandel-san? She mumbled as she looked at the moon. She didn't felt his presence. What has happened? I can't feel him anymore, the mage said as she looked at the place where Naruto was. Naru-chan, she mumbled as she wanted to go back, but she held herself back. He needs to be alone, she said as she silently grieved for losing the presence of her father figure. Mira, wake up. A demonic lady popped on Mira's dream. Mira jerked up in surprise. She rubbed the sleep in her eyes as she mumbled. What's wrong, Zatanna? Mira asked. Can't you feel it? Something is terribly wrong, her alter ego said. What do you mean? It looks peaceful. I don't know, is Levantine really safely kept? Yes, it's in the storeroom. Let's go check it out, but I don't have access to it. Only the master of the guild is allowed inside. Let's just take a look. If we see that it is perfectly close, then I'll be satisfied. I just need to take this nagging feeling off my chest. Okay, Mira said as she opened her window and transformed into a pigeon. Nice thinking. Her alter ego complimented. Thanks, it would be faster this way and I'm still too sleepy to change clothes and walk. Mira thanked as she arrived on the guild house. She flew inside through the window and flew up towards the second floor. She suddenly dropped her transformation as she saw that the door towards the guild administrative hall was opened. Oh no, she said as she practically ran inside the hall. Her fear heightens as she saw the door of the storeroom was missing. She feared for the worse as she slowly took a peek inside. No, was all Mira could say as she stared at the empty sword altar and saw something on the ground and picked it up. Mira, let's go, we might still catch the culprit. The scabbard would protect the handler from Levantine's influence, Zatanna said as Mira nodded. She used takeover magic and transformed into Zatanna. She flew out of the guild to look for the culprit. She flew high above Magnolia to have a view on the whole place and see anything suspicious. A pair of eyes looked at the sky and saw something hovering around the town. Naruto ni isn't on town. Juvia must make sure everybody is safe until he gets back, Juvia said as she opened her glass door and transformed into Sierra, shooting towards the hovering creature. The creature looked at the incoming Juvia and exclaimed. Stop, Juvia. It's me, Mira. Juvia redirected Sierra on top of the highest building and transformed back when she landed. Mira-san. Yes, it's me. This is my takeover magic. I can't transform back now since casting this magic takes too much energy. This is my proof, she said as she showed Juvia her fairytail mark on her left thigh. So this is the magic you used to fight Naruto ni, Juvia apologizes. She thought it was some creature trying to scout the town with evil intentions. It's all right, but it's a good thing you're here. We have a problem. What is? Juvia asked tense. Someone stole Levantine from the storeroom. Juvia's world stopped when she heard that. Juvia, we need to find the culprits before they escape. How can that be? Master ensured us that it was perfectly safe. Didn't the storeroom have a door that only the master could open? And even if they opened it, there is a barrier within the room and in the sword? Yes, there is, but the door was destroyed, no more like disintegrated, and those barriers are effective only if the culprits aren't part of Fairytail or was a human. Mira answered grimly. The information sunk into Juvia's mind and her hands flew into her mouth in realization. We have a traitor? She asked, even if she already knew the answer. I'm afraid so, and I think I have a hunch on who, Mira said as she showed Juvia a small item that the thieves unwittingly left behind. Oh no, let's go and find them, Mira said seriously. Leave it to Juvia, she can smell their scent and track them, Juvia said as she heightened her sense of smell and sniffed the air. Mira held Juvia's shoulders and flew around town, hoping for Juvia to track them more easily. Juvia was sniffing the air as Mira flew her around town. Minutes had passed since they started their hunt and she wasn't getting any scent. They were about to go back and reevaluate their plan when Mira flew above the forest outside of town. There she sniffed the air and she smelled something that made her blood run cold. She smelled two scents in which one was faint but the other was strong. The strong scent was what made her blood froze. Mira-san. Let's go quickly towards the forest, she stated. You got sent? Juvia only nodded grimly. Mira looked at her face and saw that it was pale and grim. Something wrong happened, didn't it? Mira asked, to which Juvia only nodded again. That was the only thing Mira needed to know as she sped towards the forest. She practically flew inside, following the direction Juvia was pointing to. Then, after speeding through the forest for a while, she and Juvia stumbled upon something on the forest floor. No, this can't be, Mira said as her takeover magic dispelled as tears flow out of her and Juvia's eyes. Makarov awoke in surprise as he felt his fairy tail mark throbbed in pain. He clutched his chest where his mark was and he couldn't help but grieve at this indication. One of my children has died, he said in utter disbelief. End of chapter 12 AN. Well, how was it? Was it good? Was it bad? Well, I'm sure you figured out who were the thieves, but who died? What will be Naruto's reaction? Or maybe Makarov's? Who were those mages that Naruto were talking to? Were they the same mages? Who was the old, long-bearded mage? And most of all, will Naruto be a pedo bear? Bah, I'm sure you knew the answer or have a hunch, don't know? Well, you'll have to stay tuned then XD. Sorry if I made some traitors and killed someone, but I feel that it is needed. D. Please read and review. Chapter 13. Hello everyone. I know some of you are very annoyed that I haven't updated in almost 2 months, but I was busy with work and life. Nothing much I could really say, but please bear with me. Bows. Also, I had a little problem with the drama in this chapter XD. I hope you would like the next installment of my story. The next update, I'm not sure, but I think it won't took as long as this one. Oh, and the chapter alone is 15.6k, my longest chapter ever. _. Thanks for all your support and reviews. Please read and review. Good or bad, I'll appreciate them. Review Appreciation Corner. Exclipsex, Vitor Hugo Zero, Speedemon, Kihakukage, Hypothetical Spiritual Entity, Jimbo Bob 5536, Altair, OBSERVER01, Tragic Mat 1, Battle King, ML Kulk 86, Blacksword 0. A millions thanks for the reviews and support. I'm sorry for not being able to update quickly, but I want to thank you for still reading. I hope I don't fail your expectations, Bows. Cloves. Sorry for the long wait in between chapters. TT. Innocent Wendy is really fun to portray as mischievous sometimes. About the traitors, you'll know in these chapter. Haha. Sing a song? I'll think about it. Thanks for the review. _. Junkie. Laughing face, you'll get more hints this chapter. Thanks for the review and please do continue to support my story. Bows. Lightning Blade 49. Yeah, the curse is too strong. Laughing face. About the ninjutsu. Naruto can't use ninjutsu because, well, can't spoil my story. Cheeky smiley face, you'll just have to read along. Thanks for the review and support. _. Agora of the Darkness. Well, most of it will be answered this chapter. D. About Wendy, haha. Thanks for the review and support. Laughing face. Orcamus. Thanks. I hope I could improve on my grammar more. About the harem. Yeah, more girls makes it very hard to balance things. Thanks for the support and review. Smiley face. Akira Stritter. Was Makarov really the one who gave them the key? Laughing face. Thanks for the review and support. Smiley face. The best of Naruto. Wow, thanks for the compliment. It's really nice to know that people considers you as an amazing author. I'll strive to get better to be truly deserving of the compliment. Thanks for the support and review. Smiley face. Hades 252-2. XD. Yeah. Charles will probably kill him, then revive him, then kill him again for tainting Wendy. Yeah, the girl is a mystery and those traitors are kind of foolish to let their emotion cloud their better judgment. This chapter will answer some questions. Smiley face. Thanks for the review and support. Shinkei Kajun. Haha, yes, perverted stories enlightens us once in a while. No need to guess. The answer is here. Cheeky smiley face. Thanks for the support and review. Crossover Naru. Yeah, I'm kind of an author who isn't afraid to kill some characters if I find it needed to continue the story. Yep, they were destined to die from the very first chapter. Morbid, I know. Naruto wants to find out more about Earthland since he guessed that it is the elemental nation's future, but oh well, we would just have to wait and see. P. Thanks for the review and support. Cryspark 01. Haha, Wendy's not so innocent anymore. Laughing face. About the Edulus arc. We will just have to see what happens, and yeah, for a high-caliber magic sensor, Mistogan's secret is easy to uncover. Oh, the informant mage. Might be a surprise of who that is. Haha, now that would be an interesting for Juvia and Kana tricking Naruto into getting drunk and well. Rasengan and Kaden. I'll see if I could integrate it with his magic. Naruto versus Midnight, that would be a good match. He came to the tower to investigate, and the one who helped him is, it'll be revealed in time equals P. Thanks for the support and review. ZXZ Fic Hunter. Thanks for the compliment. Yeah, I know that my pairing aren't one of the most popular ones, but aren't they interesting? Equals P. Thanks for the review and support. Emperor Poison. Thanks. About the pairings, I'm still mulling over it. It's not about if I can write harem, but if I can twist my plot towards it, since it was originally solely Naruto x Levy laughing face. I'm still thinking about it. Thanks for the support and review. Sleeping Psycho. That's a nice suggestion. I'll think about it. A spin-off, huh? Thanks for the suggestion, support and review laughing face. And now, guides. Talking. Thoughts 0000 flashback 0000. Change scene disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Fairytail and its characters. I only own this story because if I did, then Naruto would have been a kick-ass mage and not a somewhat foolish shinobi cheeky smiley face. Chapter 13. One step forward. These things are, Naruto said as he couldn't believe what he saw. These are mine, he said in disbelief as he grasped the forehead protector Iruka gave him. He remembered that he lost it when he fought Madara. He rummaged through it and saw other things that belonged to him. He saw his old kunais, Hiraishin markers and other personal things like his red sage cloak and his old orange jacket. No wonder Kyuubi felt his chakra. I have used these things while using his chakra. So it was true, I am in the future, but how come I can't feel chakra from my body anymore? And why are people mages now instead of ninjas? Though, it's good that war is unlikely to break out now. It is year 784 right now, that means 784 years after magic was discovered, he deduced. He looked around trying to find a clue but found none. Master Makarov said that there are no accounts of history before the magic was discovered, but why? Naruto said as he thought carefully. It is clear to me that before Earthland history, there was the elemental nations but no accounts, even a single one? And yet these cultists somehow got my old things which are about older than Earthland's history. Something isn't right here. Why would there be no accounts if there are clearly things that could be found to justify it? There's only one conclusion, something happened and it probably wasn't good, he said in realization as he felt sad knowing that after all their efforts, the elemental nations might end it that way. I better take these with me. Maybe one day I would find someone who could answer my questions. Maybe Master Rubel, that shop owner, or maybe even Zatanna could answer some of my questions, but I can't let this bother me. I have a new life now and I need to move on. One day, I'll discover what happened, but I won't waste my life living in the past. I'm sure that's what would they have said to me. Naruto finished as he remembered the face of his friends back then. As he started to inspect the things for any other clues, he suddenly couldn't feel Valandal's presence anymore. He stopped and tried to feel the magic around him but couldn't feel even a single trace of Valandal. Master's presence is gone. I usually felt even a small amount of his magic around me. But now, I can't feel him. Has his magic run out? Then realization hit him. Then, it won't be safe to use Levantine anymore because even the scabbard won't be able to suppress his influence. It was a good thing that it has been safely kept on the guild's storeroom. Naruto suddenly felt alone and tears suddenly flow out of his eyes. Master's gone, he said sadly. He let the tears fall from his eyes as he remembered his teacher. He felt a familiar magic presence coming closer to the tower but it stopped. She felt it too, Naruto said as he wiped the tears of his eyes and packed away the stuff he found. He hurried to go outside and when he was outside, he ran towards the forest. A little inside and he found the lady leaning against a tree with eyes closed. He's gone, she said calmly, but Naruto could detect sadness in her voice. Yeah, I can't feel him anymore. There's only the two of us left in our family. Naruto answered lowly. Isn't that a little convenient for you? You and I are not family, you're nothing to me but a client who needed my service, she replied. Then why did you come back? He asked. I just want to see your devastated and lonely face. Now that I saw it, I can leave. Oh, and whatever happens, don't stand in my way. Wouldn't want you to join your master, don't we? She taunted before leaving him. What are we going to do, Mira-san? Juvia asked, trying not to stutter. Get Urza, but be discreet as possible. Tell her that there is trouble, but don't tell her what kind. We don't want a ruckus and panic to arise. Please hurry. Mira answered as she steeled herself and walked near the corpse. Juvia nodded and she transformed into water and rushed back towards Fairy Hill. She passed by one of the rooms and saw the occupant asleep. She released a sigh of relief. She's asleep, meaning she didn't know what happened. They could still think through on how to tell her what happened. Inside the room, Levy was trying her best to sleep, but she couldn't. She saw Juvia passed by her room. Only Juvia has the magic to transform into water. She was probably just checking up on her before going to sleep. She knew Juvia loves looking at the moon at night before going to sleep, so she faked her sleep. The last thing she wanted was for Juvia to get worried at her just because of one stupid nightmare. She has this feeling of dread that something bad has happened, but she shook it off her head. She could only hope that Naruto was okay wherever he was, since he was the only member aside from the master that was out of town. No, Naruto and master are strong. Nothing bad will happen to them, she assured herself as she tried to go back to sleep. Little did she know that she would have the shock of her life when she wakes up the following day. Moments later, Juvia landed at Urza's balcony and then seeped into the gaps of the door. Once inside, she transformed back to human and then silently walked towards the sleeping form of Urza. When she was next to her, she lightly shook her. Urza-san, wake up, she said as she continued to shake her awake. Urza suddenly jerked awake and magically produced a sword and pointed it at Juvia's neck. Her eyes widened at the sight of a pale Juvia. Her sword disappeared and said, Juvia, what are you doing at my room and shaking me awake? She inquired. Juvia apologizes for trespassing in your room in the mid of the night. Mira-san sent me to fetch you. There is trouble in the guild. Juvia answered. What kind of trouble? Urza asked, concerned as she re-equipped to her usual hard cruise armor. She instructed Juvia not to tell you. She said she didn't want ruckus and panic to arise. It would be better to see it for yourself. At that moment, Urza felt a pit of dread in her stomach. If Mira go as far as ask help from her but couldn't tell her what, in fear of a ruckus and panic happening, then this was one very serious problem. The back of her mind was practically screaming at her that she wouldn't want to know it, but she was Urza Scarlet. She doesn't back down on any challenge, especially when it concerned the guild and now that the master was away. Let's go, Juvia, she said as she opened her balcony door, then re-equipped to flight armor. She jumped down to the empty streets and ran to follow Juvia's lead. Once they were inside the forest, Juvia stopped and said, Please brace yourself for what you would see and discover, Urza-san. That got her blood frozen in fear of what happened. For Juvia to even tell her to brace herself when she already knew that she had the nerves of steel. They silently walked inside the forest with her fearing every step she took. After a while, she smelled it. The scent that made her run towards the source instead of being paralyzed in fear. The scent of blood. After a minute of running, she came to a scene that melted her steeled nerves. Mira was beside a dead guildmate while crying. She looked back and saw Juvia, who looked at her sadly. What happened? Who killed him? She asked in anger, but her voice was trembling from sadness. Mira looked at her with tear-streaked eyes and said, He stole Levantine together with his friend. Zatanna felt something wasn't right and she told me to check if the sword was safe. When I reached the storeroom, it was open and the sword was missing. I've met Juvia while searching for them, but when we found him, he was already dead. His eyes were open and his face was in utter shock. I've checked for any injury but couldn't find any other than the stab on his heart. There was no sign of fighting. He was killed swiftly. He wasn't expecting that his friend would kill him with the very sword they stole. Mira answered while trying her best not to stutter. What about her? Urza asked. Juvia saw her in her room still asleep. Juvia answered, I see. What are we going to do, Urza? How are we supposed to tell the others what happened, especially Levy-chan, Master, and Naruto? Mira asked in between sobs. I don't know, but don't worry, I'll think of a way to tell it to them, Urza answered. Are you sure, Urza-san? Juvia could be the one to tell Naruto ni if you need. Juvia offered, but Urza saw that even she doesn't know how to break the news to Naruto. No, it's my responsibility to tell them since the guild was entrusted to me and Mira. Don't feel guilty, Juvia. It's not you and Naruto's fault this happened. It's their fault for even thinking that they could control that sword. But it doesn't hide the fact that if Juvia and Naruto didn't arrive in Fairytail then. Juvia was cut off by two arms encircling around her and pulled her into an embrace. It's not your fault. None of us wanted this to happen. The sword was perfectly kept. Nobody could predict how a person thinks, but it doesn't mean that we should berate ourselves for every single fault one of us did just because of what ifs, Mira said. We better move now. Is there any way that we could still track him down now? Urza asked seriously, to which Mira and Juvia shook their heads. Zatanna couldn't detect Levantine unless his magic was used on a mile radius. He probably won't use that magic unless he is very far, Mira answered. Juvia couldn't track his scent anymore. But it is very weird. Juvia could still smell the faint smell of his scent here, but after that it vanished. Maybe the smell of blood overcame the other scents, or he hid it knowing that there are dragonslayers here, Juvia said. Dragonslayers? Urza asked, to which Juvia's eyes widened. Juvia apologizes. She forgot to inform everybody her magic. You mean? Yes. Juvia's magic is the Rain Dragonslayer taught to her by the Rain Dragon Zenyo Ryu. Juvia answered. No wonder you were able to smell the scent. But if the nose of a Dragonslayer couldn't sniff it, then there's no way we could find him now, Mira said sadly. There must be a way. Naruto is a censor and he may know how to track him down, Juvia encouraged. Juvia's right. Let's not give up yet. Urza was cut off as she felt her communication lacrima pulse. It looks like I don't have time to think. Master Makarov is calling, she said as she took out the lacrima. They nodded to each other as she concentrated some of her magic in it. Moments later, a figure of a serious old man was projected and the first sentence he said was, "What happened and who died?" Urza steeled herself and proceeded to tell Makarov what happened. A bird landed a little away from a boat-like structure. It transformed into a lady and she walked towards the structure. She felt a little surprised to see her master outside looking at her. "Are you waiting for me, master? My apologies, but my business has just finished," she said while bowing. "Not really, I was just marveling this beautiful night and I just happened to see you. Something interesting happened today," he answered. "What is it?" she asked with a smile. "The seeds we sow have gained fruit," he answered. "I'm afraid I don't follow, master." "You don't have to hide it from me. You were doing mischief at Fairytail, posing as one of them and then making her and Naruto fall for each other. The result was anger, jealousy and hatred for her two best friends. You were starting to destroy Fairytail from the inside, weren't you, and you employed the help of that man from the council, was I right?" "How?" she asked bewildered. How did he know what she was doing? "Ah, that is something for me to know. But do not worry, I am not angry for what you did. Even though it endangered us of being discovered, it actually helped us. You see, because of what you did, two of those fairies were easily deceived and manipulated to betray their guild. Now, I am sure that the guild is in turmoil." "How did they betray the guild?" she inquired. "I just helped them capitalize the perfect opportunity to steal Levantine. And from the looks of it, they succeeded and one of them has already been possessed. The problem now is finding him, since Levantine has this uncanny ability to hide his presence," he answered as he started to walk inside the structure. She was able to process the information in her head and her hands clenched into fists at the implications of what has happened. "It was my fault that Valandel-san is no more. Now, Levantine will run wild. That darn old man got one up on me," she thought with gritted teeth as she formulated a plan. Naruto was walking back towards Magnolia when he felt something pulse inside his clothes. He took out the communication lacrima and a raven-haired mage came into view, and the first thing Naruto heard was, "What in fucking hell was your guild doing?" Naruto was surprised at the hello he got, but knowing the upbringing of this person, he should have known. Still, for this person to greet him like that, maybe something was up and it concerned Fairytail. So he answered seriously. "WHT is the matter?" "What is the matter?" "The matter is, something wrong happened to that fucking sword." That got Naruto in alert. "Yes, I felt Valandel's presence is gone, but the sword is safely kept inside the guild's storeroom. So even if the scabbard has no magic anymore, it's safe," he answered calmly. "Safe? I care nothing about that scabbard. I don't feel what happens to it. Listen, that sword was made by my foster father. He told me that since it holds something important, he made a link between himself and that sword. So if anything happens, he would know. He passed that link to me before he disappeared. And guess what? I can't feel it anymore. Like all magic in it has been drained. You know what I mean, blockhead? I better hurry back to the guild, Naruto said in panic. You better wish that nothing bad happens or we're in deep shit. But at least we know who will be the first targets are. The children of the myth, and even though Levantine wasn't able to get out, if that sword gets to the wrong hands, especially Ivan, your lovely guild will be no more. Naruto didn't answer as he closed the communication link and hurried back towards the guild. A giant old man just arrived outside of Magnolia. He breathes deeply to catch his breath as he transformed into the dwarfen guildmaster everybody loved. He hurried back to Magnolia as soon as Urza told him what happened. He still couldn't believe that two of his children had betrayed them and one of them was found dead. Fortunately, the guildmaster's meeting was just in a nearby town. He clutched his chest as he felt his old age catching up to him. How could he break the news to them, especially Naruto and Levy? Naruto trusted him to take good care of the sword, and Levy would be devastated when she knew what happened to her best friends. Will this start strife inside the guild? He hoped not. He specifically instructed Urza on what to do and told her that he would be the one to break the news and explain to them what happened. It was, after all, his responsibility as the guildmaster. He didn't want that burden to be on the young shoulders of Urza, Juvia and Mira. Makarov stopped his thoughts as he arrived outside the guild house. From the looks of it, the other guild members were still asleep and it was still dawn. He was surprised though when he saw not only Urza, Mira and Juvia there but also Fried. But he immediately knew why Fried was there. He was a seal mage. He could help them. I have arrived, Makarov stated sadly, and before he could even say another word, Mira was already hugging him while crying, while Urza was kneeling in front of him muttering apologies. On the other side, Juvia and Fried were silent. Fried, have you figured out how were they able to steal the sword? Makarov asked. Yes, master. Droy used his plant magic to open the hallway door. Then for some reason they were able to disintegrate the storeroom door into dust. Impossible. That door was made from a spell. Even my Titan magic couldn't crush it. The only way to counter it is by using the same magic that created it. That magic was made by the second master and was passed through Fairytail masters. Right now, I am the only one who knows how to do it. It looks like Jet and Droy managed to get a hold of the spell, Fried replied. It looks like it. I assume they got past the first barrier seal due to them being members of Fairytail, and I assume their names were registered to the seal as they passed through it, Makarov said. Yes, their names were written on the seal and they were able to steal the sword because they used Droy's plants. But may I ask, why? Use such a barrier. It was easy to steal the sword if you were a member. Trust. I trusted that none of the members would betray us. The second barrier repels any objects that have magic in them. That includes humans, animals, plants and objects moved using magic, Makarov stated. Then, how come Droy's plants were able to get a hold of it? Mira asked. It's because his plants have no magic in them. Droy's magic is mutating plants. His magic let the plant transform into something he thought of. The plant has no magic on it, only a body and mind made by Droy. So you're saying, Urza trailed as she was cut off by a just-arrived Bixlow. It's like constructing a puppet with a mind of its own but no magic. How is the preparation for Jet's funeral going? Fried asked. It's going fine. Redis have made a coffin for him already and the morgue is already preparing his body, Bixlow answered. Sorry for making you check the corpse, but only you have a good understanding of the human body, Fried said. It's okay. It helped me in my research to making a human-like doll. Anyway, he died due to a swift stab to the heart. His heart was essentially sliced into two. He probably died on the spot. Accounting what you have said when you found him, it would really seem that he didn't saw that coming, Bixlow reported. But I don't get it. Naruto was carrying the sword and he only succumbed to it when his anger was pushed to the limit, I presume. Droy was possessed when he did this since I refused to acknowledge that he would kill Jet on a sane mind, Fried said. The scabbard protects the handler from Levantine's influence. This was lying a few yards away from Jet. Juvia answered as she showed them the scabbard. As long as the scabbard has physical contact with the handler, it can repel the influence. But they threw it away when they unsheathed it. Not only that, Levantine becomes stronger when negative emotions are strong. Juvia explained, to which everyone was silent. Levy told Juvia that Jet and Droy still has grudge against Naruto ni, and not only that but Juvia suspects that they wanted revenge against him. On top of that, they are probably angry and jealous since Levy-san was slowly becoming closer to him. Juvia finished. It looks like that is the only explanation. I assume Levy is still in the dark of what happened together with the others. Makarov asked, to which he got nods. Juvia suddenly smelled a familiar scent coming fast towards the guild. She hid the scabbard, and before she could warn them of him arriving, Makarov spoke. Very well, rest now. We still have a little time before hell break loose, so it's better that we rest till then. But Makarov was cut off when someone came barging into the guild door. The door was opened hastily that everyone was surprised. In the opened door stood Naruto, huffing as he tried to regain his breath from rushing back. Did something happen to the sword? He asked in between huffs. There was silence as no one could think of a way to tell him what happened. Even Makarov, a wise and experienced mage, who swore that he would be the one to tell Naruto what happened, was speechless. It was Juvia who recovered her speech first. Calm down, Naruto ni. Do you want to die from lack of air? Juvia scolded. Please answer my. Naruto was cut off by a cold splash of water in the face. Naruto was stunned. It was like he was suddenly pulled out from his panic. Are you ready to listen now? Calm down and catch your breath. Juvia scolded in a voice that struck fear. Naruto looked at Juvia in surprise. This was the first time Juvia scolded someone. He sat on a chair as he tried to calm down. After a few minutes, he spoke in a calm voice. Okay, I'm calm now. Tell me, what happened to the sword? Naruto said. Before I answer that, may I know how you got to the conclusion that something happened? Makarov asked, stalling time to think. The scabbard of that sword has the magic of my dying master. He poured in his last magic into it, so anyone who touches the sword won't be influenced by Levantine as long as he has physical contact with the scabbard. I had always felt his presence, but suddenly it was gone. That means only two things: either the magic run out or something wrong happened. The child of the one who forged the sword contacted me and berated me that he couldn't feel any more magic in the sword, so I hurried back. Then that means Mira was cut off by Naruto. Yes, Mira. I have found the earth element. Actually, I know LL of the four elements. Naruto spoke as if in code that only he and Mira knew. What are you talking about? Urza asked. We're getting off topic. Tell me, what happened to the sword? Naruto asked, to which Makarov took a deep breath and said. Forgive this old man, the sword was stolen. They were expecting a frantic outburst from Naruto, but instead he remained seated and silent. His fists were clenched and his eyes were focused on the floor. Who was it? Was the only thing he asked. Jet and Droy, Makarov answered, to which Naruto's eyes widened in realization. We were betrayed. What about Levy? Does she know? He asked as if he was on a nightmare repeating again. No, she still doesn't know. She's still asleep. Juvia answered. Naruto's face showed little relief. Levy didn't betray them, but then he knew how it would affect her. He stood up and said. I'll release my magic throughout the area to see if I could still detect their magic, but it would alert all the mages in town. Will that be okay? Naruto asked in a serious tone. Yes, I'll take responsibility. Makarov answered as Naruto closed his eyes, and instantly they felt his presence spread around town. What kind of magic is this? Fried asked. It's a spell I developed when I discovered that I was a sensor. By default, a sensor could sense magic around him on a limited area. I made this spell that lets me spread my magic around to widen the area I could sense. It's like deploying a part of me on another area so I could sense its surroundings, but as I said, it also alerts the mages around. Naruto stated. So you mean? Mira asked hopefully. No, it only widens the area. It still is limited on until how far I could go. This spell eats energy in proportion to the area I cover. Answered in deep concentration. After a few seconds, Naruto's dispelled his magic and he gritted his teeth in anger. I can feel Jet's magic slowly withering away. It only happens when a person dies. Is Jet dead? He asked them. Yes, he was killed by a possessed droid. We found his body on the woods and he is currently being prepared for the funeral, Urza said. I can't detect Droy or Levantine's presence. They're probably long gone from here. Naruto stated in frustration as he stood up and walked towards the door. Naruto, where are you going? Makarov said as his hand became bigger and wrapped around Naruto to stop him. I have to find Levantine and stop him. He will cause a great catastrophe to Earthland, Naruto said. What about Droy? Urza asked. I'm sorry, but by now, Levantine has taken full control of his body and mind. The Droy we know is dead. That's nothing but a shell of him with Levantine inside. How can you be so sure? Urza asked. Tell me, how Jet was killed? He asked. A clean stab to the heart. No other injuries, he didn't see it coming, Bixlow answered. That answers your question. He wouldn't kill his best friend on cold blood if there was still a small part of him in that shell. Even I couldn't kill Fried and Bixlow under Levantine's influence because a part of me was holding me back, and as I said, Levantine is not anymore on the sword, which means he had transferred to a host. Levantine is currently in spirit form since his body has rotted away long time ago. A spirit can only take control of a body if it has no existing spirit. Then that means he destroyed Droy's spirit? Fried asked. He ate it. Levantine has the ability to copy the knowledge and magic of a spirit he ate. Our spirits are like our minds, they know what we know, their magic is our magic. I know this because Levantine almost ate my spirit a couple of times, and even if he wasn't successful, he was able to tap onto some of my knowledge and magic. That's why we must find him, or he would transfer from host to gain knowledge and magic. He will cause destruction on catastrophic proportion. We must defeat him now when he is still weak. Naruto answered a little forcefully. I have to ask you to stay, Naruto, Makarov said, but Naruto's protest was cut off as he looked at the faces of his comrades. I'll be on the forest if you need me, he said in a low voice as Makarov let him go. Is it wise to leave him alone? Fried asked. He needs to think things through. For him, he just failed the dying wish of his master. It is a feeling none of us could soothe through words, Makarov said as Juvia started to walk towards the door. Yes, that is true. But Naruto ni sometimes do things that are stupid. It is Juvia's responsibility to keep him in line. And on top of that, Juvia has to give his master's last gift to him, Juvia said as she walked out with the scabbard. After a few minutes, Gray and Natsu suddenly came barging in the guild. What happened? Why was there a strong magic that enveloped the town? Gray asked. Why do I smell blood? Natsu asked. Calm down, you two. Let us wait for the others before I explain things. Makarov answered seriously, to which they couldn't help but just nod. Soon, one by one, the members came to the guild because they felt the magic release, and one of them was Levy. She looked around and the only members missing were Juvia, Naruto, Jet and Droy. Naruto is not in town. But where are Juvia, Jet and Droy? She thought as Makarov cleared his throat, signaling for everyone to listen. Levy was surprised that Urza and Mira were suddenly beside her. I don't know how to announce this to you, as even I am still shocked of what happened, and I am still trying to pinch myself to awake from the nightmare that happened, but please brace yourselves, Makarov said in a tone he doesn't normally use. Everyone suddenly grew anxious at the seriousness of the situation. As you can see, there are some who are not here. That is because last night we were betrayed by two of our members, and one of them is dead as the other killed his accomplice, Makarov announced in a firm voice. Levy almost fainted from the news. The 4 people missing in the meeting were very important to her, and worse, one of them was dead. Who betrayed us, Master? Natsu asked in a surprised voice. Last night, Jet and Droy stole Levantine from our guild storeroom. But they didn't take precaution on using it. Jet was found dead with a stab in the heart, while Droy's spirit has been eaten by the spirit of the sword and is now just a shell for that spirit, Makarov stated to everyone's shock. Are we sure? What if it was just another person and they tried to stop it? Levy asked in shock as she couldn't believe that they betrayed them. I'm sorry, but the seal inside the storeroom only lets members through when their names were registered as they passed through it. Furthermore, we found these things, Fried answered as he opened his palm to show them 2 seeds that only Droy uses. Upon seeing the evidence, Levy almost passed out. Mira and Urza caught her just in time, and Urza tried to carry her to the guild's ward, but she didn't want to go. So they stayed at the meeting. Damn it, Natsu said as he punched a nearby table. What about Naruto and Juvia? Have they been informed? Gray asked as everyone felt shivers in their spine, fearing what those two would do. Yes, Juvia together with Mira were the ones who found Jet. Naruto arrived at the guild a few hours ago. It was his magic that you felt. Makarov answered. That was Naruto's magic. Was he angry? Kana asked in fear. She knew what Naruto could do when angry. She got a first-class front seat view of it. Yes, he was, but not at us but at himself, because protecting that sword was his master's dying request. He felt like he failed him. That is why I must clarify things to all of you. What happened was not Juvia or Naruto's fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I ensured Naruto that the sword was safe and I failed. Makarov said, making sure that his message was understood. It's not your fault, master. It wasn't Naruto or Juvia's fault either, Levy said numbly as she still couldn't believe what happened. Levy, Urza was cut off as Levy started to walk towards the guild exit. I'll just go back to my apartment, I need some sleep, Levy said as she walked out of the guild. Kana, Lucy, I have a request. Makarov started. We'll do it, Kana said as she and Lucy walked towards the exit to follow Levy. Make sure she doesn't do anything rash, Makarov said, to which he got a nod as they left. What do we do now, master? Alzak asked. Yeah, let's go and knock that spirit out of Droy's body, Natsu said as he bumped his fists together. Natsu, don't you understand? We're never going to be able to get Droy back, Viska said. Yeah, I know that, but it doesn't mean we would just let that spirit use his body for everything he wants to do. Even if Jet and Droy betrayed us, they were still our friends. I'm sure Levy feels the same, and Naruto probably wanted that spirit defeated for his master, Natsu said seriously, to which everyone were silent as they couldn't believe that Natsu could think of something like that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Master, allow us to search for him, Gray said. I'm sorry, but I have already decided that it should be Naruto. Mira and Juvia would be the one who will search for him once Naruto has cleared his head, Makarov stated. What? Come on, Jii-chan, let me take part of it, Natsu protested. Natsu, there are other things that we need to do. Since everyone is here, I will announce it. I just came back from the Guildmasters meeting and we have agreed upon to form a team named Team Light. It is a team composed of mages from different guilds. The objective is to take down one of the members of Balam Alliance, Makarov announced. Isn't that the strongest Dark Guild alliance? Elfman asked fearfully. Yes, it is. I was originally supposed to send Urza, Naruto and Juvia, but since Naruto and Juvia have things they need to do, Urza, you have the freedom to choose who you would take with you. Just bear in mind that this is a very dangerous mission with a high risk of someone getting hurt or worse dying, so pick carefully, Makarov said, to which Urza nods. What? You didn't even consider sending me, Jii-chan? Natsu said in outburst. I'm sorry, Natsu, but I originally want to just send 3 S-class mages, but since Mira hasn't fully recovered her magic and Mistogen can't be contacted, I had to send Juvia, Makarov said. Okay, but since Naruto and Juvia are not available, then you'll pick me, right, Urza? Natsu volunteered. I have to think of it first. For now, let's focus on Jet's funeral, Urza answered as silence reigned. Because of Natsu's outbursts, they had momentarily forgotten about what happened, but now they have been reminded that they have lost a comrade. Funeral will be held this afternoon at the newly built cathedral. Please prepare yourselves and rest for now, Makarov said as one by one the mages left. Juvia sat on a branch as she watched Naruto vent his anger. She was sure that Naruto knew she was there, but she didn't come to comfort him. Comfort isn't what he needs. What he needs was to exhaust all that anger inside him. She was only here to make sure things don't got out of hand. No matter how much she wanted to go and hug her big brother and tell him that it's all right, she couldn't. Because that would be a blatant lie, so for now, she would just watch. Naruto sat at the center of the destruction he made. He felt exhaustion catching up to him. He had repeatedly used his force-enhanced punches, albeit not at Shockwave Guillotine's level, but it still consumed much of his energy. Around him, small gravels of what was boulders and rocks that he kept on punching until he couldn't anymore. He knew Juvia was there, and he was actually thankful that she didn't come out to comfort him with lies or impossible promises. It would only make him feel guiltier of what happened. He failed Valandal. No words of comfort could sweeten the sour taste of this failure. He knew that she was there to watch over him and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Her presence actually reminds him that there are people who are worried about him, that he wasn't alone, and for that, he was thankful. Juvia remembered something, a lesson Naruto himself taught her. She felt that he needed to be reminded of it. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard Juvia mumble. Wind blew and soon he thought that it was Valandel that was saying those words. Anger breeds nothing but destruction. Destruction of living things, objects and relationships. Anger is born from our frustration about things that happened or didn't happen. When frustration sets in, stay calm and you'll find the answers. That was the lesson taught to him by Valandel because he was easily frustrated of things. He taught it to Juvia so she could control her magic better. I forgot about that. No wonder I easily lose energy when using my magic. I am getting easily agitated and it made me lose control. I am using too much magic than what is needed, he said as he let a ghost of a smile grace his lips. Thank you, Juvia, Naruto exclaimed. He closed his eyes trying to calm down. Master said that it wasn't our fault that this happened to the guild, but both of us feel the guilt that this may not have happened if we didn't arrive. We may not be the entire cause, but we are part of it. Let's rid of this guilt by doing what is needed to be done, Juvia reminded. Naruto stayed silent with his eyes closed while lying with his back on the ground and breathing steadily. Juvia thought that he fell asleep, so she jumped down from the tree and was about to walk towards him and bring him home when he raised his right hand to signal her to stop. Juvia watched as Naruto started to slowly get up while saying something like a mantra. Calmness is the key to master the arc and not anger. Stay calm and release your negative thoughts. Free your mind and feel every single thing around you. Living beings with magic and forces that are present around you. Feel them and harness them as your own. As Naruto was saying those words, Juvia couldn't help but look in awe as Naruto floated a few feet from the ground, moving fluidly and gracefully as if a leaf on the wind. What made the scene more awe-inspiring was the debris, leaves and the things lying around him was practically floating and moving with him. It was like a theatrical performance where everything was choreographed. Feel, Naruto said as his movement accelerated together with those floating around him. Manipulate, Naruto said as he moved his arms in a way like he was forming a ball. The biggest of the floating objects suddenly stopped moving. It started to rotate on its place in front of Naruto. The other floating object started to revolve around it in the same manner as its rotation while slowly moving towards it. It was like they were slowly being sucked by a slow whirlpool. Juvia thought that if it was dark and those floating objects had light of different colors, they would look like stars whirling and slowly being eaten by a bigger star. It would have been a magnificent view. Imagine, Naruto said as the movement suddenly accelerated at amazing speed. The small objects crashed towards the bigger spinning object, but instead of the debris from the crash falling to the ground, they stuck on the center object as if they were being held together. Soon, all the objects were stuck together and there was only one big object spinning rapidly in front of Naruto. Then it stopped spinning and for a long moment, Naruto was just standing there with closed eyes on concentration. Juvia could tell that the object would have looked like a sphere if only it didn't have so many uneven and rough edges. Her thoughts were cut short as she saw Naruto extend his right hand with open palm towards the object, but his hand didn't reach the object. Crunch prison, Naruto exclaimed as he closed his hand into a fist. There was a loud bang, as if the object was strongly hammered several times at the exact same time. Juvia covered her ears and closed her eyes in surprise. Moments later, she opened her eyes and her mouth was agape at what she saw. The object that had almost no shape designation has been transformed into a sphere-like stone. Albeit, there are several little craters that made it imperfect, but it couldn't damage the beauty of Naruto's creation. She could clearly see the mixture of the different objects, but all of them were held firmly by the rock and sand ingredients. She was surprised though to see a small frown on Naruto's lips. It still has much imperfections, I haven't mastered it fully, he stated. What do you mean? She asked bewildered. See those craters? He asked, to which she nods. Those are my misses. Those are the places where I exerted too much than what is needed. Naruto explained as Juvia walked towards the sphere and looked carefully. She frowned. She was wrong. Those craters she saw were the big craters. She could see many small craters that are almost smaller than the tip of her pinky finger. If these minute craters are his small misses, then he missed a lot, and worse, those bigger craters are his big misses. Naruto ni, Juvia started, but Naruto cut her off. It's all right, I'll definitely master it, but he was cut off by Juvia too. You suck, she deadpanned. There was silence between them until Naruto's sight began to blur from exhaustion. Juvia caught him as he passed out. You are quite heavy, Naruto ni. Juvia said as she gave him a piggyback ride. She couldn't place him on a waterlock to carry him cause if she did that, Naruto's clothes will be soaked and changing Naruto's clothes was not on her to-do list. Gray-sama better not see Juvia carrying you. He might get the wrong idea or worse, he might think Juvia is an Amazon woman. Juvia mumbled as she carried Naruto and walked back towards Magnolia with ease. Later that day, Fairytail held a funeral for Jet at the cathedral. Naruto and Juvia slowly approached the cathedral. They were probably the last members to arrive since Juvia waited for Naruto to wake up. They silently entered the cathedral and they saw their friends sitting silently waiting for the master to speak. Makarov saw them enter in. He nodded. Naruto and Juvia sat next Gray, who acknowledged them with a nod. Were we the last members to arrive? Juvia asked. No, Lucy, Kana and Levy are not yet here but I'm not sure if they will. Gray answered as Makarov started the ceremony. Levy sat on the floor staring at her glass balcony door with red eyes and wet face from crying almost all day. Lucy sat next to her and draped her arm over Levy's shoulder and pulled her towards her. It was her time to comfort Levy as Kana left to buy food. Why does this have to happen, Lu-chan? Levy mumbled the question but Lucy didn't have the answer. I'm sorry. I don't know the answer either. I've been searching for the answer to that question since the death of my mom. So far, I have no luck. Lucy answered truthfully. There was silence until Lucy asked Levy a question she feared that may have a negative answer. Levy-chan, do you hate Naruto because of the things that had happened? Levy shook her head subtly as she answered. I feared him when he first came into the guild. But ever since then, he did nothing but good things for the guild. I can't hate him, she gave a humorless chuckle as she continued. When I first heard what happened, the first thing that came to my mind was Naruto. How will this affect him? For a moment, I actually feared that he may abandon the guild, Levy stopped herself from talking and inhaled. That we may lose him too, can you believe that? She said as she let out another humorless laugh. My best friends betrayed us, one of them was killed and the other possessed, but the first thing that registered in my mind, it was Naruto. I couldn't even believe that I almost felt relief that it wasn't him and Juvia who betrayed us, she said as tears started to form at her eyes again. So it wasn't just silly rumor or tease, you really like him, don't you? Lucy said trying to avert the conversation away from what had happened. It doesn't matter anymore, what kind of friend am I? I didn't even see that my best friends have been slowly falling into darkness, I became selfish. Just because I wanted to be closer to the person I like, I neglected my best friends, now because of that, I lost them and Naruto lost something important to him, I'm a failure. Levy was cut off as a slap resounded across the room. Levy was wide-eyed as her hand reached for the cheek that Lucy had recently slapped. You're not a failure. You're not selfish either, it's not selfish to try and find happiness. It's not your fault that they couldn't accept it and it's definitely not your fault that they chose this path rather than to let you find happiness. Did you see me or the others do anything bad just to prevent you to be close to Naruto? Lucy exclaimed as she was trying to shake Levy out of her stupor. But, they were my best friends, aren't we your friends too? Am I not one of your best friends too? Did you see me having ill will against Naruto for attracting you? True friends look out for each other. True friends helps each other to find happiness. It was alright to stop you from falling to Naruto if he was a bad person but he isn't. Even Natsu, whom everyone thinks is dim-witted instantly recognizes that. But I should have known, I should have been there for them so it could have been prevented. There was no way you could have known this would happen. Even Master who is supposed to be the father of the guild couldn't have seen this happening. This is something they decided by themselves. Don't live in the past. Levy, I'm sure Jet and Droy wouldn't want you to be like this. I'm sure even with all that happened. They would have wanted you to be happy, they would have wanted you to move on, move forward. Lucy finished as Levy's eyes start to get heavier and exhaustion start to embrace her. Lucy noticed this and she helped her back to her bed. As Levy started to doze off on her bed, she mumbled. Thank you, Lu-chan. No problem, Levy, she answered as she walked towards the door. Hey Naruto. Naruto and Juvia heard as they were walking away from the cathedral. They looked back and saw Natsu together with the other members of the guild. What is it, Natsu? Naruto asked in a low voice. Master said that I can't go with you on the mission to find Droy. Natsu was cut off as Naruto asked. What mission? Ah yes, I haven't told you yet. I was supposed to send you, Juvia and Urza on a joint mission with other guilds to defeat 1/3 of the Balam Alliance, Makarov said. Which guild? Naruto asked seriously. Oracion Cease, Urza answered. Master, when will it be? Naruto was stopped as Makarov raised his hand to signal him to listen. No, Naruto, it would be dangerous for you to go on a mission as dangerous as this while your mind is actually focused on other things. For now, I want you, Juvia and Mira, to search for Droid till your heart's content. But do remember, if things aren't looking good and you think that you are going nowhere, don't push yourself. I know Levantine is dangerous, but I don't want to lose another of my children. Makarov almost pleaded. Naruto bowed and said, Thank you, I won't forget it, Master. If things aren't going right, I promise I'll drop the mission and seek assistance in the guild. My comrades' lives are my top priority, he pledged. Thank you, take good care of them. Makarov smiled. Hey Naruto, if I find any information on one of my missions, I'll make sure to inform you. Lucky said, which was followed by the others also saying the same thing. Thank you everyone, I'm sorry for what happened, he said. It's not your fault, so an apology is not needed. Urza assured. Urza-san, who will you be taking then? Naruto asked. I'm still deciding, but Natsu and Gray will probably be included. I'm sure they'll try to sneak and follow me or you. It would be better that I take them to save us the trouble, not to mention that I had worked with them for a long time. Urza informed, to which Natsu shouted in anticipation of a great mission while Gray smirked. Then, please take my advice. There is a member of Oracion Cease that could deflect and distort magic o any object without life. Be careful when you face him, it's better to battle him with hand-to-hand combat, Naruto warned. He's got the same magic as you. So, it's like I'm fighting you? Natsu asked excited. No Natsu, our magic is different and so is our fighting style. He is very magic reliant, but his magic lets him deflect and distort anything except for living beings. Be very careful when you fight him, Naruto advised. How do you know about this? Urza asked. I fought him once when I was on a mission. He is sadistic and arrogant. He thinks that his magic is flawless, so he relies on it so much. Fighting his magic with magic won't win you the battle because unlike me, he almost doesn't spend any energy to deflect magic, Naruto answered. So he's stronger than you? Natsu smirked, to which everybody paled as they feared for Natsu's life, but instead Naruto just turned away and said, Fight him and see for yourself, and if you do fight him, ask him, who was the person who almost introduced him to the afterlife, Naruto said as he walked away. What the hell? Natsu asked confused. That means he beat the hell out of whoever that is, Gray answered. What was his name? Natsu asked. I don't know, he never told me. I only knew of his guild due to the mark on his right bicep. Juvia, I think I need a little exercise. Naruto answered as Juvia nods and followed him. Hey, how come he didn't ask me to spar instead? Natsu asked, no one still looking at the spot where Naruto and Juvia were. Simple, because you won't be able to keep up, Fried answered. What do you mean by that? Natsu exclaimed. It is what it is. If you want to see, follow me. I know where they spar, Fried said as he and Bixlo walked towards the place where Juvia and Naruto would spar, but Natsu wasn't the only one who followed them but also everyone. They arrived on an open field outside town and saw Naruto and Juvia standing inside on what looks like a drawn large rectangle on the ground. Naruto was holding a rubber ball while there were also 2 rubber balls on the ground. It looks like we have some spectators, Juvia stated as she sniffed the air. Doesn't matter. Ready, Juvia? Naruto asked as he raised a rubber ball in front of him. So, Juvia can use any part of my body to hit the ball as long as it doesn't touch the ground but can't use magic, Juvia confirmed. Yes, first one to let the ball touch the ground or through the ball outside the arena loses. Winner gets to pick what we eat while the loser gets to pay for the food of the winner for the whole mission. Ready to lose? Naruto asked. Juvia do hope that Naruto ni has a fat wallet. Juvia answered, to which he only smirked as he tossed the ball upward and then let it fall back towards him, but when it was at arm's reach he punched so strong that it was sent sailing towards Juvia so fast that even Alzak and Viska, who had keen eyes, had a hard time seeing it. But to their surprise, Juvia only swept her feet on the ground and it stopped exactly where the ball was about to fall, and then she kicked it upward to nullify the momentum. She then jumped high and then did a roundhouse kick to hit the ball. The ball flew towards Naruto faster than the last time, but Naruto just smirked and spiked the ball back to Juvia, who was still airborne and still had her back on him. Juvia felt the ball coming to her at high speed. She flipped vertically and did a bicycle kick to hit the ball back to Naruto. As the ball flew back to Naruto, he kicked the ball that was on the ground, sending it upward instead of towards Juvia. It grazed the incoming ball's side, reversing the ball's rotation and momentum. It flew back to Juvia. The ball Naruto kicked starts to fall, but before it reaches the ground, Naruto did a scissors kick, sending the ball to Juvia at amazing speed. Juvia saw the first ball coming. She swept her foot on the ground, and when her foot touched her extra ball, she flipped her foot to send it upward. Then when it was at the right height, she did a reverse somersault to axe kick the ball. The force of the kick was strong enough that when it hit the incoming ball, it nullified the ball's initial momentum and sent it right back to Naruto together with the ball Juvia kicked. She saw Naruto's extra ball approaching at amazing speed and knew that she needed to kill its momentum first, so she extended her right foot in front of her and let the ball hit the sole of her shoes. There was a brief battle between the momentum of the ball and her nullifying it. She didn't notice, though, that since she was wearing a skirt, her milky leg and a part of her underwear were shown from the lifting of her leg and the momentum of ball producing some movement in the wind. To where the spectators were, several males had blood drooping on their noses, including Makarov. Gray looked at them with a tick on his forehead. Oh, some people will find themselves encased in ice if they don't stop staring. I don't get it, Natsu said, which made them turn their attention to him, thus saving some from becoming live popsicles. They're just playing, that's not a spar, he exclaimed. Actually, Natsu, that is a very good way to train. Makarov answered. What do you mean, Ji-chan? Natsu asked. Look at how fast the balls are traveling. Even I almost couldn't see it. The time for it to reach its target and react to it is almost just a split second. This training helps you increase your speed and reaction time, Makarov said. Not only that, but because the ball is traveling at high speed, your eyes are being trained to keep up with its speed. This is a good way to increase the sharpness of your eyes from fast objects. And notice when Juvia was able to determine that the ball was coming her way even if she had her back turned to it. This training also enhances your other senses and detection. This should be a good training regimen to everyone, Alzak deduced. Not to mention that this also forces the participants to think quickly, to strategize where they would send the ball or how fast it would be so their rival won't find a rhythm. Split-second planning and decision-making is important with this game, and let's not also forget about stamina, body control and strength control to last the long battle. Make the right movements and put just the enough strength on your attacks. It also forces you to not rely on your magic. This is a complete training regimen. Naruto really is a genius to even turn a seemingly child's game to something like this. Natsu, do you think you could have kept up in that game? Could you control 3 balls and keep your rival from getting any rhythm? Will you be patient enough to make a strategy instead of just burning those balls? I think not, Fried said. Those are quite durable ball though, withstanding attacks like that, one of them said. Those balls are magically enhanced for mages. I saw them once when I was going through shop to find magic equipments, Urza answered. I think I should let Naruto train everyone using his training regimen, Makarov said while placing a hand on his chin as if thinking. No way, his training will probably kill a normal mage before they even become strong, Mikao exclaimed. The 3 balls are coming at high speeds, but the time of their arrival to Naruto was different. He smirked and saw that Juvia was already tired and her movements are getting slower. Juvia, this is the end, Naruto said as he kicked all the 3 balls with varying strengths and time. The result was their speed wasn't the same, but they would arrive at the exact same time on their spots. One of them ball was going at the far left corner, the other on the far right and the third on the center. Juvia's eyes narrowed at Naruto's tactic. Sadistic Naruto ni, but Juvia won't lose, Juvia said with determination on her eyes. She moved as if a blur as she intercepted the first ball instead of waiting for it on the right corner. She kicked it back while on the air and then moved quickly to the center to intercept almost arriving ball by standing on one hand and spinning to do roundhouse kick on it. She then pushed herself off the ground and then landed by sliding towards the left corner and doing a scissors kick at the right time as the ball was about to touch the ground. She then tried her best to get up quickly as she knew that Naruto wouldn't let up, but she staggered to get up from exhaustion. She hunched a little as she held her knees, trying to regain any strength. Naruto watched as Juvia gave it her all to intercept all the balls and how she staggered to get up from exhaustion. He looked at the incoming balls. It would be so easy to send them all back to Juvia and she wouldn't be able to intercept it. She won't even probably be able to send it back. But then again, never underestimate a person's determination, especially a dragon trying to impress her love who is watching. Naruto thought as he kicked the first ball back to Juvia but slower. He also did the same thing for the second ball, but on the third ball, he retracts his foot a little and let the ball flew pass. You relied too much on the rain to power you up, that's why you lack stamina, Juvia. But I'll give this match to you for your determination, and I don't want to make you look bad in front of Gray. You'll probably not agree with us eating on ramen every day anyway, he thought as he smiled. As he landed and let himself drop to the ground to sit. A shadow fell over him as he looked up to see Juvia hovering over him with an exhausted but stern face. You let me win. Why did you do that? She said as she dropped down to sit next to him. Whatever are you saying? Naruto dismissed. Liar, Juvia knows you won't miss on something as pitifully slow as that. Juvia scolded. Nah, just had a mental lapse, maybe from exhaustion. You're not going to agree to eating ramen even for a week anyway. Naruto replied with a smirk to Juvia's horror. So if you won, Juvia will have to eat ramen with you for who knows when. Yeah, you're lucky you won or you would have looked bad in front of Gray. Naruto said while chuckling. Yes, Juvia won, so Juvia gets to pick what to eat and Naruto ni pays the bill. Juvia managed a grin. Yeah, Naruto answered with a shudder as he remembered that dragon slayers can be a glutton sometimes. Yes, Juvia will eat to her heart's content. I feel sorry for Gray, he's going to live as a poor man with a fat wife, Naruto mumbled. What did you say, Naruto ni? Juvia asked sweetly with an aura of an angry dragon behind her. Nothing, Naruto answered nervously. Juvia can be frightening when she wants to. Great, and since you're so eager to treat Juvia that you even lose on purpose, you will also buy her snacks, right? Juvia said with a very sweet voice that promised trouble if he disagreed. Naruto could only sigh and nod. His wallet will be taking a hit badly. Guess he needs to terminate the mission earlier than he wanted if he wants his wallet to survive. He could only scratch the back of his head. Oh great, why do I keep getting conned by girls when I am being nice to them? Naruto mumbled. Because you're a pervert, Juvia replied. Oh, so now I'm a pervert, who was the one who flashed her underwear for everyone to see? Naruto said as he ruffled Juvia's already ruffled hair. And you stared at it, which just confirms what Juvia said. Didn't know you were into incest, Naruto ni, but Juvia has to apologize. She's not into those kind of things. Juvia countered. Moments later they laughed. But seriously, you have to increase your stamina. You can't always rely on the rain and you should take care of yourself a little more. Naruto reminded. Yes, but Juvia is glad because Naruto ni is laughing again. Juvia was worried that you would become. Juvia was cut off as Naruto said. Don't worry, I promised that won't happen, didn't I? I'll talk to Levy before we head for the mission. I know it isn't entirely my fault, but I want her to know that I would take responsibility of what happened. It's the right thing to do. That sword is still my responsibility after all. Naruto explained. Juvia will help, it's what sibling does. Juvia smiled. Well, it looks like Naruto is insane mind now. Makarov said as they watched them laughed. They couldn't hear what they were talking about, but from the look of things, they're fine now. Let's be on our way, show's over. Makarov said as he turned back and walked towards the town while the others followed suit. In the middle of the night, a figure dropped at Levy's balcony. The figure looked at Levy's sleeping figure. The figure wanted to knock on the glass door but held back and shook its head. Maybe it's better if I speak to her tomorrow, he mumbled, but then he remembered that the mission was tomorrow morning. Guess, it would be when we go back. Will she even talk to me? He said as he held back his emotions, but as he was about leave, he heard the glass door open and a voice said, Naruto. Everything was dark as Levy walked through a path towards nowhere. Where am I? She said as she stopped walking. You are in a dream, no more like in my farewell, a familiar voice said. Her eyes widened as she looked back and saw Jet there standing with a sad face. Oh Jet, She was cut off as Jet signaled her to stop. There is nothing for you to apologize. Droy and we were consumed by our own jealousy and hate that we forgot how to become a good friend, a good brother. Naruto is a good person, I see that now. It was sad though, that I realized it a little too late. When I was stabbed, I didn't want to die without sending you a message of farewell and apology. I gathered the last of my magic and released it in nature. Just like how it says in one of those scriptures you were fond of reading. I thought that this would be the only way to say, I'm sorry for everything, he apologized. I would never hate you guys, you were like brothers to me and you'll always be. Levy answered as she hugged Jet while crying. I'm glad, you'll be in good hands. Naruto will protect you, which I am sure. He likes you, he was even brave enough to face anybody's wrath just for you to forgive him. I'm sure he'll make you happy, something we couldn't do, Jet said as his voice was becoming weaker as if he was moving away and his body was starting to disappear. I was happy being with you guys, Levy said in a muffled voice. Thank you, I hope Droy also finds his peace and I hope you become happy, all your life, you deserve it, Jet said in almost a whisper but Levy heard it. I'll do my best to be happy, for you and Droy, Levy said as she watched Jet nod and dissipate into nothing. Levy's eyes started to flutter open. Tears started to form on her eyes knowing that it may have been the last time she would be able to talk to Jet. She looked at her glass door as she thought that something was blocking the moonlight from coming in through the door. She saw Naruto in there as he held his fist back from knocking. His eyes were fixated at the ground. As he turned around, she hurried towards the door. I need to talk to him, she thought to herself as she hastily opened the glass door. Naruto, was all she could muster to say to stop him from leaving. He looked back at her. The moonlight made his sun-kissed hair shine and his cerulean eyes sparkle with hidden emotions. It was like when she first saw him, no matter when they met and no matter on what situation, she couldn't help but be mesmerized. Levy, Naruto was cut off as Levy tackled him into a hug. Just shut up and let me talk, she said in muffled voice as her face was pressed on his chest. Ever since I met you, you've done nothing to me but trouble, she started as Naruto was stunned from the events. You destroyed our guild house, you hurt me and my friends and then used us as decoration on a tree, you spearheaded Phantom's attack on our guild. You were the reason that Luxus got over the edge and almost destroyed the festival. You are the reason that Jet and Droy became jealous. You are the reason why they betrayed the guild. You are the reason why I have almost neglected them. You are the reason why I am having these thoughts that I never had before. You screwed up my mind. Don't you know that? I was okay living with my friends in the guild, everything was fine, but you came and turned everything upside down. What are you going to do about it, huh? She said as she inhaled to catch her breath. I'm very so. Naruto was cut off as Levy punched his chest. It was not strong but it was enough to shut him up. I said shut up and just listen to me. Look what you did to me. I was a happy girl always full of optimism that everything will be alright. But you know what? You messed it all up. You made me feel like I wanted something more, something the guild or my friends can't give, something I felt that only you could give, for all the bad things that happened. Why can't I stop myself from falling for you? Why? Why did you have to appear and do those things? Why do you have to make me feel this way? Look at me. I look like crap and all messed up, Levy said as she looked up at Naruto with tears streaming down her eyes. Beautiful, Naruto whispered as he stared at her face, especially her eyes. Levy was left speechless with her red lips slightly parted from surprise. You're still the same beautiful person I saw months ago, the beautiful person who caught my eye on first glance, Naruto said as he used his palm to brush away her hair that was on her face. Levy unconsciously leaned into the touched. I'll take responsibility for everything, I'll take it all for you, Naruto said. You will? She was cut off as Naruto leaned in and when their noses touched he said. I will, if you give me a chance, I will hold you on that promise then, she said as she placed her hands on the back of his head. She angled her face a little so their noses won't hit each other and then pulled him for kiss. The kiss filled her as if her empty heart was starting to be filled with something warm. She couldn't help but feel guilty for doing this when something bad just happened but she didn't want to lose the chance of happiness. Even Jet approved of it. She felt as if the kiss could last forever, like this was a dream. She let herself succumb to Naruto's embrace. Naruto was a little surprised that she initiated the kiss but gladly returned the favor. This was the first time that he felt like this on a kiss. He was kissed by women when he was still a shinobi or when on a mission here in Earthland. But those were kisses of thanks, admiration or lust. This was different. He never felt anything like this, something he couldn't describe and yet he would be more than glad to have. After a minute of kissing, They pulled back to catch some air. Naruto pulled her closer to him in an embrace as if scared that she may vanish. Levy let her hands fall to his back to hug him back. "So, where does this take us?" he asked her, unsure of what she wanted. Girls were something he will never figure out. "You just provoked me to give you my first kiss and you ask where does this take us?" Levy asked him dangerously. Sorry, I'm not really good with this kind of relationships," he answered nervously. "Oh, just shut up and take responsibility," she said as she placed her head on his chest with her ear on Naruto's heart. Naruto's steady heartbeat was like a lullaby to her as she felt her eyelids become heavy. This doesn't get unnoticed by Naruto. "I think you need to rest now," he whispered. "I want to stay like this," but she was cut off as Naruto swooped her up and carried her bridal style. "No, you need to rest," Naruto said as he walked back to her room. Levy tried to weakly struggle out of his grasp, but Naruto won and he placed her on the bed. She was almost asleep when he placed her there. He placed a blanket over her. He brushed a few strands of her hair off her face. Levy's hand caught his hand and she said, "I'll see you tomorrow, right?" she asked in worry as if he would just vanish after tonight. "I have a mission in the morning with Juvia and Mira. We will try to locate and retrieve Levantine and if possible free Droy's body," he answered sadly. "I see, but you'll come back, right? Promise me you'll come back to us, to me," she asked. "I will. When the mission is finished or if things aren't going good, I'll come back together with Juvia and Mira. Life is much more important than a mission. Now, sleep," Naruto answered. "Naruto, may I ask a favor?" Levy asked. "Anything," he answered. "Will you stay with me for the night? I just don't want to feel alone," she replied with her face red in embarrassment. "Is it okay for me to do that?" he asked. "Well, you said that you would take responsibility and you said anything," she answered. Naruto sighed and scratched the back of his head. "Great, I'm conned again," he thought as he took off his sandals, haori, gloves and wraps. Levy chuckled as she saw why Naruto was wearing bandages on his arms and ankles. "Your clothes are too big for you," she commented. "Yeah, Juvia had the wrong size," he answered as he slid under cover with her. "She is the one who buy clothes for you?" she asked with a hint of jealousy, but Naruto dismissed it. "Yeah, I ended up in the hospital with torn clothes after Phantom fell. She bought several sets of this since she didn't know if I wanted to still wear my Phantom clothes." "Had she seen you naked?" Levy asked with jealousy dripping on her voice. Naruto chuckled. "Oh, is someone jealous?" he teased, but he saw Levy's eyes tearing up and her face dead serious. Naruto couldn't help but smile at how cute she was even when serious. He enveloped her in an embrace and said, "Juvia and I are nothing but siblings. You didn't need to be jealous, the most skin she saw was just my upper body," Naruto ensured. She snuggled to him and rested her head on his chest, using his heartbeat again as her lullaby. She looked up for a moment and pecked his lips for a goodnight kiss. "That's good because I would have made you strip," she countered. "And they say I am perverted, you girls are much more dangerous than me. You should be careful with girls, we can be a whole lot dangerous when we want something or someone," she said in almost a whisper. "Yeah, I just got conned by 3 girls in less than a week and I can't believe I considered them the least dangerous to me," he thought. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she mumbled as she placed her head again on his chest and drifted into dreamland. He looked at her sleeping form. He couldn't help but notice how small she was compared to him. He could easily envelop her on a one-arm embrace. She looked so delicate and yet he knew she was far from it. He used his free hand to adjust the blanket so they are under cover. He enjoyed the warmth of sleeping beside the person you love. Something he never had a chance to have in any part of his life. He remembered a friend who sacrificed himself for him to have this chance. "Thank you, Kyubi," he whispered in utmost sincerity as he too drifted into sleep. Outside Levy's balcony, the moon shined on shiny pitch-black hair. Sitting on one of the balcony fences was a beautiful lady. She could clearly see them from the glass door. She whispered something in the air. Then she stood up. She looked at the sleeping couple before she jumped down towards the street. Levy's eyes started to flutter open as she thought she heard a voice carried by the wind. It was the same voice and the same words she had always heard when she fell asleep. She looked at the glass door thinking that there may be someone there, but she found no one. "I must really be getting crazy," she thought. Then she looked at Naruto peacefully sleeping. She could hear his steady heartbeat. But then again, Ever since I've met him, my life has been nothing but crazy, she mumbled as she drifted back to sleep. Hours have passed and Naruto started to wake up. He enjoyed his sleep with Levy's warmth beside him, but he knew that there is a mission that he needs to do, and a grumpy Juvia wasn't something he wanted to meet when he was late. He looked at the clock. I still have a couple of hours to get home and prepare, he said as he tried to get up, but he remembered that Levy was using him as a pillow. He looked at her and saw her sleeping peacefully. He didn't want to wake her up. Hell, he didn't want to go, but he needed to. He carefully untangled her off him and he placed her head on a pillow and tucked her under the blanket. He brushed a few strands of her hair as he kissed her on her cheek. Levy unconsciously reached for his hand, probably from missing his warmth. He quickly took a pillow and let her reach it. She snuggled tightly the pillow. It would have been hard to free myself if she had caught me, he thought as he smiled. She's really cute, he said. Naruto-kun, she mumbled in her sleep as she pressed the pillow tighter against her body. Lucky pillow, he said as he walked towards the door before he lost all of his will to leave. He opened the door, but as he was going out he whispered, I promise, I'll make it up to you when I come back. A few minutes later, Levy woke up from the lack of warmth from Naruto. She saw that she was already snuggling a pillow. A tick mark found its way on her forehead. He just left without saying anything, she said, but in her mind she knew that Naruto just didn't want to disturb her sleep. Geez, I wanted to see him off and give him a good luck kiss, she said as her face turned scarlet when she realized that those were the things a wife says to her husband. She shook her head. I think I need a cold shower and do something I have neglected to do yesterday, she said as she felt guilty for not going to Jet's funeral. Levy stopped in front of the cathedral as she breathed deeply and then proceeded inside. As she approached the center, where Jet's casket was located, she noticed a dwarfen old man sleeping on the front bench. She felt guilty that it was Makarov who had to look after Jet's remains because she couldn't. She approached the casket and saw Jet lying inside peacefully. They told her that he was in state of shock when he died, so she thought he would look worse, but instead he looked peaceful. Came to say your farewell? She heard a familiar voice say. She didn't have to look back to see who it was. I'm sorry, because I couldn't be here earlier, that you had to be the one to watch over him, master. She turned around and bowed. It is all right, I wouldn't have let you do it. It is my responsibility. Forgive this old man. There is nothing to forgive, master, Levy said, cutting Makarov off. There was a moment of silence as Levy looked at Jet. He came to my dream last night and bid me farewell. He also apologized for betraying us. He said that he and Droy were consumed with hate and jealousy, that they have forgotten how it were to be a good friend and brother, she said. Ah, the spell of final farewell, I didn't know he knew of it. We had read it once on one of the scriptures we found on our missions, she answered. I'm glad. It looks like you are doing fine. His farewell lifted the guilt and pain I was feeling, she said as she smiled sadly. In the end, he was still a good friend. He still thought of you till his death. What do you plan to do now? Makarov asked. I'll move forward and find happiness. That's his last message for me. I know Naruto will also be able to free Droy's body from Levantine, she answered. So you have heard of the mission, Makarov said as he started to walk out of the cathedral, feeling it will be disrespectful to talk about missions inside a sacred place. Yes, Naruto told me last night, Levy answered as they walked out of the cathedral and started walking on the street. You had a talk with him last night? What happened? Makarov asked, wanting to know what was happening to his children. Levy proceeded to tell Makarov what had happened last night, with her face red from blushing. But when I woke up, he's not there anymore. I wasn't able to see them off. Levy finished a little dejected. You are with Naruto now? Makarov exclaimed. Do you not approve, master? Levy asked, a little fearful that he may not approve of them. Congratulations then, I'm sure Naruto will take good care of you. Please give this old man lots of little children in the guild to spoil, Makarov said with a happy face. Master, Levy exclaimed in embarrassment. They're their child, I didn't say you had to do it now. I'm sure you and Naruto have to know each other more than maybe after a few months. Makarov was cut off as he felt a dreadful aura. He looked at Levy and saw her face red in embarrassment. He knew it wouldn't bode well for him if he continued. They haven't left yet. He quickly changed the subject. They haven't? She asked. Yes, I'll meet with them at the town gate in an hour before they leave. Do you wish to accompany me or accompany them? He stated. You mean? Levy asked. Yes. I know you would like to take part on the mission, but I didn't know if you were mentally and emotionally ready, so I omitted you. But from the looks of it, you were ready. So, do you want to go with them? He asked. Yes, I want to help in retrieving the sword. I know some spells that may prove to be useful. I want to free Droy's body too. Very well, but please don't do anything rash and listen to Naruto. He is the leader, but I'm sure you wouldn't have any problem with that. Makarov said with a smile. Yes, master, thank you, I'll prepare now. Levy said as she hugged Makarov and hurried to go back to her apartment to prepare. Oh, and Levy, please keep Naruto in line. I know he can be a little rash sometimes. Juvia and Mira might have a hard time keeping him doing rash things if push comes to shove. Don't worry, I'll make sure that he will be behaved. Levy joked as she ran home. Ah, young love, Makarov said, then he realized something. Naruto is one lucky bastard, on a mission with 3 ladies, but then again may the spirits bless upon his soul if Levy caught him cheating, he said with a fearful look. Master is late, shall we go and get him? Mira asked. She was wearing black cycling shorts that stopped just above her knees. She was also wearing a big white t-shirt that stopped an inch above her knees, almost hiding her shorts, and under her shirt, a black tank top. She wears fingerless gloves like Naruto and black adventure shoes. Her hair was in one big bun held by a single hairpin, while her face was framed by 2 long bangs on the side. She also discarded the band holding her front bangs, letting her bangs loose on her forehead. Nah, let's wait for him here. Oh, and Mira-san, that's the first time I saw you in that style, Naruto said. Oh, it has been long since I have taken a mission, so I usually wear my barmaid dresses, but I can't wear them on a mission. So, yup, this is the first time you see me in this get-up. Do I look bad? She asked. Nope, you look good in that. Naruto complimented. Naruto ni, are you committing infidelity? Juvia asked. Oh my, are you hitting on me, Naruto? I wouldn't mind, but what about Levy-chan? Mira asked innocently. Perverted Naruto ni, you already have Levy and now you want Mira-san too? Juvia asked. Why? Are you jealous? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Very funny, Levy won't be happy when she knew you were cheating on her, and because of your comment about Juvia, your wallet will be punished. Juvia answered. Suddenly, Naruto regretted teasing Juvia. Mira giggled and soon the 3 of them share laughed. Well, at least it looks like our mission won't be a boring one. Mira commented, to which she got nods. May I ask something? Are you and Levy going out? Since Juvia won't say that you were cheating if you're not an item. Mira asked. Yes, last night they became confessed to each other, Juvia stated. You didn't have to tell her for me, you know, and how were you able to know that? Naruto asked. Juvia has means to know what she wants to know, was her answer. Weird stalker, Naruto said lowly. You said something, Naruto ni? Juvia asked dangerously. Nothing. Mira giggled. You two really have a good relations, HP. Just now you two look like real bickering siblings, Mira commented. It looks like you 3 are having fun. That's a good way to start a mission in high spirits. Makarov stated as he and Levy arrived. They gave a respectful bow. Naruto noticed Levy behind Makarov and he gave her an apologetic smile for leaving without telling her. Are you here to see us off too, Levy-chan? Mira asked. No, she will go with you. Makarov answered for her. But master, Naruto was cut off by Levy. Don't worry, I won't be a burden. That's not it, I just don't want you to push yourself, Naruto said in concern. I'll be fine, she answered. It'll be fine, Naruto, and you're going to be there anyway, I'm sure you'll take good care of her, Makarov said with a knowing smile. Welcome to the crazy party then, Naruto welcomed with a grin. It looks like we caught up with you, Urza said as she, Natsu, Lucy, Gray and Happy arrived at the gate. So, you're also about to depart for the joint mission against Oracion Cease? Mira asked Urza. Hey, no fair. How come Levy gets last-minute approval to go with Naruto's team? Natsu asked. Are you saying, you don't want to be in mine? Urza asked with a deadly glint in her eyes. No, good. Exclaimed Natsu aka Happy too. They bid Makarov farewell as they started to walk away from town. Levy-chan, are you okay now? Lucy asked as she walked beside Levy. Yes, Lu-chan. Thank you for staying with me yesterday. I am fine now, I have to do this for Droy. Then you be careful, okay? You too, Lu-chan, be careful. Oracion Cease is dangerous. Urza walked beside Mira. It has been a long time since you took a mission, you sure you're not rusty? Urza teased. Want me to prove to you by whooping your ass? Mira asked sweetly. Want to put that to test when we meet again? Gladly. Then be careful, I still have to feed you dirt. Oh, I can assure you, it'll be you who's eating dirt. Till then stay safe, Urza. Mira finished. Juvia walked beside Gray. Be careful, Gray-sama. Juvia wished she could go with you, Juvia said. Thanks, but I'm sure your brother will be hurt if he hears that. You be careful too and believe in yourself, Gray said. Yes, Gray-sama. Juvia said with hearts on her eyes. Ho, Juvia, Naruto facepalmed at Juvia's antics as he felt someone walked beside him. Hey Naruto, are the Oracion Cease really strong? Natsu asked. Yes, they are. There are 6 members, and yet even though they are small in number, they are powerful enough to threaten even the powerful guilds. There won't be a joint mission against them if they aren't strong, Naruto explained. You know any other information about their members? Happy asked. Except for that one I fought, none. They're a dark guild, so information about their members are scarce. It's no problem, I'll beat them for sure, Natsu stated. Natsu, do you still remember what I have told you on the festival? Naruto asked. Natsu looked at Naruto and nodded. Don't worry, since then I have been doing my best to use my head more in battle. I'm glad. Natsu, always remember that the lives of your comrade are far more important than beating the shit out of someone. And always keep that fierce determination, but don't let it fog your better judgment. Naruto advised, to which Natsu nodded. Naruto has really become like a big brother to Natsu, huh? Mira commented as she and Urza watched their conversation. Master told me that Naruto told him that he was once a person who always messed up. That he was reckless and doesn't think things through. It didn't end up well for him. I guess he just didn't want Natsu to experience what he did. They reached a fork in the road. I guess this is where we separate ways, Urza said as she got nods. Be careful on your mission, and Naruto, please take care of them, Urza asked. I will, you be careful too. Oracion Cease is no puny guild. A wrong move may cause you your life or your comrades. Please do protect each other, Naruto answered. They bid their goodbyes and they separate ways. Naruto was walking side by side with Levy. As they were walking, Levy kept on glancing Naruto's hand that was just hanging on his side. She bit her lower lip as she tried to reach for it, but Naruto sensed her intention and instead reached her hand first and held it. She was surprised and looked at Naruto's face. He smiled at her as if knowing her intentions. It's okay, they know. He whispered to her. They walked in silence until the wind blew. Juvia suddenly became alert as she was able to sniff the faint odor on the wind. Naruto ni. She alerted them as she pointed a finger towards the direction off the road where the wind blew from. What is it, Juvia? Naruto asked. Odor in the wind, and it wasn't a good one, she stated. How bad? Mira asked. Juvia hopes you have a strong stomach, she answered. Naruto looked at Levy. I'll be fine. She answered Naruto's silent question as they walked off the road following Juvia. The walk was quite a bit far, but the smell got stronger and stronger. The time came where Juvia had to cover her nose as her keen sense of smell was being overloaded. The others' noses are also starting to be overloaded by the odor. Naruto held Juvia by the shoulder to signal her to stop. I'll take lead from here, it might get dangerous. Juvia nods in obedience. Naruto was not one you would want to argue when on a mission. Naruto took the lead and followed the odor. He signaled them to stop as he knew that the destination is very near. Wait here, I'll scout the area, he said with authority, to which they could only nod. Be ready, there may be enemies around. He alerted them as they prepared for a fight. He jumped on top of a tree and scouted the area. His eyes narrowed at the sight he saw. What in hell? End of chapter. AN. So how was it? Was it good or bad? Was Naruto and Levy going too fast? Will Naruto live a poor man from being constantly conned? Who was the children of the myth, and what does Naruto mean about knowing all the elements? What did Naruto see, and will Mira and Urza's rivalry come back? So many questions. I want to know how you felt about this chapter. Thanks for reading and your support. Please leave a review for me to see your reactions. Till the next chapter everyone _. I need a vote laughing face. First of all, don't panic. I'm not dead or something XD. Got many messages about that. I'm not also abandoning this story. Actually I have loads of ideas, the problem was the time. Work has been very busy and projects kept on coming. I was about to upload a chapter a couple of weeks ago, but I decided to held it out since I thought of something and modified it. I'm also trying to integrate the recent events on the manga to plotline of this story. Well, I never thought that there would be a time skip this long. I mean 7 years, really? But then, it might actually go in my favor if I follow time skip. Well, enough of that, don't want to give spoilers. The other reason that I made this notice is I want to ask your opinion on my recent idea. When I started this story, I was going to follow Fairytail's plotline, and I have said that it would have been Levy, Naruto, but recently, ideas have been coming to me about plot twists, and it concerns 2 major things. It won't be just Levy, Naruto, but would become Levy, Naruto, XXX. Daedalus arc will not happen, and of course the twist will concern Mistogen and someone. I have opened a poll on my account for you guys to vote. As what my friend has said, it's my story to write, but of course I want to know other people's opinion on it, especially those who read it. The other girl is already set. Yes, she's a lady. I'm not a fan of yaoi. But of course I won't tell who she is, but if you had been reading this story for too long, you might have guessed who she is. I just want to clarify, the result of the poll won't be the only factor. I still need to write the story right. That would make me implement the twists, but it will be a big part of my decision. And you'll only know of my decision when I skipped or not the Daedalus arc XD. Poll is now open and will be closed before Levantine Hunt arc ends. Last, the next chapter is almost about done. I needed to rewrite it about 2 times since it was quite crucial to my story. It is already 21k words long and it's not yet finished. Yes, it's quite long XD, but I'll make sure I upload it before the month ends, if I'm lucky, next week. Again, my deepest apologies for not being able to update for almost 3 months. If I could just write and not work I would, but I need to work to live. Thank you for your kind consideration _. Chapter 15. OMG, at long last I finished this chapter XD. I took me more than 3 months to do so, 3 months of writing and countless revisions _. I was really blindsided by Hiro Mishima with the time skip, but oh well. Now I'm thinking on how to capitalize on it. About the poll, well, I'm not going to tell you what is leading, but it's kind of a landslide cheeky smiley face. Oh, and I wonder what Ultir, Jelal and Merity looks like now. I have a feeling that one of them established a legal guild and they are the current #1 guild in the manga, but that's just me. And did you see Mavis? Laughing face plotlines started to formulate on my mind when I saw her, but unfortunately that has to wait. My apologies for the long wait, just got busy with my work. And this chapter as well. Just see for yourself laughing face. Oh, and this is 29k words long, so bear with me if this is kind of boring sad face. A warning. This isn't action-packed, but it will be full of humor XD. Please read and review. Good or bad, I appreciate them. Review Appreciation Corner. For Chapter 13. Eclipse X. The Last Rising of the Phoenix. Akira Stritter. Altair. Colin Ashia. Dragfire. OBSERVER01. ZXZ Fic Hunter. Kuga Kanishiru. Harlequin 320. Thanks laughing face. Please stay tuned and forgive my slow updates. Speed Demon. Thanks _. It's my way of communicating with my reviewers. Mark. Thanks. Yeah, my grammar still needs a lot of work and I fear that this chapter will have many cause well it's kind of long and I tend to lose focus on my grammar when I get soaked in the plotline. About Oracion Cease arc, there will be a little change in it but mostly the same. Wendy had trained with Naruto, but even Naruto said that Wendy isn't much ready yet to actually fight in the field since Naruto was only able to train her for a week. But she will have more confidence in herself and her changes will drastically happen when she joins Fairytail. That's a spoiler asterisk. Natsu will still need a lot more of work before he could exercise Naruto's advice, but he will be thinking a lot more. It's just that old habits die hard. Laughing face. Close. Haha, yeah. I felt that I have been stalling too much time for the romance. The elements isn't his shinobi techniques, it's not actually about him, but those elements have been with him. You'll understand more in this chapter. Laughing face about Naruto's ability. It would be explained in this chapter, but if you are still confused about it after reading this chapter, tell me and I'll try to PM you for the answer before the next chapter comes. Haha Tagalog mode sa PM kung gusto mode cheeky smiley face. Lightning Blade 49. Thanks _. Yeah, Naruto sees his old self with Natsu, so he doesn't want him to make the same mistakes as him. He'll try his best to teach him a couple of things. Hades 252-2. Yeah, I felt that it would just too wrong not to let at least one of them to say their farewell with Levy. They may have betrayed them, but they were still great friends. About Juvia and Naruto. Haha yeah, Naruto will probably live a poor man's life if he doesn't stop his antics with Juvia. I kind of had a hard time with the romantic scenes, but I'm glad it turned out well. Laughing face yeah, but unluckily for Naruto, he will probably be poor before Gray XD. Datu 824. There might be cheeky smiley face, there is a hint in this chapter. XD. Thanks for the review. Mulkoolk 86. Thanks for the review. Smiley face. Ultir? Oh, the woman? Laughing face. Revan 228. Yeah, the last two chapter have been quite dark. Haha. Gotta kill some if needed. Laughing face. Thanks for the compliment. Q. _. A million thanks for the compliment. Tragic Mat 1. Well, part of it was to push Levy and Naruto together, but they were actually fated to die from the start of this story. Insert Neji speech here. Asterisk. I had thought of it and listed the characters who would have a potential to betray Fairytail for power if push comes to shove. The list was narrowed down to Luxus, Ragenshu, Jet and Droy. Gray, Natsu, Urza, Lucy and Makarov are immediately out of the list for obvious reasons. The other Fairytail characters were too insignificant. I thought of Alzik, but he has no reason to betray them since this isn't Naruto x Visca. Back to my narrowed list. Luxus. Well, I had other plans for him. Ragenshu. I was tempted to, but it would have been too predictable and I felt like I need them for Luxus development later on. That leaves only Jet and Droy. They have the desire to defeat Naruto. Even in the manga they wanted Gajil down, now for killing them off. Well, Levantine isn't a merciful being. He'd kill you if he thinks you're a nuisance or to make an example of something. And about him eating Droy's soul. Well, it's one of Levantine's abilities, so yeah. Insert Neji's voice here. Fate has decreed for them to die. End of Neji's voice. Asterisk. Hope it explains my decision to kill them off. Laughing face. Thanks for the review. _. Shinkai Kajun. Laughing face. You get a Pocky hands out multi-flavored Pocky. Hope you like this chapter. _. Gaijin Samurai. Thanks. Smiley face. I had a hard time with the romantic parts. XD, and yet I have added some again in this chapter. I guess that's normal since they are together now. Would have been weird if not. Haha. About the other girl, as what I have said in the poll notice, I might add one. You might like the addition. P. Juvia and Naruto sibling relationship. Haha, I really love to use them a comic relief, and there will be another comic duo introduced here in this chapter. Spoiler junkie. Ha, you might get who are the children of the myths and the elements in this chapter, and yes, if Naruto doesn't stop his antics, Juvia might suck his wallet dry. Thanks for the review. Laughing face. Sispark 01. The fate of the elemental nations will be uncovered in this chapter and also much more. The reason for the lack of chakra will also be revealed. _. Well, I can't reveal anything that was asked on the second paragraph, so please stay tuned. Smiley face. The myth will be revealed soon. Very soon. Cheeky smiley face. Haha yeah. Naruto based of his new abilities from the abilities when he still had chakra. Since chakra isn't available anymore, he tried to use his magic and emulate the techniques from the elemental nations. Spoiler *XD. Haha, Levantine can do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't get detected by Naruto and Mira. Juvia had always been a creepy stalker with weird fetishes from the beginning. Haha. You'll find out what Levantine did to the camp soon. _. Thanks for the review, I really appreciated it. Savoxgut. Haha yeah, a little harem is nice, but too big is kind of overkill. I'm still thinking if I should add one to the pairing. Thanks. I try my best to pull away from the generic plotlines, but sometime it's hard to do, but I'll give it my best. Thanks for the review, and I hope I could hook you till the end. _. Yuki Cruje 2. You'll know the answer very soon. Laughing face. Thanks for the review. Smiley face. X bombsode. Yep. Naruto will live a poor man for his antics. D in time. Naruto's secret friends will be revealed. Thanks for the review. Laughing face. Uzumaki crossover. Yeah, my English really need work. A lot of it. My sister reminds that to me every single time she reads my papers. Of course, I don't let her know that I write fanfictions. She'll bug me every day if she knew. She's a Naruto and Fairytail fan. Laughing face. Good thing she didn't know my author name here. Haha. Thanks for the review and the heads up about my English. _. For the end. Chapter 14. Clothes. Yes, I'm still breathing. Laughing face. And thanks for the wait. I hope you like this chapter. CHMO1. Haha. Maybe or maybe another one. Unexpected. J. Reven 228. Thanks for the advice. I'm still thinking hard about it. Of course, plotline will always be on the first consideration. J. Lightning Blade 49. Jane. Well, it won't be Urza. It's not that I don't like her. I love her character really, and I read many fanfictions with Naru x Urza pairing, and when I say many I mean many. Hahaha, and that's probably the reason I don't use that pairing. I believe in giving the other characters a chance. Hahaha. Hated 252-2. Sorry about Juvia man. I really can't find it within myself to pair him with Naruto. Maybe because I love Juvia x Gray pairing so much and I get so much fun from writing Naruto and Juvia as siblings. Don't worry, your vote is considered. J. Thanks for the review and I hope you like this chapter. DE Bob 19. Haha, yes. Levy is like a plushie even in the manga. Sorry if it has been 2-0 now. I wanted to stay true to the fairy tale plot, but I guess it's a lot harder than I thought. Thanks for the review. _. Phenom. Sorry, this won't become Urza x Naruto. I want to focus on the other fairy tale characters. Krasni. Don't worry, I didn't intend to pair him with Urza or Lucy. As I have said to the others, I want to give the other characters to shine. J. Oh, and Mira will be a big part of this story, that I could assure you. About Lasana, yes, if Edalus isn't present she would be dead. I'm not sure about the others' opinion, but I like Lasana better when she was dead. Her death gave so much development to Natsu, Happy, Mira and Elfman, but when she came back, I don't think she had done anything to contribute except for Mira almost sacrificing herself for her, which almost made me crazy thinking Mira might die. XD. Thanks for the review and I hope you like this chapter. DM5 Demon. Yep, I know that many stories has been ruined because of harem. Especially when the story started to spin around the harem and not the plotline anymore. I have quitted reading many fanfictions because of that too, so rest assured that I won't be doing that same mistake. Thanks for the review. J. Planetary Cupcake. Laughing face. Enjoy the life of a freshman. I hope you like this chapter and thanks for the review. Wow, that was long. Now, guides. Talking. Thoughts. Words in italics are memories from the past. Change scene. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Fairytail and its characters. I only own this story because if I did, then Naruto would have been a kicking asses in Earthland rather than having his ass kicked in the elemental nations. Chapter 14. History 101. Mira, Levy and Juvia were cautiously waiting for Naruto to finish his scouting. Juvia hopes that Naruto hurries up. The odor is overloading Juvia's nose. Juvia said as she tried her best to cover her nose. I guess that is the bad side of having a dragon's sense of smell, huh? Mira said as she and Levy were covering also their noses from the odor, but not as worse as Juvia. But isn't it quite amazing? They say that mages trained by dragons are very rare mages, almost a myth, but Fairytail has 2 of them. Levy stated knowing about Juvia's magic just earlier. Oh, wait till you knew who Naruto's teacher and what kind of magic he has and you'll be more amazed, Mira teased. You knew of Naruto's teacher? He never told Juvia anything about him. Juvia asked, a little surprised that Mira knew what kind of magic Naruto wielded. As far as she knew, no one had heard him say what his magic was called, and there were no accounts in history that had the same magic description as he has. The same thought goes inside Levy's head. Naruto didn't know it, but after the festival, everybody was guessing what Naruto's magic was called. They researched about it but found no magic that had the same description. Yes, I do. My alter ego once knew someone who could use it, Mira answered. How old is Zatanna-san exactly? Juvia asked. She's older than Earthland history. Mira answered just as Naruto dropped down next to Levy. Mira, take Juvia and Levy with you and head to the nearest town from here, Naruto said seriously. Are you going to head there by yourself? Isn't that too dangerous? Mira asked as she pointed at the direction where the foul odor was. I'll be fine. I can handle the situation here. Let me go with you, Levy pleaded. I'm sorry, but please go with them. I fear that the nearest town is in danger, so all you three are needed to scout the town and if necessary evacuate the people. Naruto answered gently but with authority. Let's go, Levy. Naruto be careful, Juvia said, fully understanding the situation. She had been with Naruto long enough to know when she has to follow orders. Mira looked at Naruto and said, very well, we shall scout the next town. We'll meet you there too, I presume? To which she got a nod. Let's go, Levy, Juvia. We have a town to scout, Mira said with a voice that won't accept disagreement. Be careful, okay? If it's too bad, just retreat. Remember, you promised me, Levy said in worry. I will, you three be careful too. And Mira, Naruto was cut off by Mira. I know, I'll take care of them and won't overdo it. The three walked away from Naruto, heading back to the road in a hurry to reach the nearest town. Naruto ran towards the place where the odor came from. At the end of the forest, he jumped down on the cliff and landed softly on the settlement below. He felt a presence landing behind him as he looked at the scene. Were you able to find anyone alive? He asked. No, I just got here this morning. From the looks of it, this probably happened a couple of days ago. He probably did this to taunt me. Have you found out who the victims are? Naruto asked. They are bandits. Guess the wackos met someone who's more wacko than them. The other answered with a gruff voice as both of them looked at the horrendous sight in front of them. It made Naruto felt a little relief to know that the victims were scum, but still he felt that no one deserves to die this way. It's a good thing you sent those ladies away, they wouldn't handle this grotesque sight, the other continued. In front of them were about 20 or so dead humans. No human was in one piece. Some bodies have missing heads, limbs, and some are even cut open like butchered meat. The butchered remains were arranged in such a way that they were forming a symbol. And it's a good thing your sense of smell isn't being overloaded. Juvia couldn't have handled it, Naruto replied. I'm a mercenary, I'm used to this. So it's true, he's a mindless butchering dragon. He just looked human now, Naruto's companion said. He's not actually mindless now. He got some human intellect now and he will be a lot dangerous when he starts using it. Naruto replied as he started to move towards the pile of humans. Destroy the camps and we'll dispose of them, Naruto said as he kneeled in front of the pile of humans, and then he slammed his two hands on the ground. Immediately, the pile of bodies together with the debris around it floated as Naruto used his magic to nullify the force of gravity. Naruto then reared his fist back and punched the ground under them, staining his fist with the blood that was on the ground. Due to the lack of gravity, the debris floated up and stayed there. In front of Naruto was a sinkhole about 6 feet in circumference and 40 feet deep. He heard a whistle of approval as his companion came back. That is some handy magic you got there. Naruto looked back and saw him pulling a metallic pulley large enough to carry all that was on the campsite. And so are yours, Naruto replied as his companion pulled the pulley and dumped the remains of the camp, but due to the lack of gravity, it floated. Well shit, we forgot your fucking magic nullified the gravity of the area, his companion said. Naruto could only shake his head at his companion's choice of words. The elements are really very different from each other, especially those with opposite elements, he thought. Naruto inspected the things floating. He really didn't fully nullify the gravity, he just lessened it. So in effect the heavier objects are floating lower. He smirked, it was perfect. The heavier objects were the ones he needed to bury. He stepped back and his companion followed suit. Being hit by those floating objects on their way down isn't exactly on their plan. Once they were a little far away, Naruto cancelled his magic and the objects fell down towards the sinkhole, but a weak wind blew and some of the dust and sand were blown away from the sinkhole, leaving it half buried. Well, that didn't work, his companion deadpanned, but he shut up as he saw Naruto lifted several rocks using his magic. Huh? You think I'll get hurt by those rocks? He taunted as Naruto shook his head. I'm wrong, fire and earth are similar, both of them are idiots. He mumbled as he sent the rocks towards the sinkhole, effectively covering it, albeit not smoothly. Naruto sat on the ground to recover some energy. He saw a big metal hammer crash towards the rock, flattening them. There, finishing touches, his companion said as the hammer retracted to his arm. He sat next to Naruto and started on chomping on something. Naruto looked at him and said, "You really are a glutton, are you? Aren't all the elements are? Want some? Though, you better wash your hands first, your fists are full of blood." His companion answered as he continued to chomp on his food. "No thanks, you're the only one who has the teeth and stomach to eat those kinds of things. And I believe the heir isn't a glutton," Naruto replied. "What are you saying? She's the most gluttonous of all, air is everywhere, she only needs to freaking breathe," was the reply he got. Naruto looked at his companion with a blank face. "I'm an idiot, I didn't realize that sooner," Naruto thought. "The air is the one most dangerous to your wallet. I'll heed my warning if I were you," he said to Naruto with a taunt as he looked at Naruto and noticed him a little winded. "Fuck man, your control over your magic is bad if those simple things winded you even a little bit," he commented. "Yeah," was all Naruto's reply. "So how was your meeting with the bitch?" The man beside him said. "It went well, too well than expected. I'd imagine you had to give her something of great importance for her to agree." "Yes, I did. I told her where she could find what she was looking for a long time now," Naruto answered. "Well shit, you might just have given the devil something to kill us all. You should be careful dealing with the likes of her." "Yeah, but I believe that she wouldn't use it for something like that. I trust her, after all she is still my older sister even if not by blood," Naruto answered while looking at the clouds. "Ivan wanted me to join Fairytail as an agent for him." "You want me to help you out?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "Help me out? You're the fucking person who dragged me into this mess and you ask me if I want your help? At least find a way for me to get in your guild. It's bad enough that I need to suck up to that fool named Ivan, now I need to find a way to get in your guild," the man grumbled. "Fine, I guess there's no helping it. But I need to inform the master everything first, then I'll tell you when you can apply," Naruto answered. "You sure the master will agree?" "Yeah, after all having a spy to his estranged son is something he won't pass up. I'll explain to him everything but you'll probably become a double agent. Informing us about Ivan and giving Ivan WROG information," Naruto answered. "Oh how lucky of me," his companion replied sarcastically. "Whose side will you be on when the clash between Fairytail and Raventail happens?" Naruto asked. "What an idiotic question, especially now that Levantine is roaming around. I don't side on any guild but I believe I don't have to tell you whose side I am on." "You're worried for the other elements aren't you? Even if you don't say it, they're like sibling to you even if you haven't met them once," Naruto smirked. His companion stood up and started to walk away. "Whatever, I'm just doing this because you said your information was right and I'll need help to take down Levantine when he starts to show up. Oh and Luxus is doing fine, last time I checked he was training with Cloth Face," he said, but before he could leave he heard Naruto say, "That's good, at least Ivan hasn't got his clutches on Luxus yet. I still don't understand why Ivan wants that lacrima inside Luxus," the man said while looking at the sky. "Well, it is a special lacrima. How special? I mean, Ivan has hordes of lacrima like that. He even implanted some of them on his subordinates and to top it all, lightning lacrima isn't that rare or special. Heck, he got a bunch of those, so what's the point of him trying his best to get it back? I don't think it is a great loss for him if he lost one or two of it. I asked him once about it and all he said that it was quite very special and one of a kind, whatever that means," the man said as he scratched his head in annoyance as he couldn't understand Ivan's train of thought. "That is quite an interesting insight. Why would Ivan want something he already has hordes of? I guess we need more information about that lacrima. Anyway, any information about that thing that is in Ivan's possession?" Naruto asked. "Nope, not a clue. Seriously, do you really think he has that? I really don't like wasting my time sucking up to him and then find out that we had the wrong conclusion," was the answer he got. "I'm sure he has it. I felt its aura in him once when I was still a mercenary and had encountered him. Haven't you felt it yet?" Naruto asked. "Well gee, I have a keen sense of smell. Feeling auras and magic is your specialty, not mine. Now, I believe I need to go back before that blasted guild master of mine gets suspicious. You know I can't help you more than this anymore. He would get suspicious of me if I participate in your little lizard hunt. But I don't think you would need any more help from me. After all, you have the water dragon slayer, the demon Mirajane, and what's her name? It's Levy, and she specializes in runes, and Naruto was cut off by his companion. Yeah, whatever. Just kill that lizard. I have to go now. Naruto shook his head at him and said, I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank you for being a good friend. To which he smirked and left Naruto. Better clean up and catch up to the others, Naruto said as he stood up. I'm glad. It looks like the town is okay, Levy said as she stood at the lively town's entrance. Let's scout the town, but let's not split up. Meeting Levantine alone is dangerous, Mira said with a calm voice, but they imagined a demon image behind her. It looks like demon Mirajane is back, they thought as they followed Mira inside the town. Once inside, Levy and Juvia actively scouted the area, scanning the area with their eyes and Juvia sniffing the air for any scent. They've also subtly listened to conversations around them, but Mira wasn't. She was boiling inside at what Naruto just did. That idiot sent us the wrong way. Clearly, Levantine wouldn't go here. This place houses Lamia Scale Guild and they had Juranekis. Levantine can feel magic presence, an ability he copied from Naruto. He would easily feel the presence of several strong mages here, and as he is now, Jura and his guild will be overwhelming for him. Mira didn't know, but she was emitting a scary aura. Why is Mira-san emitting scary aura? Is she preparing for battle or attracting Levantine? Juvia asked Levy nervously. No, Mira only does that when she is pissed off, Levy answered, equally nervous. Both of them stepped back a little to distance themselves a little from Mira. Whoever pissed her off will probably going to get themselves killed, badly. When I see him, he's going to get it. Who does he think we are? We are mages, not freakin' damsels in distress, Mira thought. Could you let me out when you beat him? I want to beat him up too, Zatanna asked her. Outside, two men approached Mira. Levy and Juvia silently told them not to do it using hand gestures. Last thing they wanted was secretly disposing of dead bodies, but the two men didn't heed their warning. Hey beautiful missus, want to spend some time with us? You know we're from Lamia Scale and we're popular here, so we can hang out anywhere we want, one of them said with a perverted grin. Mira gave them a demon look and said, out of my way. They felt shivers on their spines, but they paid it no mind as one of them grabbed Mira's arm. Oh come on, we'll have fun, he said, to which Levy and Juvia paled as they almost run for cover. They silently prayed that the man's soul reach the afterlife swiftly, but they know he wouldn't. He would be crawling towards it. Don't touch me, Mira exclaimed as she did a roundhouse kick with the heel of her shoes connecting to the man's cheek, sending him to the ground. The other responded by charging with reared fist, but Mira was faster. She sidestepped, letting the man go past her. Then, when she was behind him, she kicked him between his legs, hitting his manly treasure. The man collapsed on the floor with agonizing pain beside his friend, who was also nursing his face. They heard knuckles cracking as Mira said, "You came at the right time. I need to release some of my anger," she said as they looked at her in fear. Juvia and Levy cringed as Mira beat the two men. Well, they do deserve it, was their thought to justify their decision on not to stop Mira lest they want the anger to be directed at them. I think that would be enough, Mirajane-san, a voice said. What, you want to die? Mira said as she looked at the source but instantly recognized the owner as the guildmaster of Lamia Scale, which prompted her to stop and step back in fear of the consequences of what she did. No, not at all, but I believe you should save some for me to punish my children for their actions. Do not worry, I saw what happened and that is why I let you rough them up a little, but now it's time for me to subject them to our guild's Magna Carta. The guildmaster said with a smile as the two downed members were dragged towards the guild by the master. Mira gave a sigh of relief. She took a deep breath as she massaged her forehead. I'm turning back to my immature side again, she said as she took a moment to calm herself. She looked at Levy and Juvia and saw them nervous. She couldn't help but chuckle. Great, it looks like I still got my swagger, she thought as she said. Come on, if I remember right, there is a nice hotel here that has a hot spring inside. They followed her without question. Once they reached the hotel, they rented a room for 4 persons. A male with blonde hair and blue eyes might come here. His name is Naruto Namikaze, please direct him to our room, Mira told the woman behind the desk. Yes, ma'am, she answered. As the trio got out of hearing range, the hotel staff murmured to one another. That's got to be one lucky guy to be able to get 3 hot girls. One of the male staffs said to the other. Yes, life is unfair to us less fortunate, his coworker said as they shed comical tears. The gossiping female workers just looked at them like they were some idiots. The trio of mages entered their room. Instantly, Levy and Juvia walked towards one bed each and dropped their belongings beside their bed and lied down to relax. Mira walked towards the bed opposite of Levy and beside Juvia. She dropped her belonging and sat on the bed. She contemplated for a while and said in a soft tone. Sorry, I almost got us into trouble with Lamia Scale earlier. Juvia and Levy sat up and looked at her then smiled. It's okay, those two deserved it anyway, Juvia assured. Well, at least we know that you still have that fierce attitude that everybody once knew, Levy said with a giggle to lighten Mira's mood. Mira smiled and said, yeah, I tried to grow out of it but I guess sometimes it still shows when I'm extremely pissed off. Why were you pissed off? Mira-san has been emitting the angry aura ever since we entered town, Juvia asked confused. It's because of what Naruto did, she answered trying to calm herself as she remembered Naruto's decision. I think I don't understand. You were okay when he said that we split up and scout this area? Levy asked trying to find reason why Mira was pissed off on Naruto and possibly try to calm her before she beat the hell out of Naruto. Yes, but at that time I didn't understand entirely, because I haven't gotten out of Magnolia for a long time. I forgot that the town nearest was where Lamia Scale was. If I had known, I would have outright overruled his decision. Juvia believes she does not understand, Juvia replied. What's the difference between towns with mage guilds and towns with no mage guild? Mira asked. Mages? Juvia asked. No, not just that. Maybe you didn't felt it in Magnolia or when you entered a town of a guild, but if you're a censor, you would notice that the town is enveloped by a magic presence. You'll actually feel it even a few hundred meters away from town. This town is no exception. Mira started. But why? Juvia asked. It is to alert the master of the guild for any imminent danger. Mages have many enemies that may want revenge by causing trouble to the town, so in exchange of letting a guild be established on a town, the guild becomes its protectors. The moment anybody with strong magic in their body enters the town, the master is alerted. But how come Naruto Ni and Juvia were able to enter Magnolia undetected when we attacked the former guild house? Juvia asked. That is not a new issue. Master said that it's not only Naruto who could do that. He said that the only 2 people he knew who could enter a mage town undetected are Naruto and Mistogen. Even Jose knew of it, that is why he sent Naruto. Naruto's presence alone must have disrupted the barrier, that was why you weren't detected too, because when he wasn't around, Master could easily detect you. Actually, Master told me that only Naruto and Mistogen are the only 2 mages from the guild whom he can't actually detect when they were inside the town. Mira answered. But Freed's seal detected Mistogen when he entered town on the festival, Levy said. Freed's seal at that time detects the Fairytail symbol stamped on our body. It is the reason why Wendy wasn't included in the event even if she was clearly a mage. So if Levantine goes here, he would immediately sense the barrier and the strength of the mages here. I'm sure he isn't stupid enough to face Jura and Lamia's master when he gets detected, Mira answered. Maybe he copied Naruto's spell to surpass barriers, Levy reasoned. If it's a spell, the barrier would surely detect it. A spell still uses magic, so even if you masked yourself with a spell, what will mask the magic residue of the spell? Naruto and Mistogen's magic are special, that's what I am sure, Mira countered. Then maybe he copied Naruto Ni's magic, Juvia said. There is a reason why he gave me his sword before even using his real magic. I'll let Naruto tell you the reason. But one thing I am sure. Zatanna could detect Levantine's presence when he is inside a kilometer radius even if he masked his magic. I'll still detect it, but as of now, I detect not even a single bit of presence from him, Mira said seriously. Then that means, yes, that Levantine was never here, and I am sure Naruto knew of it too. He knows Levantine does not just think through instinct anymore but also like human. As of now, Levantine isn't strong enough to beat a Class S mage. His instincts and human intellect will immediately tell him to stay away from town with strong magic presence. The flight instinct. Levy whispered. Yes, so do you realize now why I am pissed off? Naruto ditched us because he saw something when he scouted and he didn't want us to be involved. I hate it when I am being protected as if I am a damsel in distress. Mira said with gritted teeth as she looked on the floor. She heard them getting up from their bed. She looked at them and she smirked. Yes, revenge shall be mine, Mira thought as she giggled wickedly while rubbing her palms together inside her mind. Zatanna could only look at her alter ego as she shook her head. And they say I was the devil. Zatanna mumbled as she pitied Naruto a little, though she knew he deserved it. I'll take a dip on the hot springs now. I need to be at my best. When I'm mad, him explain. Levy said calmly, but you could see a Hania behind her. Juvia will take a dip too. She feels that it would be a long story, Juvia said with a grinning dragon behind her. Ah yes, a long explanation indeed, Mira said as all three chuckled darkly. Nope, I am actually the angel here, Zatanna said with a sweat drop as she watched the three laughed. A little away from town, Naruto suddenly felt shivers go down his spine. Why does my gut tells me that I should just turn around and run away? Nah, Levantine surely isn't on this town, so no danger here. The only problem is if they find out that I lied, but I doubt that, and those are three cute girls. What harm could they do to me? Naruto said as he walked towards town, ignoring his dreading gut feeling. On a place where the spirits reside, three men watched Naruto. The fool. I already taught him not to underestimate anyone, especially those who looked harmless, Valandel said. Well, it looks like Naruto is still as idiot as ever when it comes to girls. When he was on the elemental nations, he has been constantly slugged by Amazons, but he always brushed it off as love taps. I don't think he'll ever learn, Kakashi said while reading the new release of ICHA Afterlife. They both heard someone giggling perversely and saw that it was Jiraiya. What are you saying? Being killed by three beautiful women is the best way of death, Jiraiya proclaimed. The two just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Fools. At least you would die happily. Imagine dying through suffocation with the use of their assets, or dying from too much exhaustion because of rigorous activities, Jiraiya said as he filled his two companions' mind with not-so-decent thoughts. The three of them started to have perverted imaginations until they heard cracking of knuckles behind them. They looked back and saw Tsunade together with Sakura and a female raven-haired elf. Sakura and Tsunade were the ones cracking their knuckles while the female elf just stood there with a "you three are idiots" look. Jiraiya made a perverted giggle and then held out his arms in a welcoming embracing while saying, "Come here. Papa's waiting," Jiraiya shouted while Valandel and Kakashi just raised an eyebrow and shook their heads. They may be perverts and would gladly risk being beaten because of it, but they were by no means suicidal even if they were practically dead. Valandel watched as Tsunade and Sakura launched his two companions into orbit and then proceeded to beat them out when they landed, Jiraiya for being perverted and Kakashi for calling them Amazons. He stiffened when the female elf walked towards him with an unreadable face. He released a sigh of relief though as she just stood next to him and watched Naruto too. Naruto-chan has all grown up. It's good thing that he isn't carrying that sword anymore. She spoke with concern but with a smile. Yeah, I guess our children have all grown up, Valandel said as he snaked his left arm to her waist and pulled her closer, but he saw her faraway look. Are you worried about her? He asked, to which he got a subtle nod. I worry about her extreme decisions, was her reply. Don't worry, her Naru-chan will surely protect her. Silence reigned between them until Valandel suddenly doubled over as he was punched abruptly on the gut. He looked at the female elf as she retracted her fist from his gut. Next time I find out that you are having perverted thoughts about other girls, you'll consider that punch as nothing but a love tap. Got it? She said with a very sweet voice. Yes, ma'am, Valandel said as he collapsed on the floor and lay there while clutching his gut while the female elf gave one last look at Naruto. Be careful, Naruto-kun, she said as she left her perverted partner. Naruto reached the town entrance and as he stepped inside he somehow got an image of Valandel laying on the floor, stomach first, with one hand clutching his gut and the other hand signaling for him to run. No, you fool, run. Run away and never look back, was what he thought he was saying, or something like that. He shook his head. I must be getting crazy. Nah, it's probably from stress, exhaustion and that horrible smell. He dismissed as he walked around town to try and find them until he heard two teenaged ladies gossiping. Wasn't that Mirajane of Fairytail that beat those two Lamia scale mages? I hope it isn't a declaration of a guild war, a lady said to her companion with concern. I heard they deserved it because they tried to do perverted things to her. They said that even the master of Lamia scale approved of the beating. So, I think there won't be a guild war since they clearly deserved it, her companion answered. Once Naruto heard what they were talking about, he immediately approached them. Good afternoon, I'm a mage from Fairytail. I heard talking about one of us beating other mages. May I know if my companions are still in town? He asked politely. But are you really from Fairytail, mister? They asked with small blushes at the sight of the polite hot blonde. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Naruto Namikaze. I was on a mission with Mira and two other members, but we had to separate for a while and I've been looking for them. By any chance could you direct me where they are? He answered as he showed them his red Fairytail mark in his left chest. We see, sorry for doubting you. There have been many posers and Fairytail has some enemies. We just didn't like to stain our town's name by telling the whereabouts of foreign mages that visit our town. She answered with a blush at the sight of his well-toned chest. That is of no problem, ma'am. I appreciate your concern for the foreign mages. Thank you. Naruto answered, oblivious of his effects on the two as he fixed his dress. Well, your group is staying at the Hot Springs Hotel in the middle of the town, they said, trying to suppress their blush. Oh, thank you very much, he said as he bowed in thanks. Then he gave them a smile and waved as he ran towards the hotel. When he was out of hearing range, the two ladies fanned themselves using their hands. Oh my, did you see how hot he was? Those well-toned chest, that sun-kissed hair and those mesmerizing cerulean eyes that looks like he could peek into your soul? One of them said with dreamy eyes. Her companion could only nod as she was also in a similar state. Somewhere in town Levy felt like she needed to dispose of some ladies and punish a certain blonde, but she shook it off as there was a matter at hand. Naruto reached the hotel and proceeded inside. He stopped in front of the desk lady. Hi, may I inquire if 3 female headed by Mirajane of Fairytail has checked in this hotel? He asked. Are you Mr. Naruto Namikaze? She asked. Yes ma'am, that would be me, he answered as he showed again his Fairytail mark to prove that he was no poser. She took her eyes off him and said as she handed him his keys. They are staying in room 410. You may proceed there, it's in the 4th floor. Thanks, he said as he left. As Naruto approaches the door with the number 410, he could feel dread in his gut and shivers in his spine. It doesn't help that Valandal's voice was still tingling in his mind. Maybe I shouldn't go inside after all, he thought as he started to turn his back on the door. Naruto, the door is open, it's safe to come in. He heard Juvia's voice behind the door. Damn dragon's nose, why'd I feel that safe was a warning? Well, no running for me now, lest I want to know what happens when you piss them off, he thought as he placed his hand on the doorknob and opened the door. Inside he saw a sight he knew would cause him trouble by a lot. Inside the room, Juvia, Levy and Mira were sitting abed, each one of them. In the middle of the 4 beds was a lone chair, his execution chair he presumed. Damn, they caught me and it looks like they aren't happy, he thought as he looked at their overly sweet smiling faces. The feeling of dread has already been off the charts and he knew that there will be no running anymore. Hello Naruto, how was your scouting? Mira asked in a daggerously innocent voice. It gone out well, how about in your end? Naruto stated calmly but nervous inside. Well, that is good, Naruto-kun. It's all good to our end, we didn't even have to lift a finger. It seems that you made an incorrect decision to send us here because Mira said that she couldn't sense him here. You didn't make a mistake on purpose, right Naruto-kun? Levy said in a very sweet voice. Of course not, I guess I made a wrong assumption. I knew I should have thought it over more, Naruto said sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. Whatever you did on the camp probably tired you out. I could smell sweat in you, Naruto-ni. Juvia stated as she forcefully took off Naruto's haori and sash. Oh, how terrible of me for not taking into account that you might be tired. Why don't you sit in this chair, Naruto-kun? Levy apologized. No, I'm not that tired and, Naruto was cut off as he heard Levy with an overly sweet voice. Naruto-kun, seat. Yes ma'am, Naruto said as he gulped and proceeded to seat on the chair. When he was seated, Levy took off his gloves and the wrappings on his hands, making the sleeves loose. She folded it, so the hands were not covered by the sleeves. Your shoulder must be aching from the mission, Naruto ni. Let Juvia massage you a little bit. Juvia said as she positioned herself behind the chair and rested her hands on his shoulders. Thank you, but that is not needed. Ga! Naruto shouted in pain as Juvia tightened her grip on his shoulder. It seems your shoulders are a little stiff. Juvia will have to soften it, and while she does, why don't you tell us a story? Mira said as she cracked her knuckles. What story? I'm afraid I don't follow. Naruto feigned innocence. Why, your story of course. Mira answered. Story about what? He asked. Anything. How you got your hands on Levantine and what are you hiding regarding him? Mira answered sternly. I'm sorry, there are things that I can't tell you, was his low reply. Why the hell not? Juvia exclaimed as she gripped his shoulder to everyone's surprise. If I do, Naruto couldn't find words to finish his reasons. Why? Because we will be dragged into your mess, aren't we? Already in this mess? Naruto-kun, I already lost 2 friends because of this. I don't think I could take if I lose another one, especially you. Levy said as she stood in front of him with her eyes focused on his eyes. Naruto stayed silent. He knew that once he opened his mouth, he would tell them everything. Everything, from how I wasn't from this timeline or how I am linked to a Biju, how I once lived as a ninja who killed in wars and missions, how I was once a mercenary mage who killed people and monster in cold blood, how I would sometimes lose control of Levantine and how I love the power I feel when he takes control. And how I killed my master because of power. Will they still look at me in the same manner like now? What if they looked at me like how people of Konoha once looked at me? A weapon, a monster incarnate. I don't want to see those looks directed to me again. I don't want to be shunned again, especially the people who are special to me. I don't want to see fear and disgust in their eyes when they look at me, was his fearful thought as he averted his eyes to the floor so they won't see the fear in his eyes. Naruto-kun? Levy asked, worried at his silence. I'm sorry, my story is something I can't tell, he answered lowly. You're horrible, Naruto ni. You said that you and Juvia are siblings. You said that Fairytail is now like our family. Family does not keep things to each other, Juvia said as she walked away from him and towards the door. Juvia, Mira said. Let's stop this, Mira-san. He won't spill anything even if we torture him. That's just how he is. Juvia is tired of your antics, Naruto ni. She is tired of always trying to decipher and know more about you. Juvia is so tired of trying to establish a mutual trust like siblings with you when all you always do is just leave her outside of your box. You think you're protecting everyone by doing that? You're just hurting us, Juvia said as she walked out and slammed the door close. Mira walked towards the slammed door and said, I know there are secrets that people can't tell even to their friends or family. But you, we don't know anything about you. We never did because you never talked even a single bit about you. Everything we knew about you is nothing but speculations that we formulated from our observations. Just one question, and I hope you could at least answer this. When you sent us away, was it really because you wanted to make sure that the next town was okay, or was it because you didn't think that we could handle what we would see in that camp? Mira asked. Naruto didn't answer, but his silence was more than enough to answer her question. You know what? For someone who kept calling Natsu an idiot, you're much more of a freaking idiot than he is. Natsu may be brash and loud, but he never kept a secret from his friends, and at least he never even once doubted any one of us, she said, but before she could walk out, she heard Naruto spoke lowly. I never doubted any one of you. I know that everyone was capable of completing a mission without fail. There is just something Levantine left on that camp that was connected to my past. You idiot, whether you doubt our skills as a mage or doubt that we would turn against you when we knew your past, it's all the same. You didn't trust us, Mira said as she walked out. Levy looked at Naruto with a mixture of hurt and sadness. She is right, she said as she took his hand and enclosed it in hers. Why do you doubt us? You know, you could tell us everything, we wouldn't turn our backs on you. It does not matter to us what you were in the past. What's important to us is who you are now and what you want in the future. If you are uncomfortable telling us about it, then why don't we trade stories about ourselves? That way, it's not like a one-way street. Family, friendship and love cannot be established without trust. I'm afraid that with how you are acting that I might lose you too. I don't think I could handle any more if I lose you too. she said as she placed his palm on the side of her face and felt the warmth of his touch. Naruto felt droplets of water on his palm. He looked at Levy's face and he saw that tears were streaming in her closed eyes as she pressed his palm on her cheek. He couldn't take it seeing her like that. She had been crying a lot and most of it was connected to him. Myra's right, I'm such an idiot. All I do is fear that everything would be messed up. When did I become like this? A coward who kept on running away from his past. I never realized that the people precious to me is being hurt because of my distrust, he thought. Levy felt Naruto's palm left her face and for a moment she feared that he would leave, but not a second later she felt herself get enveloped into a tight embrace. It was like Naruto also feared that she would just vanish. She felt overwhelming joy as she cried and hugged back, but this time her tears were of joy as she felt how she was so important to him. I'm sorry, I was stupid. Forgive me for being an idiot and hurting you and everyone. I was just afraid to lose everything again, Naruto said as she looked up and stared at his eyes that could rival the sky in beauty, raining skies without clouds, because right now tears were also dropping on her face from those same skies. We wouldn't do that. I won't, Levy assured him. All my life, all I did was to prove myself to everyone. All my life, all I wanted was to be accepted, but whenever I achieved it, I somehow messed up and lose everything I have worked hard for, was his trembling reply. I'm not going to go anywhere, she answered with conviction. They stayed silent for a few minutes, relishing each other's warmth until Naruto broke the embrace. Levy looked at him curiously but inwardly missing his warmth. I have to talk to them. I hate to apologize and explain myself. I promise when we got back to the guild, I'll tell everything, he told her. Are you sure you are ready now? I don't want you to do something out of duty, she asked him seriously. I've realized now that all I did was to run away from the ghost of my past. If my friends in the past see me like this, they'd be utterly disappointed and call me a coward. It's time for me to stop running and start moving forward. And the very first step is to be honest to the people who are important to me. Naruto answered with complete honesty. Levy smiled and hugged him. I'm sure you can. I'll help you and I'm sure they will not look at you differently. But, I think I'll be the one to talk to Mira. She isn't in the best mood to talk to you right now. Go talk to Juvia, I'm sure she will be more merciful to you. Mira might be very violent towards you right now, she said. That's okay. I deserve her punishment. He was cut off as he felt Levy punched his side. You idiot, the last thing I want is seeing you get hurt, she said. You do know that you just hurt me, right? He asked while nursing his left rib. I'm the only one allowed to hurt you, silly, she said as she pinched his cheek. He took hold of her pinching hand and said. All right, but if she becomes violent, run away, okay? He teased. Are you saying that I don't stand a chance against her? Levy said with a pout. You know you shouldn't pout like that, he said as she was surprised when he kissed her lips for a few seconds. Because I wouldn't be able to resist kissing you, he finished. Then maybe I should pout more, if the perks are that great, she teased with a pout. Then I might feel the need to oblige, he answered as he kissed her again. When the kiss broke, Levy only got a little air when Naruto kissed her again. After a while, Levy was gasping for air as they broke another kiss. Geez, when will you stop kissing me, you big meanie? She whined playfully. Until that cute pout is erased from your face, he said with a foxy grin. She smiled and said. I'm smiling now, okay. Now go and find your little sister, she's probably soaked in the rain, she said as she pushed him towards the door. Naruto only noticed the rain when Levy told him. She grabbed the umbrella Juvia left and handed it to Naruto. Now go apologize and fetch your sister. Mira is probably on the hot springs blowing some steam, so I don't need the umbrella. Can't I stay for a little more? Naruto asked with a childish plead. Levy walked towards the door, opened it and stepped out of the door, then turned towards him. Go, you overgrown child, she commanded as she gestured for him to get going. Naruto feigned sulking as he goes out, but before he turned to the hall, Levy gave a quick peck on his lips. I'll see you tonight, okay? She said. Of course, Naruto said with a childlike grin which made her blush. He ran to find Juvia, and when he was out of sight, Levy sighed. Naruto was already hot when he was Mr. Mysterious. Now his fangirls will dramatically increase in number when they saw the cute childlike Naruto, but who could have thought that he has that side of him? HMPH, let's see them try and take him from me. she said as she crossed her arms and a Hania aura appeared behind her. Naruto walked out of the hotel and opened Juvia's umbrella. He closed his eyes and soon it felt like everything around him ceased to exist. Even the sound of the rain has stopped and all he would see is darkness. He found himself in the middle of the darkness. Bit by bit the darkness was lit by flames ranging from as small as a candle light to as big as a bonfire. Each flame had different attributes in them. Some are very hot, some are freezing cold, and there are those that are different in color or have a peculiar shape. These were the representation of the magic around him. Each representation was different for each magic of each person. They were like each person's identification. He easily picked up Levy and Myris nearby. He also picked up a familiar magic approaching him, but he paid it no mind. It looks like Jura Nekis is not in town. Probably sent by Lamia's master in the joint guild mission. That's good, with Jura with them they have a big chance to take down that guild. Now, where is Juvia? Naruto said as he searched for Juvia's magic representation. He found it almost on the edge of the town. I should have known she would be on the highest place where she could see everything in town. Now to address the unexpected visitor. Naruto said as he closed his eyes again and then he started to hear the noises around him again. Naruto, oi Naruto, are you alright? Naruto heard as he opened his eyes and finds himself standing on the same spot before he closed his eyes for the first time. He looked at the person in front of him looking at him curiously. Oh good, for a moment I thought you fell asleep in the middle of the street since you weren't moving with your eyes closed for a few minutes. The passerby taunted. Strolling around town near Magnolia. Guess you missed home quickly. How have you been, Luxus? Naruto retorted. Not really, I just got here to claim the bounty for monster I exterminated. And I'm doing fine. Living as a mercenary is harder but I'll get by. What about you? Got a mission? If you're finished with it, let's have a drink. Luxus answered with a smirk. Well, aren't you very social now? Anyway, I'm still in the middle of a mission but we can talk later. I just have to find someone. If you're not in a hurry, I have something important to tell you, Naruto said seriously. Well, a mercenary got loads of time and I don't have to act all too proper now or like a role model. I mean I don't need to report to a guild or perform any guild duties. Guess excommunication has its perks. I've also learned quite a few things since our fight. Luxus shrugged. Great, here is the key to room 410 of the Hot Springs Hotel. Just wait for me there and we'll talk later. Naruto said as he gave him his keys. Okay. Guess I'll just sleep there while you arrive. They said that the food and lounging there is great. Luxus said as he transformed into lightning and zipped towards the open hotel window. Should have known that he wouldn't use the door. I'm sure I forgot to tell him something. I wonder what it is. Oh well, I'm sure it's not that important. Naruto shrugged as he walked quickly towards Juvia. When Luxus arrived at the room, he was confused. 4 beds? Probably the single rooms are all unavailable. Well, this is good, at least I can freeload for a night. Luxus said as he picked a bed and then stripped down to his boxers and dropped down to the bed. Ah yes, the beds here are first class. Wonder why the sheets smell like Mira. Ah well, it makes it a lot better. Luxus grinned as he hugged a pillow and fell asleep. He never noticed the bag beside the bed that has a picture of 3 white-haired siblings inside. Juvia was sitting on top of the town's highest building, the bell tower. She was drenched in the rain as she just let it pour on town. She didn't care if she was soaked. She wanted the rain to wash away her tears. Suddenly, the rain stopped her, that was what she thought. She looked above only to see her umbrella instead of the cloudy sky. You know this rain is kinda gloomy. I'm sure Gray wouldn't like this kind of feeling. Naruto said as he held the umbrella up to cover both of them. What do you want? Juvia doesn't want to talk to you and Juvia likes the rain. It doesn't concern you if she wants to get soaked in it. She answered. She felt the umbrella's cover disappear as Naruto closed it. Now, both of them are being soaked in the rain. What are you doing? Was all she could ask. Well, what kind of brother am I if I let my sister get soaked in the rain alone? He answered as he sat next to Juvia and looked at the town below, but Juvia didn't say anything. You know this is kind of nostalgic. Remember how we also did this before we separate ways after Phantom was disbanded? Naruto asked, but she never said anything nor gave him any eye contact. Come on Juvia, I'm sorry about what happened. I promise that from now on I won't keep secrets to you. I promise I'll tell you the things I am hiding when we get back to the guild. So please, talk to me. Naruto pleaded as he faced Juvia. Now, do you feel how Juvia felt when you didn't want to tell her what was wrong with you? She asked lowly. Yes, so please talk to me. Secrets are alright, but do you promise to tell Juvia when something is wrong with you? Yes, I'll never doubt you anymore, he said. Do you promise not only to treat Juvia to all you can eat but also everyone on the mission, tonight? She asked while hiding her smile at the prospect of getting one up on Naruto. Yes, I will treat you and the others. Wait, what? Naruto asked horrified as he just agreed to let Juvia and the others eat away his money. You already agreed, or are you tricking Juvia again? Juvia said with a grin. Of course not, I will treat all of you, Naruto deflated while crying comically. Don't cry Naruto ni, Juvia forgives you now, Juvia said and patted sulking Naruto's head. Naruto continued to sulk, mentally berating his idiot self for always falling to their tricks. He felt Juvia's head rest on his shoulder. Juvia never was angry at Naruto ni, she was just hurt because you doubt her. That's why she wanted to teach you a lesson, she said. I've learned my lesson, so can we forget about the whole treat? Naruto asked. Nah, lesson is a lesson and promise is a promise. Oh, just think of the foods Juvia could taste today. It's making Juvia's mouth water. Juvia said with a dreamy look. I pity you, Gray, Naruto mumbled. You said something? Could you stop the rain now? Naruto said, trying to cover what he said. Oh sorry, Juvia said, and the rain stopped immediately. They stayed silent until Naruto exclaimed. Aw shit. Now I know what I forgot to tell him. Juvia gave him a look that says, do I want to know? Come on, let's head back before Mira kills Luxus. Luxus? Yeah, I met him along the way here and told him to wait at the hotel room. I gave him my keys. Naruto answered. Juvia guesses that you forgot to tell him that you have teammates sharing your room. Juvia said, to which Naruto just smiled sheepishly. You are hopeless sometimes, Juvia said as she shook her head and stood up. Let's go before Mira commits a murder, Juvia said as she started to walk back towards the hotel while Naruto followed her. Mira has just got out of the hot spring together with Levy. Her anger has subsided when Levy talked to her, but she's still a little miffed. In her haste and anger, she forgot that she wasn't wearing a shirt when she left the room. That is why right now, she was only wearing her tight bicycle shorts and tank top that hang above her navel. She gave dirty looks to the males who were ogling at her while Levy was walking far from her destruction range when she has gone ballistic. They reached their room and both sighed in relief. Mira for being able to escape the ogling eyes of the male population and Levy for witnessing no bloodshed. As they opened their door though, Mira was instantly boiling in anger and Levy paled as she had just made a wrong conclusion. There, sleeping in Mira's bed, was a male with a blonde, almost orange hair. He was hugging the pillow that Mira had recently used when they were still waiting for Naruto, and the worst of all, the intruder was wearing nothing but boxer shorts. They couldn't identify who it was since his face was practically buried in the pillow, but Levy feared that in a few minutes he might be buried 6 feet under, if the cracking of Mira's knuckles and crimson red face full of tick marks isn't enough clues. May your spirit rest in peace, Levy prayed while sighing in relief that the man wasn't Naruto. The hair was already a dead giveaway that it wasn't him. Her Naruto-kun has bright sunshine hair. Meanwhile, Luxus was having a nice dream. The scent of Mira on the pillow was so intoxicating that he couldn't help but had some naughty dreams, and a drool started to go out of his mouth. But if that wasn't enough, Mira's scent was getting stronger, as if she was just beside him. He heard cracking of knuckles and he groggily opened his eyes. He took the pillow of himself. Clearly he was still half asleep. Levy and Mira were somewhat shocked to see that it was Luxus. They didn't expect him to be in this town, and why was he on their room? But Levy gasped and Mira became as red as tomato when they heard what Luxus said, who was clearly thinking that he was still asleep. Mira? Wow. This is one great dream. Not only Mira is here, but it is the feisty Mira and not just the barmaid. I must be in paradise. Steam came out of Mira's head, both from total embarrassment, anger and happiness. Levy couldn't really fathom much what was going on Mira's mind right now, but she surely didn't want to risk her life just to know. After all, she promised Naruto that she would stay out of trouble. As Luxus lunged forward trying to envelop Mira on a tight hug, Mira clenched her fist to give Luxus a warm welcome, Demon Mira Janeway. Get out of my bed and stay away from me, you perverted monkey, she exclaimed as her fist connected to Luxus' lips. But Luxus wasn't an S-class bordering Saint-class mage for no reason though. As soon as the fist connected to his face, he transformed into lightning and shot at the other side of the room away from the attacker. When he became human again, he was looking at the floor in shock as he held his mouth as blood dribbled on the side of it. He was able to minimize the damage, but the initial impact of the punch was enough to cut his lip. What the hell? Attacking a man while asleep, what a cheap trick, he said as he raised his head to see his attacker, only to see a tomato-face Mira in front of him, cracking her knuckles. He saw Levy at the door trying to stay away as possible from Myra's wrath. Mira, was all he could say in fear, as he knew that the demon Mira Jane in front of him was real. He could probably defeat her if he wants to, but he wouldn't do that. Mira was the only one in Fairytail he feared to fight. Power and skills doesn't matter, she would win in an instant. You have a minute to tell me why you are sleeping in my bed, Mira said dangerously, but her tomato face made her look cute instead of dangerous, at least on Luxus' point of view. Naruto. Luxus cleared his throat in an attempt to stop his stutter. It was a little successful though, as it calmed him down. Naruto said that I should wait for him in his room at the hotel, he started, to which both women raised an eyebrow. I swear, he said that we would talk about something and that I should wait for him in the room because he still needed to fetch someone. He crawled quickly towards his pants, which he thrown on the floor, and retrieved the hotel key Naruto gave him. See, this is the proof. Then realization dawned on him. That idiot. He didn't tell me that he had a team with him. I swear if I knew you were with him, I would have been careful on choosing the bed and would have not slept in my boxers, he said defensively. Levy internally giggled as she watched Luxus defend himself like a child in front of his mother. Who knew that Luxus could be such a child? But then again, Naruto-kun has this side of him too. Men are weird, but I wouldn't mind seeing this side of them often, she thought. I see, then I forgive you from catching you sleeping on our room with nothing but boxers, Mira said, in which Luxus gave a sigh of relief, but then he was surprised as a fist was brought down on his head. He laid on the floor face first while clutching his throbbing head. Why? Was all he could ask. That is for sleeping in my bed with nothing but boxers and hugging my pillow with your naked body and drooling on it while having perverted dreams. You are lucky that I am quite tired of today. Now get dressed, we will call the service crew to change my bed sheets and pillows. We will wait for Naruto and Juvia to return, she said as Luxus hurried to comply, not wanting to further incur her wrath. Juvia and Naruto landed in the balcony of their room. They were drenched in rain, so they thought that it would be better to not use the front door since they will catch too much attention, especially with their clothes clinging to the shape of their bodies. Meeting perverts, male or female, are the last people they wanted to deal with. The glass door was closed with the curtains obscuring what was inside. Naruto knocked on the door and soon they heard feet coming towards the door, as they heard Levy said while opening the door. Clearly, she knew of whose silhouette was standing outside. Geez, Naruto-kun, you really like entering through the back door. Her mumbling stopped when she saw Juvia and Naruto drenched in the rain. Why are you both soaked in the rain? I thought I told you to use the umbrella, she scolded in concern. Sorry, I kind of thought that bathing in the rain is cool, so I joined Juvia, he excused lamely, which earned him a glare from Levy. Go in and take a bath, then dry yourselves, now, she scolded as both of them followed her like she was their mother. Levy-san is scary, Ni-san. Juvia pities you. Naruto heard Juvia whisper. He raised his eyebrow and said in an equal whispering voice. Weren't you the same? Which earned him a small smirk. Glad you know, she finished. What are you two whispering about? Levy asked. Nothing, Mom, they teased. Hey you idiot, you forgot to tell me that you have company in here, Luxus said while nursing his head. Let me guess, you were pummeled because you slept in one of their beds? Naruto said. And from the looks of it, it's Mira-san's bed, Juvia said as she and Naruto looked at the tomato-faced Mira. Bad choice or good choice? Naruto asked Luxus. A damn great one, Luxus said with a grin and thumbs up. A fist came rushing to his face, but before it connected, he vanished in a spark of lightning. Mira looked everywhere to see where Luxus was, but she spotted him in front of Naruto. She huffed and crossed her arms. So what do you want to talk about? Luxus asked seriously. At least let me take a bath first. Naruto deadpanned. Luxus merely shook his head and sat on a bed. This time he carefully chose Naruto's bed. Come on Juvia, let's take a bath now. It's been a long time since we took a bath together, Naruto said with a grin. Juvia instantly got the message. He was teasing Levy for scolding them, so she got along. Ah yes, it's been a while. Juvia misses the things we do in the bath. Juvia answered with an equal smirk. Naruto, Levy said dangerously, then she suddenly calmed down and stuck out her tongue. It's going to take more than that to get a rise out of me. And you already told me that Juvia hasn't seen you naked, she said. Well damn, I forgot about that. Maybe we'll get a better reaction from Gray, what you think? He might get jealous and start to make a move on you, Naruto said with a smirk. Maybe, but next time Juvia will bring some rubber ducky just for kicks. Juvia answered with a small grin. They both took a fresh set of clothes. Naruto proceeded to go to the bathroom on the hallway while Juvia used the room's bathroom. When Naruto came back after his bath, he saw a red-faced Levy sitting on her bed, a smirking Mira sitting on Juvia's bed and Luxus laughing hysterically on the floor. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Did I miss something?" Instantly, Luxus was beside him with one of his arms slanged around his neck. Who would have thought? Of all people to become a couple, it'd be Levy and you. This is hilarious, like those stupid romance novels, Luxus said while laughing. Juvia came back and saw Luxus laughing while Levy and Naruto are red-faced. She instantly knew what information Luxus got. Come on, you gotta teach me how you did it so I could also use it, Luxus continued. Idiot, Naruto answered. Ah come on buddy, help me on my problem. The fish I'm trying to catch is a hard and feisty one. Luxus grinned. Come on, let's all get something to eat, Naruto said as he ushered everyone to follow him. Your treat? Luxus asked. Yes, Naruto promised Juvia to treat everyone for dinner as an apology for his earlier actions, Juvia answered. Oi, Luxus is not included. Naruto protested. Naruto you said everyone. Everyone means Luxus-san included since you already knew he was here in the first place. Juvia answered, to which everyone nodded in agreement, especially Luxus, who was nodding like crazy. Fine, Naruto said as they walked out of the room and proceeded to the restaurant just below the hotel. A private table for 5 please. Naruto told the man behind the desk. The man chimed his bell and a waiter came. Bring them to the north private alcove, he told the waiter. The waiter led them to a room by the north of the dining hall and opened the door. Inside was a round table with 5 chairs surrounding it. They each took a chair, then the waiter gave them each a menu. Please chime the bell when you have decided upon your orders, the waiter said as he bowed and left them. As the waiter closed the door, Luxus spoke. So, is the treat no holds barred? Yeah, Naruto answered regretfully. Everyone started to order high-classed foods. Is this okay, Naruto-kun? Levy whispered with concern. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah, I've had worse expenses than this, so, don't hold back, Naruto answered. If you say so, though, you might want to watch your weight. I think you wouldn't want to have a competition with Master Bob on the weight competition. By the way, Juvia is already heading there, Naruto teased, but he suddenly shuddered as he felt a chill gone through his spine. He looked back and saw a sweet smiling Juvia. Are you talking about Juvia? Juvia asked. No, just order your foods now, Naruto lied, to which Levy giggled. Moments later, the foods were served and they started eating. Luxus looked at Naruto and said, Want to tell me now? Everyone stopped eating and looked at Naruto. Luxus. Something bad happened on the guild. Naruto answered. How bad? Luxus asked. 2 guildmates died. Mira answered sadly. Who? Luxus asked with concern. Jet and Droy, Levy answered. Now I get why they aren't hanging out with Levy anymore. Who killed them? He asked angrily as he started to emit sparks. Calm down, we don't want any scene in here, Mira scolded, to which Luxus surprisingly obeyed. If I had known that Luxus was this deep for Mira, I would have let her fight him instead, Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Levantine killed them, Naruto answered seriously. Your freaking sword. How in hell did that happen? Luxus asked with a raised eyebrow. Remember that I didn't have the sword when we fought? Naruto asked, to which Luxus nodded. I actually almost lost control fighting Fried before that. You see, Levantine is not the name of the sword but the name of the soul sealed inside it. A dragon's soul actually. Naruto explained. That still doesn't answer the question how they died. They were still perfectly alive when I left, Luxus replied. Levantine takes advantage of the user's negative thoughts. He feeds on it and gets stronger because of it. In return, he enhances the strength, speed and magic of the user in exchange for them succumbing more to their negative thoughts. If this wasn't stopped, he will also feed on the user's soul and completely take over the body for his own. The sword's scabbard was the only thing protecting the user from the sword. I had it but I almost succumbed to Levantine. Thankfully Mira-san's Satan soul has the magic to exorcise the darkness on a person's heart. I was saved but Levantine was able to get some knowledge from tapping into my soul. I had decided to stop relying on the sword so I left it on Mira's care before I fought you. Naruto said as he took a bite from his food. Luxus didn't spoke and just gestured for Naruto to go on while he and the others also ate. I entrusted the sword to Master Makarov. I didn't want to use it anymore and I figured that it would be best if it would be kept or sealed somewhere. Master agreed and kept it on the guild's storeroom. As you know, the storeroom's security is top-notch against non-guild members. Naruto left it hanging and took another bite as he let Luxus come to his own conclusion. Well shit, wouldn't have known that a guild member would betray the guild just for power. So who stole the sword? Luxus answered but in the back of his head, he felt that he knew the answer. Jet and Droy. Levy answered sadly. Just as I thought, let me guess, they stole that sword to gain power because they were jealous of you and Naruto, right? Luxus asked to which he got nods. They hated Naruto for what he did and they couldn't accept the truth that you fell for Naruto so they wanted the sword's power, thinking that it was the one that gave him power to be strong, correct? Luxus continued as again he got nods. Idiots, they didn't take precaution and they ended up dead? Luxus asked. Right, when they stole the sword, I and Master were away from Magnolia. Mira and Juvia knows more. Naruto answered as he ate. Zatanna suddenly felt that something was wrong so I investigated. I found out that the sword was taken and I hurried to find them. I met Juvia along the way and we stumbled upon Jet's dead body on the forest. Juvia found the scabbard lying a little away from Jet. They must have thrown it away when they unsheathed the sword. Mira spoke. So let me get this straight, they stole the sword, they threw away the protection and then Droy got possessed, since Jet was the one that got himself killed. Luxus asked to which Naruto clapped his hands. Bravo, you got it right. Naruto teased. Don't insult my intelligence, Mr. Gullible. Luxus shot back to which Naruto deflated and started eating while sulking. Levy patted his head saying it was all right. So, you are on the hunt now for Droy's body that is being used by Levantine who ate Droy's soul? Luxus asked. Yes, we are. We need to seal or kill Levantine before he transfers to another body again. Each time he transfers to a body, he copies their magic and knowledge, he becomes stronger, Mira answered. Luxus took another bite of his food then looked at the window while chewing as if in deep thought then he spoke. Employ my services then. What do you mean? Mira asked but Naruto merely smiled at what Luxus meant. Luxus is not from Fairytail anymore, he's a mercenary. He wants to help us but he would look down upon by other mercenaries if he helped us just because he was once from Fairytail. So to cover that up, we must act as if we employed his services. We'll just have to send it to the local mercenary tavern that we have employed his services. Luxus, you have a copy of the blank official mission form? Naruto explained. Yeah, always have a dozen with me. Luxus said. Great, I'll fill it up later. Welcome to the crazy party then, Naruto replied. Say Naruto, do you know anything more about Levantine? Like his history and all. You know Mira kind of told me that you ditched them off the last time. Any reason why? Luxus asked. This got everyone's attention as they wanted to know Naruto's reason for ditching them last time. What I saw on that camp wasn't connected to Levantine's past or anything, it was actually connected to mine. Naruto stated calmly. Yours? But wasn't that Levantine's doing as you said? Mira asked. Yeah, but what he did was, Naruto tried to calm himself down as he remembered the scene while clenching his fist. He did something to either remind you of a painful past or disrespect something from your past that was very important to you. Luxus finished for him. Naruto took a deep breath and nodded. That was bandit camp. He killed and dismembered everyone on that camp. Nobody was in one piece, and then he piled them up on the center and arranged them so that they would portray the symbol of the village where I was born. My mind clouded when I saw it. I didn't want anyone to see it as it was a clear disgrace to my home village, so I made a rash decision and sent you all to the nearby town. I'm sorry, I know it was wrong, but at that time I didn't want any one of you to see it. Naruto said while looking nowhere but his food. He felt a hand on his shoulder and he looked to see it was Levy giving him a reassuring smile. He smiled back. Mira knows more about Levanteen's history than I am, Naruto said, which got everyone to look at Mira in confusion. How the hell does Mira know more than you? Luxus asked. Not me but my alter ego, Zatanna, Mira answered. Shall we talk about it after dinner then? Juvia asked, to which everyone nodded. Naruto and the others are now standing in a clearing a little away from town. Alright Mira, you can use takeover now, Naruto said as Mira used takeover. A blast of magical energy surrounded the area as Zatanna emerged. It's been a long time since I last saw Demon Mira. Almost forgot how incredibly sexy she is, Luxus said with a whistle. Zatanna shot him an unreadable look. What, just telling the truth you know, Luxus said. Why thank you then, but I'm sure the other Mira would love it better if you complimented her and not me, Zatanna replied with a devilish smirk. You can count on me, ma'am, Luxus said with a salute. Okay, cut with the lovey-dovey and let's get started, Naruto teased. Really Naruto ni, do you have the right to say that? Juvia said as she pointed at Naruto's arm around Levy's waist. Are you jealous? Come on, Ni-san's other arm is free, Naruto teased back. Do you really want to live a poor life? Juvia asked. Alright, enough chit-chat. I'll start with the story, take a seat, it's going to take a while, Zatanna said as she sat on a rock. Naruto took off his haori and placed it on the ground, gesturing for Levy and Juvia to sit on it. They nodded in thanks as Naruto and Luxus proceeded to the tree beside Zatanna's rock, and then they perched themselves on the branches. It all started years before Earthland history. There was a remote place in this world where no humans live. It was a place where creatures known to humans as myths live. It was called Makai. Why does humans call them myths if they are real? Luxus asked. That is because humans and inhabitants of Makai almost never see each other, Zatanna answered. She closed her eyes and sighed. I guess it would be better if I start the story from the very beginning, when we were still living with humans. During that time, there were no mages. Humans were different, they were violent and warmongers. They were always at war and had always been killing each other. They asked us to teach them our magic so they could get the upper hand over the others. Our ancestors didn't want our magic to be used as a tool for war, so we shut ourselves away from them, but the humans were forceful and tried hunting us down. Zatanna paused and then continued. It was against our belief to use our magic against those who can't defend themselves against it. The humans used it to their advantage. They were able to capture some of us and they tried to force them to teach them, but our brethrens didn't help them. They were killed. Zatanna took a deep breath, trying to cast away the bad thoughts from the past. My father, our king at that time, together with the dragons, elves, phoenix and fairies, said that enough was enough and declared a war against humans. We were easily winning due to our magic. But some of our brethrens had become radical and wanted to exterminate the whole human race. The leaders of each clan couldn't stop them. All we wanted was to show the humans the horrors of war, but time came, when it was us fighting among ourselves. On one side, those who just want harmony between all races, while the other wanted the human race eradicated. The side that wanted harmony was winning, and the leader of the opposition, Levanteen, made a last-ditch of effort and released a beast that our ancestors have sealed, the Jubi. Zatanna was cut off as she felt a flicker of Naruto's magic. Something had interested you, Naruto? Zatanna said as she felt Naruto trying to stabilize his magic. Just triggered a memory from my past, I'll tell you after the mission, Naruto answered. But he didn't take account that beast was sealed. He was rabid and he emits nothing but pure evil and malice. His power was different from us, and he was so powerful that he has a version of almost all of our magic. The instant that he was released, his malicious power had bathed Levanteen. Levanteen instantly fell into a fitful sleep, trapped inside the Jubi's power. The beast went on a rampage and was about to start a catastrophe around the world. Why didn't you just seal it again like the last time? Luxus asked. That is because when it was first sealed, it was nothing but an infant. But years have passed and he grew up and his powers have become enormous. Why wasn't it killed when it was an infant? Juvia asked. They would have if they could. But it was almost unkillable. Naruto answered for her. Something tells me that you know more but you won't tell us now, Levy said to Naruto suspiciously. Yes, Levy-chan. Naruto answered with a grin. Naruto is right. The Jubi had enormous power that it was almost unkillable. The only way to kill it was to dissipate all of his power which was protecting him all the time. Unfortunately, it was almost limitless. Many of us have been killed trying to fight it. A human came to us and said that he wanted to help. He was one of the bravest human warrior priests we have fought on the war. The battle against the Jubi lasted for a day until our backs have been pushed to the wall. Zatanna paused and looked at the night sky, especially the moon. My father together with the other members decided to use the most forbidden magic known to us, the soul extraction, but it required a lot of magic to use, especially if the one you will use it to was one of enormous power. The other problem was that when the soul was extracted, it would be of pure spirit and power. We needed to seal it on a pure vessel. We couldn't seal it on an object since no object could hold that much power. We couldn't seal it on us since his power would react to our magic and might influence us. The last thing we need was the incarnate of the Jubi. No, the vessel we needed had to be resilient to keep the spirit at bay, but it has to be something that possesses pure and untapped magic so the spirit has nothing to attach itself to. I don't understand. What's the difference of untapped magic to yours? Luxus asked. Look at it this way, a creature when born has magic stored in his body. It's like having a balloon of colored water inside a tank of colorless water. As long as the balloon keeps the colored fluid, the pure water won't be tainted, but when the balloon got pinched and a hole was made even a little, the colored fluid will taint the pure water and there will be no way to take it off without drastic measures. Naruto explained for Zatanna. Don't tell us that. Levy was cut off by Zatanna. Yes, he actually volunteered himself to be the container. He was the perfect vessel. His spirit was pure and his magic was untapped, so the Jubi's spirit couldn't attach itself to it, and his life force and mental resilience will keep the Jubi from getting out. The last problem was where to seal the Jubi's body. Because while the spirit possesses the core power, the body will still have a large amount of power residue left in it. We must hide it so no one could harness the Jubi's power, somewhere where no one could reach it. The moon, right? Naruto stated. Actually, there was no such thing as moon at that time, Zatanna corrected. So you guys made the moon? Luxus asked. Yes, both of them, Zatanna said. Both? Levy asked. You'll know later. To continue, we have decided to make a prison and send it on the sky so no one would reach nor suspect it. The next day, the plan was put to action, but as we were about to perform the magic, my father together with the older members of our clan trapped the younger members inside a barrier. We protested, but my father said that the spell will use up too much magic. He said that it will probably kill the casters. He said that they couldn't afford to lose the next generation. He entrusted the rule to me. We could only watch as they fought and sealed the soul of the Jubi. With their last strength left, the elder elves used their magic and trapped the body of the Jubi inside a sphere of sand and rock. Then they sent it high up in the sky. They placed a seal in it that makes it immune to gravity, while the seal uses the Jubi's power residue in its body as source of power. With all the fighting ended, we rushed to our fallen elders. My father's last words were, Zatanna, take all of our remaining brethrens and head towards N. Island east beyond the sea from here. We have scouted it and were supposed to reside there if the war hadn't started. It would be better if humans and our kind do not interact with each other, as it only makes conflict. Lead our clan and live peacefully. And you, human warrior, I thank you for all the things you have did for us. If you wish you could live with our kind, as I could see, your eyes had change. It must be the side effects of the Jubi's sealing in you. Zatanna give him a copy of our scroll of seals and magic. With the Jubi's power inside him, he may be able to harness and use it. It is the sign of our thanks to you, brave warrior. Please use it for the good, but I beg of you, if you decide to go back to your brethrens, please keep the scrolls away from evil, and please never mention that our race have survived the fight. It is better that the humans believe that we all had perished. Tell them that you had defeated the Jubi and us using your skills and power. If you are able to harness the power of the Jubi, they would surely believe. Teach your brethren the importance of peace and harmony. My father died after that. As instructed, I gave him a copy of our scrolls, but he decided to stay with his kind, stating that he now need to help them to recover from the war and teach them of peace and harmony. That was the last time we saw him. I believe he was called by his brethren as the Sage of Six Paths. We proceeded to the island and casted a magic around the island so that the island is like on another dimension. When a human comes in contact with the barrier and continued on their path, they would end up on the other side of the world without seeing a single land. That's one powerful magic. Levy said. Yes, but we didn't take into account that since the Jubi's prison was in the sky, which humans called the moon, it was continually showering the humans with its power residue. The residue had little effect on the children and adult humans, but it has an effect on the infants and unborn children. Since infants and unborn children have naturally lower resistance than the others, their bodies were trying to cope up by mutating itself. The mutation had a side effect, since the power of the Jubi was quite poisonous to humans and they have no means to flush it from their bodies. The mutation produced humans with a storage and network inside their bodies. As they grow up, their bodies learn to cope up with the power stored in this network and they were able to harness it. The humans thought that they had discovered the power within their self and called it chakra. Using this as an advantage, the sage started to influence them by teaching them how to harness this power, but all the while he was also teaching them the virtue of peace and harmony. A very risky move from him. Juvia commented. Yes indeed, but he believed that it might be the only way. What they didn't know was that chakra was not innate within them and that it was being recharged by the residue from the moon. The mutation continued until the chakra network was already attached to their body's organs and muscles. Their bodies were so attached to chakra that if the chakra supply was taken out, they will surely die. So that was the history of chakra, huh? Naruto thought. The Sage of Six Paths had grown old, though his physical features didn't look a day after the sealing. He had outlived humans for centuries, but a human body can only live so much even with the power of the Jubi supporting it. Towards the twilight years of his IFE, he had a family. He had 2 sons. One of them inherited an eye that was almost similar to his, while the other had the chakra that could seal or bind anything. He gave them the scrolls we entrusted to him and said that they should learn it in case a catastrophe happened. He left them, saying that he has to face his burden alone, but in actuality, he came to our island. His sons established their own clans and alliances. They taught what was on the scroll with their fellow humans. Thus, chakra-powered magic was born and they called it ninjutsu. Ages passed by and the sage was on the brink of death. We couldn't find another suitable host for the Jubi as the humans weren't the same as before and they became worse. Even the 2 clans that were established by the sage's sons have been fighting for dominance. Living in a war, huh? Probably very exciting, Luxus said sarcastically. The sage said that throughout his life, he was able to find a way to seal the Jubi without using a human. He said that first we must divide the soul into several pieces to weaken it. Divide a soul? Juvia asked. Well, the Jubi's soul was special. It is made of pure chakra as what human call it, but it has a mind of its own. It has a core in which the power was strongest, then there were layers until reaching the outermost layer in which the power was weakest. He told us to find a person from one of his son's clan, the one that has the chakra to bind anything. We sent an elf disguised as a human to fetch the leader of that clan. The sage instructed him of what to tell the person if he ever find him. The elf set out and soon enough he had found a person who has the chakra to bind anything, even chakra itself. He approached the man and asked him if he was from the Senju clan that was a direct descendant of the sage. The man nodded and said that he was the leader, though he was young. The catastrophe is almost here. The sage beseeches thee. Those were the words that the sage told our messenger to say. It turned out that the sage have specifically placed a message scroll with the scrolls he gave his son that was the founder of the Senju clan. It said that if those words were uttered then the sage needed their help. The sage had always trusted his oldest son more than his youngest. His youngest son had always been arrogant, but he couldn't just be unfair to both his children. The eldest son passed the message to the next leader of his clan and the message was passed to the next generation. The man's name was Hashirama. He was the 5th generation leader of the Senju. He agreed genuinely to follow our messenger. The messenger brought him in our island in an instant and after some talks and planning, we proceeded. So the first Hokage knew they existed all along, but he never mentioned it to the other humans. He really was an honorable man, Naruto thought. We begun the extraction. The first one we extracted was the outermost layer of chakra and the weakest. As I said, this chakra has a mind of its own, and it seemed that each chakra layer contained one part of the Jubi's identity. The chakra we have extracted had transformed into a raccoon-like creature, and it was insane. It has almost no thought process but just insanity, and it had one tail. Immediately, Hashirama bind and jailed it using his chakra that he calls wood release. Haha, a freaking wacko. Luxus laughed. Like you were not, Naruto said. Ouch man, that's hitting below the belt. As if you didn't go wacko too. Luxus taunted. Stop it you two before I let Mira out and do it for you, Zatanna scolded. Yes ma'am, Luxus said with a salute. Seriously, Naruto deadpanned while looking at Luxus, but he didn't finish his words as he didn't want to be Mira's next punching bag. He was already on thin ice. The next one we have extracted reeks of death. It transformed into a cat with two tails. It was also jailed and bounded. The third one was quite easy as it was lazy. It was a turtle with 3 tails who was asleep. The fourth one was a mischievous monkey with 4 tails that liked to mess with everyone. Honestly, he was tricking and teasing his comrades for being captured like him. The fifth one was a dog with 5 tails. He was very protective of himself. He was struggling to get out even to the last second, while the others just accepted their fate, except for the one tail that had no sanity at all. The sixth one surprised us. It was a slug with 6 tails, and it didn't struggle. It said that it would rather be sealed than risked hurting others. We thought that maybe the Jubi had a good side in him too. The seventh one was also quite surprising. It was silent and was in deep thought. It was a beetle with 7 wings. It spoke and it said that he had observed what was happening, and he deduced that the logical thing to do was not to struggle anymore, since we would easily be able to overpower him using Hashirama's chakra. Naruto chuckled at hearing those words. Everyone looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Just remembered something funny from the past, he answered. Care to tell us? Zatanna asked. Not a chance. Naruto grinned. The 7-winged beetle is like Shino. Shino might actually be a beetle disguised as human after all, Naruto thought. The next one we extracted was strong and a battle-loving 8-tailed ox. It doesn't care what happens as long as he can have a good fight. We had difficulty subduing it, but in the end, Hashirama was able to catch it. The last one though was the worst of them all. He was of pure malice. He was the core of the power, and all he wanted was endless destruction. We struggled in keeping him in check. He was a 9-tailed fox. In the end, we weren't able to subdue him, and he was able to run away from our island. It was strong enough to cause tsunamis and earthquake by just swishing its tails. We were about to hunt it down, but the sage stopped us. Zatanna, have you forgotten what we have promised your father? No humans should know that your race lives. I promised your elders that I would take care of the Jubi's matters, and I don't intend to drag your race in now. I may be on my deathbed, but my descendant lives. Hashirama, I shall entrust to you the strongest and most dangerous jutsus and seals I have invented, but I hope that you never have to use it, as it might take your life in an instant. I will also entrust the fate of these 8 creatures to you. Use them to save our brethrens. The fate of humankind is in the hand of humankind now. Last time, it was the race of Makai that saved us from the Jubi, which was released because of us humans too. Now, it is you, the next generation, who needs to save our race. It is time for our warmongering race to settle our old ghosts and stand beside each other. I am sorry that I had to entrust this to you. Those were the last words of the sage as the life faded out of him. He was buried on our island, and then we gave Hashirama the forbidden scroll that the sage wanted him to have. He promised us that he won't tell a soul about our race, and that he would find a way for his race to live in peace and harmony. He also said that he would make sure that the 9-tailed fox be defeated and sealed. Zatanna looked at the night sky. For years, nobody heard about the 9-tailed fox. It was like it just vanished. Hashirama tried to fix the ties with the Uchiha clan. It was the clan of the sage's younger descendant. They made a pact and build a village. With both of their strength combined, many clans joined their village in seek of refuge. The other clans who didn't want to be allied to them also made an alliance, and each alliance built their own village. They divided the land into countries, and each country had a village. Each country was named after an element. Hashirama and his comrades called their village Konoha. He felt that a system was needed to properly run the village, so he established the shinobi system. The other villages followed suit. Hashirama wanted the world to be at peace, so he started talking with the other villages, to the dismay of the Uchiha's leader, Madara. Madara wanted all of the power to be at Konoha and wanted the other villages to bow unto them, but Hashirama didn't hear any of it. He offered to the villages the tailed beasts in exchange of peace. They didn't need to be allies, as long as the aggression to each other stops. He felt that if each village was balanced in power, then there was no reason to be threatened or reason to attack another with a 50-50 chance of winning. He distributed every tailed beast he had, leaving Konoha with nothing. This infuriated Madara to no end. He thought that Hashirama just made them the weakest of all villages. Well, I can't say I could blame him. Giving everyone the power and leaving none for yourselves, which just made you vulnerable, Luxus said. Hashirama did that to show his goodwill, but he was no fool. Even if they had those beasts, he could easily defeat them, seal them and take them back, but Madara didn't share his vision. He planned a coup by demanding that a village could not be run by two leaders, so they needed to vote for just one. He had thought that many also share his vision, and with the Uchiha clan in his back, he would surely win. But to his surprise, no one sided with him, not even his clan. Hashirama became the first Kage, the first Hokage. The other villages followed suit and elected their own Kages. Madara was so enraged that he planned to kill the first Hokage. He ambushed him while he was alone roaming around the village, but he failed and he was hunted down by the village's shinobis. Hashirama found him at the border between Konoha's country and a neighboring country. The border was separated by a waterfall and they fought. To Hashirama's surprise, Madara summoned the nine-tailed fox. How was he able to get a hold of that? Levy asked. None of us know how, but when it was summoned, it was disoriented. Hashirama used this chance and used his chakra to bind and jail it. He then attacked the surprised Madara and defeated him. For years, humans live in peace until war broke out. It seems Hashirama was wrong when he thought that humans won't take the chance of war. He was badly wounded in a battle, but instead of seeking medical attention, he passed the rule to his younger brother and continued to fight. He plunged into an army of shinobis and was badly wounded. His comrades presumed he died, but they never found his body until a month later. Why? Juvia asked. It's because after he had beaten the army of shinobis and was at death's door, instead of coming back to his comrades, he journeyed back to our island. There he told us what has happened since he left with the tailed beasts. So your narration from when he left your island till he came back was actually told to you by Hashirama, huh? Naruto asked. Yes, Hashirama expressed to us his sadness and regret for not being able to achieve what the sage wanted. He apologized to us about his decision to distribute the tailed beasts, as it was now being used by other humans as a tool for war. He died in our island, but we didn't feel it right to bury him there. He needed to be with his people, so we sent his body back to the place where he fought Madara. The place was later called the Valley of the End. A fitting name if you ask me. It was where a friendship ended, it was where the journey to finding the Kyuubi ended, and it was where the humans believed that Hashirama's life ended. Yes, a fitting name indeed, Naruto mumbled as he remembered the place where he and Sasuke fought. We never had any communications with humans after that. Ages have passed and everything was going normally until one day, the moon disintegrated and the debris fell back to the land together with the decaying body of the Jubi. Thankfully, it crashed on a place where no human resides, so we could scout it, but we knew we needed to be fast since humans will undoubtedly try to find out why the moon crashed. We found the Jubi's decaying body and found out that no chakra was present in it anymore. We were able to easily dispose of it using our magic. We were perplexed. The Jubi's body wouldn't die just like that. No, the body was still tied to its soul even if it wasn't in its body anymore. There was only one way for it to happen, and that was if the soul had died. So all of the tailed beasts died. How the hell did that happen if they are made of pure chakra? Luxus asked. That was a question that bugged us too. But the main concern was, because the Jubi was gone, the humans won't have their endless supply of chakra. And as I have stated earlier, without chakra in their system, they might die. We transformed and hurried to a nearby human town to see how they were doing. Everyone was doing okay, but we thought that it was actually normal since they have a chakra reservoir inside their body. But what would happen if it runs out? The civilians were not actually a problem since they don't use any chakra on their daily life. The real problem was the ninjas. They use chakra in their work and that might cause them their life. We roam around trying to find a ninja but we found none. We searched for Konoha, the place where Hashirama once led, but when we came there we found it in shambles. It's as if it was abandoned for a long time. Did you find out what happened to the people in that village? Naruto asked worriedly. Everyone felt like Naruto was desperate for an answer, maybe worried too much, but they couldn't understand why. Naruto was actually acting strange ever since they found that camp. He's got so many things to explain, that was the collective thought in their mind. Yes, we have. We found a small trading town just south of the village. It was a port and the only thing connecting it to the mainland was a bridge. Zatanna's eyes widened at her realization when she remembered the bridge's name. She shot Naruto a suspicious look but he paid her no mind, he was deep in thought. The Great Naruto Bridge, could it be? Could he be? No, that was too far-fetched. That happened almost 1,000 years ago, but he was thought by an elf, Zatanna thought as she suddenly remembered something. He couldn't get out of the barrier Fried set up on Fantasia Festival, and Master Makarov said that Naruto admitted that he may be older than Earthland history to them when he tried to explain why he couldn't get out. Don't tell me, so that explains it. His weapons similar to ninjas. His movements were just like a ninja too, and not to mention his weird behavior ever since we stumbled upon that camp, and I think I know which village he had come from. Let's test it, shall we? Zatanna thought as she said. Naruto, in the camp where you ditched us, was the symbol Levantine left a symbol about a will of fire? Naruto's eyes widened at what she said, then as he looked at her he could see a knowing smirk. Of course she would put the pieces together. The bridge was named after me and I told the old man that I might be older than Earthland's history, he thought as he answered. Yes, Levantine made fun of the symbol of a leaf that symbolizes the will of fire, Naruto said. So, am I right if to conclude that you came from the village who hails the will of fire? Do not worry, I will not question you or say anything about you any further, Zatanna said, catching the apprehensive look on Naruto. Naruto merely nodded his head in thanks and affirmation to the other's confusion. I understand. We arrived at the town and saw that it was a rich trading town. That would mean that many people from different places go there. We could get many information, but we opted to go to the town's leader first to know what happened. We found the town leader and from him we found out something that surprised us. He said that the ninja system was abolished more than 300 years ago after the last shinobi war. Abolished? I guess my friends had a peaceful life after all. I'm glad, Naruto thought as a smile graced his lips. Why was it abolished? Luxus asked. They said that the people at that time, shinobi or civilian, felt that they would never achieve true peace unless they abolished the system that gives them an idea on how to flaunt their strength. There were so many books made from that war to remind the humans of the horrors of war and the bravery of the men who fought to end it. They said that the heroes who died at the last war would have wanted peace more than anything, especially the one who ended their war. He was like a shining beacon for everyone. He fought Uchiha Madara on his own. Uchiha Madara had the power of the 8-tailed beasts and 2-eye techniques, while the hero only had the 9-tailed beast and sage mode at his arsenal, but still he fought with all he got. There were witnesses when he was able to defeat Madara and how Madara told him about a bomb that could destroy the whole world, and before they knew it, the hero did something and thus he and Madara were never seen again. They concluded that he may have used a forbidden technique in exchange of himself to save the world. He was hailed and mourned by everyone, and on the grave they made for him, they vowed that it would be the last war between humans. Whatever it takes, they would prevent a war. Amazing. I thought those kinds of heroes and stories are only made in fictitious stories. Were you able to get his name? It would be great to meet someone like that, Levy said with admiration. Now that you asked about it, let me remember what was his name. I've been living for so long that I have forgotten about little things. Name. Zatanna mumbled as she thought of his name. What was the hero's name again? I tend to forget things that are of less importance to me. I even forgot the most obvious thing that could connect to Naruto in the past, the Great Naruto Bridge, named for the hero of the wave, Naruto, hero. Zatanna's eye widened at a sudden influx of age-old memories. Zatanna was walking around town when she stopped in front of a big monument. She looked closely at the message below it. In memory of the greatest hero, the wave country and the elemental nations ever had. A monument to show our love and admiration. Books and literature couldn't describe enough of your greatness. Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze Naruto, Zatanna said in realization, to which everyone looked at Naruto in question and bewilderment. Huh? You need something, Zatanna-san? Naruto asked calmly, but as Zatanna looked at him, she could see a slight plead in his face. Sorry, I just had to say it. You should all see your faces when I said that the hero's name was Namikaze Naruto, Zatanna said while laughing to cover her slip-up. It all makes sense now. He used a forbidden technique to save the world, but instead of dying, he was actually thrown in this timeline. Now it makes sense why he didn't want to talk about his past. It is because no one will believe him. Who would believe him if he said that he was thrown in our timeline because he saved the world? He would be a freaking hero, Zatanna thought. Inside her head, Mira was also wide-eyed as Zatanna was sharing her thoughts with her. Better not tell him that, you know, I don't want him to lose any trust in us, Zatanna reminded Mira, to which she nodded. I'm sorry, but I can't remember his name. His name wasn't of any importance to me at that time since we had more pressing things to do, Zatanna said smoothly, lying to everyone. They took her word, at least for now. Naruto subtly nodded at her in thanks. Zatanna smiled inside. She now understood why an elf picked him as a student and why the master of Fairytail trusted him even if he was once an enemy. He does not show it to everyone, but he is a person would gladly give up his life for his comrades or the world, and yet he never flaunt his achievements to anyone. She remembered how the humans long ago described their hero. He was selfless, always prioritizing others over himself, and yet not once did he ask for anything in return nor used it to gain any favor. A truly noble hero indeed, Zatanna said to herself, but everybody heard it and most agreed to her except the hero in discussion. A noble hero, do I really deserve such praise? Naruto thought. We checked a human and discovered that the humans in that generation have almost no chakra in their system. They have mutated back to their original state. We have concluded that since the death of the Jubi's soul, the body had started to give off lesser and lesser chakra. They didn't feel the backlash since they don't use chakra anymore, and their bodies started to adapt to the changes. They've also caught the news of the moon falling, but they said that they were expecting it to happen a long time ago, Zatanna said. Why? Juvia asked. That idiot Madara told us before the war how the moon was nothing but a prison for the Jubi, Naruto thought. Apparently the one who instigated the war, Uchiha Madara, knew about it being the prison for the Jubi's body, and his goal was to revive it by forging the soul back into one. But as I have said, the ninjas fought to stop him and he was ultimately stopped by Mr. Hero. Zatanna smirked as she put emphasis to the last word. She didn't get any reaction from Naruto though. We thought that everything would be fine and we lived peacefully. From time to time we socialized with humans while concealing our real appearance. They really had changed. It was quite amazing how one event can change a race as a whole. Gone were the days that they wanted power, instead they now focused on advancement and peace. Another 100 years passed. Peace has been reigning, but we knew that peace was as fragile as a glass. All it needed was one hard bump and it will be broken. And it did happen. We have forgotten of the creature that started the whole problem with the Jubi. Levantine, Naruto mumbled. Yes, we were all surprised when he attacked a human town. He started to terrorize the humans. We hurried to help. In years, we have grown fond of the humans, and we knew that they were quite vulnerable now because of lack of chakra and that most of them had not been trained as a fighter anymore. After so many centuries, we have again shown the human race of our true selves. But we were again amazed. Instead of hate or fear, they approached us and said, "We thank you for your help, but we can't just turn a blind eye and run while your race fight a battle that we ourselves are included. We may not be able to fight as much, but we'd be damned if we let the peace our ancestors worked so hard to establish be destroyed by just one creature. Let us help, we will help in any way we can." The once warmongering humans that wanted nothing but power was now doing their best to keep peace, with power or not. That war really changed them, huh? Luxus muttered. We felt their sincerity and felt that maybe it was time to teach humans the art of magic. How were you able to do that? The humans couldn't use chakra anymore, Juvia asked. As I have said earlier, chakra was a magic foreign and different from the magic we possess. When I said we, I meant that humans are included, Zatanna answered. So humans had magic inside them from the very start? Levy asked. Yes, every living being in this world had magic in them ever since they were born, even plants and animals. The strength and kind of magic, though, is different for each creature. Juby was a special case, something we still couldn't apprehend even now. His magic, or so-called chakra, was foreign and poisonous to the other creatures because it would cause reaction to bodies. We were saved by the Juby's chakra because we had access to our magic and it had put on a shield around our body to expel foreign magic. Look at it this way, why do you think you were not burned to death when a fire magic hits you? It is because your own magic has put on a shield around you to lessen or nullify that foreign magic. But the humans had to mutate to cope up with the chakra, since they have no access to their magic, but in turn it made their body dependent on it too. So that's why you weren't affected by it, and that explains why mages are more durable than civilians. I thought it was just because they weren't trained to fight, Luxus said. We started teach them how to harness their untapped magic, but we knew that we didn't have enough time to do it. Instead, we taught them how to use magic while the war against Levantine rages on. The humans thanked us wholeheartedly and fought without second thought. Levantine got a boost in his strength as his body have mutated and stored the Juby's chakra inside him. Many centuries worth of chakra, but it also affected his mind as he was transformed from a noble dragon into a mindless beast of instinct and destruction. We fought with him not just for a day but for months. You had more problems with him than the Juby? Naruto asked. Not really, he was actually stronger than the Juby at that time, as he was practically Juby combined with a dragon's power. Furthermore, our elders, the sage and Mr. Hero, weren't there to save anyone anymore. The elders had access to the forbidden magic, but they didn't pass it into the next generation. The sage and Mr. Hero both had access to the Juby's power, even if a little. So the Juby's chakra was stronger than magic? Luxus asked. They are very different entity to be compared. It is more appropriate that the wielders were more powerful than us. Our elders were exponentially powerful than our generation. The sage and Mr. Hero had access to Juby's power. Juby could be compared to be more than 100 dragon. Do you understand now our predicament at that time? Zatanna answered. Yeah, Juvia answered. How many were the dragons in your team at that time anyway? Naruto asked. 10 dragons, 8 elves, 12 demons, 14 fairies and a whole bunch of humans and lesser Makai inhabitants. Zatanna answered. What were you, critically endangered species? Luxus asked. Dragons, elves, demons and fairies are called celestial creatures. There weren't many of us to begin with even before the war against the humans. There was less than 100 counts for each race. Some were killed on the war against the humans. Then half of us rebelled to eradicate the humans and they were all killed together with some of those who didn't. The battle against the Juby also took all our elders and some more. Ever heard of procreation? Luxus asked. Celestial creatures don't reproduce like you humans do. There are special circumstances needed before we could reproduce. Ultimately, the transition from one generation to the other for us takes about more than 1,000 years. But don't get me wrong, we do have sex on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean we would produce an offspring just because of that. Okay. I believe we don't need to know anything about that. Naruto cut Zatanna off as he saw Levy and Juvia blushing from the awkward subject. Ah yes, I forgot that sex is a rather awkward subject to humans. To continue, the war waged on for months. Levantine would tirelessly attack around the world where he knew humans reside. We couldn't do anything about it. We felt so helpless and many humans and lesser races have been killed until an elf noticed something. Levantine's attacks were getting slightly weaker and the elves could sense that his magic was also getting weaker, but it was almost unnoticeable. The stored chakra from the Juby has been depleted, huh? Naruto asked. Yes, since the chakra wasn't being replenished and Levantine was using it in every single way he can, he was starting to deplete it. Defeating Levantine at that time was quite easy if you asked me, we just didn't use our brains from the start. Zatanna answered thoughtfully. May I ask a question? Levy asked. Fire away. How come Levantine's magic didn't protect him when he was first hit by the Juby's chakra? As I have said, the Juby was more than 100 dragons strong. Just like how a strong flame magic will still burn you if it is stronger than your magic, imagine a single dragon's magic against 100 dragons. His magic didn't have a chance. Unlike when we sealed the body in the moon where only residue were showering over the creatures, Levantine was hit point blank and full force by Juby's magic. It was also further strengthened as the residue reigned over him via the moon. Does it answer your question? Zatanna inquired. Yes, thanks for clearing. Levy answered with a smile. So what did you do? Make him depleted into almost nothing? Luxus asked. Yes, we did. We demons had access to illusionary magic. Dragons on the other hand are prone to this kind of magic since they have a good sense of smell and have low magic detection skills. They also rely more on instinct. So you used both their weakness and strength against them, Naruto said. Yes, we coated an area with so much of our scent and then casted an illusionary magic on a 10-mile radius. Once Levantine goes inside, he will think that our forces were waiting for him and will fight him till the end. He fell for it. Juvia believes Zenyo Ryu-sama won't be fooled for a long time with that kind of illusion, Juvia said. Yes, dragons have intelligence after all. They would fall easily into that illusion, but they will slowly discover that it was an illusion. But you have forgotten what I have said. Levantine at that time was nothing but a mindless beast of destruction. He has no more even an ounce of intelligence in him. He only have power and primal instinct. His primal instinct was telling him to kill everyone or we would get killed. It was also telling him to kill them as it was his purpose, and to top it all, our scent was overwhelming on the area and we put up a shield around to prevent the scent from escaping or a new scent coming in. He didn't know it, but he was already inside a jail. Huh. A freaking idiotic wacko. Luxus exclaimed. You know, you should have done that in the first place instead of fighting him head-on. Naruto commented, to which everybody nodded in agreement, even Zatanna. Yes, we should have. But as you know, our instinct to keep everyone alive kicked in and panic had spread over us. I guess you could say that for a time, we were no different from Levantine, only relying on instinct to fight and not using our brains to analyze and form a plan. Can't say that it was unjustifiable though. Every creature has a deeply embedded instinct for survival. That is why we instinctually react to potentially dangerous actions towards us, Naruto said. The trap lasted for years. We transported the remaining alive creatures to Makai. In there, we trained the humans on how to use magic. We also tried to live normally even though we knew that danger was just around the corner. We made a new moon that has a seal that gathered the magic residue around the world to power it up. The purpose of the moon was first, to cleanse the world for any magic residue that may be potentially harmful to everyone. If the moon wasn't present, magic residues will stay on a place forever. What's so bad about that? Juvia asked. Think of it this way, Natsu's flame dragonslayer magic produces flame magic residue. Flame magic residue is extremely flammable, so all you need is another small spark of fire and that area will ignite, until the residue runs out. So, it's like fuel, huh? Luxus said. Yes, just like how your magic residue could electrocute anyone on the area if stimulated. The second purpose of the moon was a sign of the friendship and harmony between the races. As long as there is magic, the moon will continue to exist. So every time we look at the moon, it was like looking to a symbol of our hope and unity, Levy said. Yes, hope that peace, unity and harmony will continue. 50 years had passed and we felt that Levantine had depleted all of the Jubi's chakra. We took down the barrier and illusion and saw him asleep. We were about to kill him when he suddenly woke up and attacked us, but this time, his power was just of an ordinary dragon. We easily defeated him, but something unexpected happened. His soul made of pure will and magic attacked us. Shouldn't you have expected that? I mean, Jubi had that too, Naruto asked. Levantine was a dragon and not like the Jubi. Only the Jubi had that capability to live even without its body. But you're right, we should have expected that since he inherited some of the Jubi's power. The pirate was actually not that strong. We have destroyed it several times, but the problem was that it reformed again every time we killed it. Furthermore, it was also emitting malice-driven magic. Everyone was at risk of succumbing to that malice. So the strongest dragon on our side suggested that he would keep Levantine busy while we think of a way to seal Levantine, because obviously it couldn't be killed. However, I already knew how to seal Levantine, but I had hoped that I wouldn't need to use it. I learned that humans were able to seal the Biju inside objects and other humans, but it has terrible consequences, Zatanna said sadly. The caster's life, Naruto said in a low whisper, but everyone heard it. Yes, I instructed them to forge a sword that could absorb magic and trap it inside. The sword was forged. It was made from a magically produced metal. It was shaped into a long sword and the elves used their ancient magic and runes to help it absorb magic and trap it inside. We called it Runesave. Why'd you chosen it to be a sword? I presume that's where Levantine was sealed, so why a sword? I mean, you should have known that a sword will undoubtedly attract attention as it is a weapon. Why not seal it inside jar or a doll or something that doesn't attract too much attention? Luxus asked. Good question. We made it a sword because we need to thrust it deep inside Levantine and start absorbing him into the sword through inside. Magical Soul has a core too, if you remember how we sealed the Jubi into 9 bijus. The most important thing was to seal the core. If we used a blunt object, we wouldn't be able to pierce through the magic's outer shell. A spear would have attracted more attention and a dagger would be too small. We moved immediately to aid our comrade who was stalling Levantine for us. However, when we arrived, Levantine was nowhere in sight. Well shit, Mr. Dragon couldn't wait for you after all, Luxus teased. No, it was actually the opposite. Levantine has been trying to possess the dragon. But the dragon had too much pride to be easily taken over. He had been fighting Levantine inside himself. We used soul extinction, our exorcism magic, to kick Levantine out of our comrade. But even then, the damage has been done. They checked him and said that a part of his soul and memories have been eaten. On top of that, his heart was being clouded by negative emotions. The fairies used their magic to cure him, but we concluded that he may never be the same anymore. Before we could grieve for our friend, Levantine attacked us. Dragons don't like being ignored. Juvia said. Now I know why Natsu and Luxus love too much attention and why Juvia hates it when I don't give her any attention. Naruto said as if he has discovered something. He suddenly jumped away from the branch where he was perched as it was struck by lightning and a torrent of acid. He saw Luxus whistling innocently and Juvia staring at him blankly. Like I said, they love close attention. Look at what you did to the poor innocent branch, freakin' wackos. Naruto said as he perched himself into another branch while looking cautiously to the dragon slayers. Levy giggled while Zatanna smirked and Mira was giggling inside Zatanna from Naruto's antics. Luxus and Juvia were about to retort and attack him, but Zatanna stopped them. No need to lower yourselves to that child's level, Zatanna said, pointing to Naruto who had a teasing smile. Naruto-kun, behave, Levy said sweetly, that made Naruto stop his antics. Seriously, Luxus shot back at the obedient Naruto. Zatanna looked at them waiting for them to settle down, and when they did, she continued. Now that I think about it, we should have known that Levantine evolves every time he tries to eat a soul, but then again, he only had one victim at that time and he failed to fully eat his soul. We were slightly surprised that instead of taking the attack head on like he used to, he was actually dodging the sword thrust I did. We thought that it was because of instinct and that he feels something was different on the sword. But from what I have learned in the past few days, it might actually because he knew that it might be an instrument to seal him away, as he have learned from possessing the dragon. But it didn't matter to us at that time. When the head elf used his magic, Levantine was held in place. Of course, he could only do it for a short time because of Levantine's strength surpassing his own, but it was enough for me to thrust the sword deep to his core. I performed the sealing magic and he was literally sucked inside the sword. The sword turned pitch black because of his magic. The last thing I knew was that I entrusted the sword the head elf before my soul was taken by the death god. How was the elf able to hold him in place without sealing him? Wasn't he of pure magic? It might come in handy when we encountered Levantine now, Juvia asked. Because he is pure magic that he was held in place. That elf had the ability to manipulate the forces around him, including magic, Zatanna said with a smirk towards Naruto. Was it Valandal? Naruto asked. Valandal? Wasn't it your master? Juvia asked. Yes, Naruto, it was Valandal, your master, Zatanna confirmed. So he lied to me, Naruto whispered, but everyone heard it. Valandal was a mere infant when the Jubi was sealed into the moon. All his life he lived in Makai, so he knows almost nothing about anything outside Makai. Zatanna explained, thinking that Valandal might have told Naruto that he knew nothing about the elemental nations. She suspected that Naruto asked Valandal about it when they first met. So you're actually a student of an elf? Luxus asked. Yeah, Valandal found me on one of his missions 14 years ago. He took care of me and taught me everything about Earthland and his magic, Naruto said. So, what's your magic called and what does it really do then? Luxus asked. It's called the Arc of Force Magic. It lets me control the direction and magnitude of anything that has a force in it. That is why I could weaken, strengthen, reverse or nullify them. However, like how dragon slayers are forbidden to eat their own magic, Naruto shot Luxus a look that tells him that he should refrain from eating his own magic if he wants to continue his dragon slayer facade. We are forbidden to use it directly against any sentient being, Naruto answered. But you just used it against me when you hit me with your punches, Luxus asked confused. Luxus, the one I manipulated was the forces around us. I manipulated the force produced by my punch and I manipulated the force of your magic just like how I can manipulate the gravity on a certain area, Naruto said as they suddenly felt weightless for a second and then Naruto returned it to normal. What I couldn't manipulate is the natural forces of your body like your breathing, your blood circulation, the beating of your heart and many more. Imagine if I could do that, I could kill you even before you could say, hi, by reversing the flow of your blood on 100 times speed. Well, that's a nice magic and it would come in handy against your pet dragon, Luxus retorted. Don't expect me to be as good as my master though, I haven't used this magic for a long time and because of that, Naruto was cut off by Juvia. Your control is crap, Juvia said as Naruto hung his head in shame and sulked. Don't worry, you managed to fight Luxus with it with no problem so I think we will be okay, Levy said to lighten Naruto's mood to which Luxus snorts. You were just lucky that you had the advantage against me on that fight, Luxus said. Valandel raised Naruto as a fighter because it gives him huge advantage against everyone else. If he were to fight someone who relies on magic too much then Naruto is at the advantage. If he faces a fighter type then he would still have a slight advantage because of his magic. Valandel raised you well and in his image. He fights in the same manner as you, only using his magic to augment or support his fighting skills, Zatanna commented. I just have a question. If you died that day and your soul was taken by the death god, why are you inside Mira? Luxus asked. I don't understand too. After I died, I didn't know anything that has happened but when I gained consciousness, I was already inside Mirajane's soul. I was awakened when Mirajane first used her takeover. I don't know the reason or how I become a part of her soul but I am happy because I got a chance to see the fruit of our sacrifice in this world and that I could help in the fight against Levantine again. Zatanna answered truthfully. I guess that wraps things up. I suggest we take a rest now because tomorrow we will start our search again, Naruto suggested. No more ditching? Levy asked seriously. Yes ma'am, no more ditching, Naruto answered. Good, was the collective response of his companions. Oh hey guys, Luxus interrupted to which everyone looked at him in question. Well, you see I wasn't able to book any room to sleep tonight and the inns and hotel are probably fully booked now so, Luxus asked. Zatanna transformed back to Mira and said. So you want to freeload on us tonight? No, I'll pay my share on the room. I just don't like to sleep outside if I can help it, Luxus explained. Well, that's alright for me since we would be asking for your help. I don't know about the others, Naruto said. That's okay. Luxus is still a comrade so it's only right to help him and as Naruto-kun said, he is part of our team. Levy affirmed while Juvia also nodded in agreement. Well Mira? Naruto asked as everyone looked at her. Luxus had a hopeful look as he looked at Mira when he saw her looking at the ground while tapping her shoes as if in deep thought. Nobody could see her eyes since her bangs are covering them. Silence reigned and Luxus felt like he was a condemned man. The silence was killing him until Mira spoke lowly. All right. Phew, Luxus said as he wiped a sweat from his forehead. But if you try anything funny, and I mean anything, I'll be hunting for your head, got it? Mira said in a sweet voice and innocent smile. Yes ma'am, Luxus gulped as they proceeded back at the hotel. Once they arrived, they took a dip to the hot springs. When they got back to the room, Luxus started to unpack his sleeping bag. No need, you can take my bed, Naruto told him. Huh? What about you? Luxus asked. I'll probably be sleeping on Levy's bed, Naruto answered dismissively to which Luxus made a perverted face and comment. Oh, well then, please keep the moans down, pervert, Naruto said in a bored tone. She's that clingy huh? Luxus asked quietly as he saw the three girls enter the room. Not really, she just likes having an extra pillow to hug at night I guess, Naruto answered nonchalantly and quietly. You're lucky you know, Luxus answered as he stole a glance at Mira before he proceeded to Naruto's bed with sleeping clothes. This time though, Naruto was the only one who noticed. They chatted a little more about things that had been happening around, or in more specifically teasing Levy and Naruto. They succeeded on Levy, but Naruto just answered and looked at them with a bored expression, something he learned from Kakashi. Naruto awoke in the middle of the night as he heard a soft click. It was not enough to rouse the others to sleep, but being a former ninja and a mercenary, his senses are heightened even when he was asleep. He looked at the beds and saw Luxus missing while Juvia and Mira are still fast asleep. He felt Levy tighten her snuggle at him while whispering his name in her sleep. Naruto smiled as he looked at her. Her head was using his chest as pillows and her right arm was over him, pressing him against her tightly. I guess Luxus was right. You're a bit clingy, Naruto thought with a smile. Suddenly, thoughts came rushing on his mind. The face of a smiling short blue-haired girl with lavender eyes flashed in his mind. I've been watching you. I've been watching you closely for so many years now. I wonder, and I don't know why, but when I watch you, I feel full of courage. I feel like I can keep going, that I can succeed and that I am worth something. The face of the same girl flashed on his mind, but this time she was a little bit older and her hair was long and she has a fierce emotion written on her face. I used to cry and give up. I made wrong turns, but you helped me find the right path. I always chased after you because I wanted to catch up with you. I wanted to walk beside you and be with you. You changed me with that smile that saved me. That is why I'm not afraid to lose my life just to protect the person I love. Another flashed to his mind, and this time the girl was wearing a Chunin outfit while he was standing in front of her wearing his sage outfit. She was blushing, but her eyes never waver as she looked straight in his eyes. Naruto-kun, about what I said, Hinata-chan, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to talk to you after what happened to the village and now because of this war, after what you said at that time. I have realized the reason for your odd behavior when near me, and now I felt stupid. I was so focused on getting everyone's attention, especially Sakura, that I never noticed the most beautiful princess just around the corner giving me her full attention, and yet I did to her what the others did to me. I didn't give her any attention. It must have hurt so much. I never realized that I was doing the same thing to you just as what they have been doing to me. It's all right. Part of it was my fault for not having the courage to stand beside you in the past. I was comfortable with just looking at you from afar. No, if only I have paid attention to you at that time, maybe my life would have been so much more fun. I wouldn't have chased someone who would never love me back. Don't say that. Sakura loves you, yeah, as a brother. A part of me knew that a long time ago. She had clarified it to me so many times, but I was so stubborn. Hinata, I hope it's not too late for me, for us. It was never too late, after all. How can it be when we will be starting now? I promise, after this war, I'll take you out on a date every time I could. I'll get to know you more, I'll hang out with you as much as I could, and I'll never ignore you again. I'll hold on to your promise then, yes, so please survive this war. Please promise me that you'll live and that I will be able to see you again. Promise me that you'll wait for me. Promise me that you'll let me have the chance to love you. I promise, so please, come back to me, Naruto-kun. I'll be patiently waiting for you, no matter how long will it take. Yes, Hinata-chan, it will be like a fairy tale and we will have a happy ending. Silly, there is no happy ending for love, because true love lasts forever, just like how fairy tale passed down through generations. Hinata leaned in and gave him a kiss on the lips, and then after that she smiled and said, "That's a good luck kiss, a sign that our fairy tale will never end." When the flashes ended, a single tear dropped from Naruto's eye. That was the last time I have talked to her. Before I fought Madara, I wasn't able to keep my promise. I can't blame her if she blames me for not keeping it. I just hope that she had a good life, but knowing her, she probably had waited for me to go back even if she knew that I died. My sins against Hinata will probably haunt me for the rest of my days, Naruto thought as he looked at Levy. Our fairy tale, huh? A love that would last forever. She's right. Even now, I still feel so much for her, and I'll probably love her till the rest of my days, but I'm sure that she won't be happy if I spend my days sulking over things in the past. Naruto shook the thoughts of his head, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to sleep with those thoughts in his mind. Might as well talk with Luxus, Naruto thought as he carefully wiggled out of Levy's hug and replaced himself with his pillow. He kissed her forehead before he sneaked out of the GLSS door to the porch. He never noticed the eyes of the person who was roused from her sleep because of the door's soft click. He saw Luxus lying on the roof looking at the moon. He jumped up. Luckily their room was at the top floor. They wouldn't be disturbing anyone. He landed next to Luxus. Can't sleep too? Luxus asked, but his eyes never left the moon. Naruto lied next to him and looked at the clouds above. Just dreamed something from the past. I just need to pass time to before sleep catch up to me again. What about you? Naruto answered. Just thinking of so many things. Want to talk about it? I guess there's no harm talking about it with you, but you better keep it between us, Luxus said seriously. Sure. When I was excommunicated by the old man, reality came crushing to me. I felt disgusted with myself. I realized what kind of a jerk I had become. When I was a kid, all I wanted was to become strong to protect the guild. So that one day, I can replace the old man and let him spend the rest of his life without worrying about the guild. I hated my father for betraying Fairytail. He knew that the old man was gradually becoming weaker from his old age, but he still betrayed us. On top of that, he established Raventail to one day take down Fairytail. How were you able to know this? Naruto asked. He contacted me a few times, goading me to join him and abandon the old man, but I couldn't do that. The old man was more of a parent to me than Ivan will ever be. I got afraid that he might attack any moment and kill the old man, so I dedicated my life to become stronger. I felt that I need to surpass the old man and Ivan so I could one day take over Fairytail and protect it. But I never understood why the old man kept on telling me to slow down, make bonds with the members. Or maybe, I was just too stubborn and close-minded to listen. Luxus explained as he closed his fist in anger at himself. Naruto stayed silent as he knew that Luxus needed to let his steam out. I never realized that I was slowly becoming like Ivan. I became power-hungry that I forgot the real purpose and principle of Fairytail. I disregarded the teaching of the old man, that forming bonds are more important than a quest for absolute power. I was blinded because of the power I have gained from my quest to be strong. I started to look down upon people who were weaker than me, and time came where I looked down upon my comrades who were weaker than me. I lost my way towards my true goal. My quest for power to protect my comrades has transformed me into scum. Now, I'm paying for the consequences of my stupidity, and I can't say that I could blame anyone for this but me. Luxus looked at the moon as he unclenched his fist. I reflected about what I have been doing in these past few years. I always blamed others, especially those who were weaker than me. I realized that I was the problem. When I saw you in the middle of the street, I felt nostalgic. I was so happy to see someone from Fairytail. It's like seeing my brother again, and I was delighted that it was you whom I saw, because I knew you wouldn't look at me with disgust. I am actually very thankful that I get to spend time with Fairytail members again. It gives me hope that one day I could earn my way back. I just wished that it wasn't because of another betrayal, Luxus said solemnly. My master always told me, it does not matter what you did in past or where did you come from, what matters is what you want to be today and the future. I too forgot that lesson, and so I was thrown to the pits of darkness. Fairytail saved me, and for that I am truly grateful. If someone like me was accepted, I'm sure the old man will forgive you too. Just work your way back. Everyone will surely be waiting for you, Naruto replied. You know, you would be a good Fairytail master someday. What are you saying? Aren't you supposed to be the next master? That's not important to me anymore. I have realized what I really wanted, and that was to protect what the old man has dedicated his whole life to. My mother might have died a long time ago and my father might have betrayed us, but I know I will always have a family in Fairytail, and I would give everything I could just to protect them, whether I become a guild master or an excommunicated member. That is my resolve, and when you do become candidate for the next master, I'll be the first one to approve, Luxus said. Luxus, just now, you spoke like a true leader. I was taught by a great man that a leader is not about being the strongest but being a person who gladly takes everyone under his wing to guide them and protect to the extent of willing to sacrifice himself for them, Naruto replied. Just like how you sacrificed yourself for the world more than 1,000 years ago, huh? Luxus asked. Naruto closed his eyes and said, so you put the puzzles together, huh? I'm not dumb. I knew Mira for a long time, and I know she or her alter ego does not joke like that. Furthermore, I noticed all the body languages you were sending her to keep your secret. I don't know if the others have noticed it too, but I'm sure that it would be better to come clean before they figure it out themselves, Luxus answered. I intend to tell them after this mission. But since you probably won't be there and you have actually told me about yourself, I guess you deserve the truth, Naruto said as he was about to tell him his past. No, I don't think we have the time for that, and I don't think it is fair for everyone if I knew it before them, especially Levy. Tell it to me some other time. Luxus interrupted. Then, take this lacrima. I'll contact you with that when I am about to tell it to them so you could hear it too. Naruto said as he handed him a communication lacrima. Luxus took it and kept it. They were silent for a moment until Naruto broke it. So how long have you been in love with Mira? Long enough even before I became a jerk. You never told her. What? When she first arrived at Fairytail she was so feisty that everyone was afraid of her, even I was a little afraid to approach her. I knew I wouldn't be able to hurt her because I like her, but I knew she could since I would have been probably just a nuisance to her. So, why didn't you make a move when she became a barmaid? I was already a jerk at that time. My pride wouldn't let me date or talk to someone I deemed weak. You thought she was weak? Oh come on man. Had I made her fight you on the festival you might not have a chance. Maybe, maybe not, my mindset was different then and now. Remember, that I even commanded Evergreen to turn the girls into stone, including her. I'm glad you didn't let her fight me, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I hurt her. You know, you should tell her that, you never know what might happen in the future. She might find another man or, never mind. Naruto cut himself off. Something bad happened with you and a girl in the past. Yeah, Naruto said as he told him about Hinata. So you were plagued of dreams about her, that's why you were here? Luxus asked, to which Naruto nodded. Oh, fix that problem of yours or I'll beat the crap out of you if you break any of my friend's heart. Luxus scolded. Hinata will always be in my heart, but that doesn't mean that I love Levy less. Hinata wouldn't be happy if I did that, you know. She would always have a special place in my heart, but that doesn't mean that I would live in the past. Don't worry, my love for Levy is genuine. Naruto answered sincerely. I understand, I guess I'll have to make my move towards Mira, but I'm actually afraid. Will she accept someone like me? Luxus asked no one while looking at the moon. I believe she wouldn't care what happened in the past. She probably likes you too, but maybe that's just me. Either way, it's your decision to make. I'm going back to sleep, we need rest. Naruto said as he stood up and jumped down on the porch. On his way in, he looked at Mira's bed and smirked. Nosy girl, he thought as he reclaimed his place beside Levy. After Naruto climbed to the roof, Mira hid in the porch to listen to their conversations. When she heard Naruto saying he would go back to sleep, she hurried back to her bed and faked sleep. Though Naruto had felt her magic presence moving, he didn't say a word. He knew Luxus felt it too, and yet he also had just let her listen. Who knew Luxus was so shy that he needed to do his confession like that? Naruto thought as he closed his eyes. Luxus came in a few moments later, and instead of proceeding to his bed he proceeded to Mira's. Naruto felt his presence going near Mira's. Does he have a death wish? I'm not going to save your ass, you suicidal wacko. Naruto thought as he prepared himself to hear a battle cry and a beating, but it never came. Guess he died a peaceful death, may he rest in peace? Naruto thought as sleep claimed him. A couple of hours later Naruto's body clock woke him up. He looked at the clock and it indicated 5 in the morning. Usually he would go out and train, but today he had no intention to do it. He scanned the room and saw a lovely scene. The cold wind blew from the left opened window and he felt Levy shiver a little as it struck. He looked at her and saw that almost half of her body has been lying on top of him and the sheets were in disarray. He encircled his arms around her in a warm embrace and pulled the sheets over them, keep her warm. He succeeded as her shivering stopped. He looked at the lovely scene on the other side of the room as he heard a soft moan. He internally chuckled as he saw the lady unconsciously snuggled closer to the warm embrace of the man next to her. His eyes then fell to the only occupant in the room that had a bed for herself. He shook his head at seeing her hugging her favorite stuffed toy. He looked back at Levy and saw her peaceful sleeping face. He smiled as he brushed the hair off her face. I'll do everything I could for this peace and happiness to last for a lifetime, he thought as he drifted back to sleep. A few hours later he felt himself being shook awake. He cracked one of his eyes open as he saw that it was Luxus. You're still alive? Naruto greeted. Apparently yes and no, I wasn't beaten to a pulp. Luxus smirked. Yeah, I saw the lovely scene last night. So, where's Mira? Naruto asked, recognizing that Mira was nowhere. Taking a bath. You wake up Levy and Juvia too. I'll go and take my own bath. Luxus said as he goes out of the door. Naruto looked at the clock and saw that it was almost 10 in the morning. He looked at Levy and started to gently shook her awake. Levy-chan, Levy-chan, wake up my fairy girl, Naruto whispered. Levy started to stir but instead snuggled tighter at him. 5 more minutes, Naru-chan, she mumbled as Naruto froze. Memories of a raven-haired beauty flocked his mind. The one and only person who used to call me Naru-chan was. Naruto shook his head to vanquish the thought. No, it can't be. Levy-chan and that girl doesn't know each other, and it's better to stay that way, Naruto stated as Levy roused from hearing his voice. Huh? Were you calling me, Naruto-kun? Levy asked as she slowly gazed at him. Yes, it's time to wake up now, Naruto said with a smile hiding his earlier shock. Oh, I guess we overslept. Levy was cut off as Naruto gave her a quick peck on the lips and said. It's okay, now, I need to wake Juvia. Luxus and Mira are now taking a bath. You go after Mira comes back, Naruto said, to which she nodded and stood up to prepare her things. He proceeded to Juvia's bed and shook her awake, but Juvia just swatted his hand away. I have a feeling that I will regret this, Naruto thought as he quickly snatched Juvia's gray Sama doll away. This earned him a startled gasp from Juvia, followed by a straight hook to the cheek. Levy squeaked in surprise as Naruto's body landed next to her and his cheek was swollen. Naruto-kun? Levy asked as she helped him up. Serves him right for snatching gray Sama from Juvia, said a grumpy Juvia. Geez, Naruto-kun, stop annoying Juvia already. You really have a knack for getting yourself hit by a girl, Levy said at her idiotic boyfriend. Mira walked out of the bathroom and saw Naruto with a swollen cheek. Oh my, what happened to you, Naruto? She asked innocently. Everyone on the room noticed that she was in an extremely good mood and back into the barmaid Mira again. Well, someone is in a good mood. Naruto was cut off as he felt a deadly aura beside him. You know, Naruto-kun, if you really love getting hurt by girls, I'd be more than glad to release some of my pent-up stress on you, Levy said with a deadly sweet voice. No ma'am. Naruto answered nervously. Honestly, I wonder if he's overly stupid with a knack of getting hit or just plain masochist, but knowing him, he's probably both, Zatanna said inside Mira, to which Mira giggled. But Naruto was right, you're quite in a good mood today, probably, from a good night's sleep with that man. Oh, I could still remember how he slowly proceeded to your bed and whispered those 3 words to you, even though both he and Naruto probably knew that we were awake and had heard their conversation. Zatanna paused, admiring her handiwork, which was a red-faced Mira. Then you opened your eyes and instead of seeing a shock face, you saw a sincere smile from him, and then he kissed you full on the lips. Of course you responded and you never let him go, forcing him to sleep beside you while you snuggled in his warm embrace. Years of unrequited love is finally finished. The only thing missing is hot and steamy s. That's enough, Zatanna, Mira thought dangerously, but instead of being scared, Zatanna was in a full-blown laughter. What? It's not my fault for being stuck with a naive and overly innocent girl like you. It was like raising a daughter, I tell you. Oh, how my little princess has grown up. Mommy is so proud, Zatanna teased while acting as if a proud mother with matching tears of joy. Zatanna, you're really a bad influence to me, Mira thought. Why, thank you, I appreciate that. Now, I believe your prince is calling for you, Zatanna retorted with a smirk. Mira heard as she focused again on the real world and saw Luxus in front calling her. Mira, are you all right? Your face is all red. Was the water too hot? Luxus asked. Idiot. Don't be so close to me, Mira stuttered as she tried to swing her fist but was caught by Luxus. It's all right, we're the only ones left on the room. Naruto and Levy took a bath while Juvia had gone to the hot springs, Luxus said as he took Mira on a warm embrace. Mira sighed as she rested her head on his chest. I guess I'm a lucky bastard after all, Luxus mumbled as he hugged her closer. You idiot, if you weren't such a jerk, I wouldn't have to suffer years of unrequited love. Now Zatanna won't stop teasing me, Mira mumbled while she buried her face on his chest, but Luxus heard it clearly. I'll make it up to you, I promise, Luxus whispered. The door opened and Naruto came in fresh from his quick bath. Oh, was I interrupting something? He asked. Well, you kind of killed the moment, Luxus deadpanned. Oh sorry, well, don't stop in my accord, Naruto said with a smirk. No thanks, I don't feel giving you a free pass to a sappy movie, Luxus retorted. Suit yourself, Naruto replied as he sat on Levy's bed and started to read a book. What's that book you're reading? Mira asked. Oh this. It's a book I borrowed from Levy-chan and it's about runes. Naruto answered while his eyes kept on reading. You're studying rune magic now? Luxus asked. Well yeah, remember Fighting Festival? Fried really intrigued me with it since he's the first mage I saw who had used it to the fullest. So yeah, I guess I want to learn it, even just the basics to counter it or understand it. Never hurts to be prepared in the future. Naruto answered with a bored tone. I guess you're right, by the way, I hate your bored Naruto mode, Luxus stated. Ma, it can't be that bad, Naruto answered with an eye smile which got a tick mark from Luxus. Oh, he really loved messing with people, especially those with short fuse, and Kakashi mode was the best way to do it after all, he experienced it firsthand. Luxus was about to retort but Mira shot him a look of let it go and pointed at the door as Levy and Juvia had also finished their baths. An hour later, they had packed and checked out of the hotel. Naruto had also placed Luxus under contract with them for the rest of the mission. So, where are we headed? Mira asked as they left the town. To the campsite, I believe that it would be the best place to start. Naruto answered, still in Kakashi mode. If you hadn't sent us away then we could have started it yesterday, Mira shot back. If I didn't do it, then, Luxus, wouldn't be here, Naruto pointed out with a stress on the word, Luxus, while still reading the book. That got Mira to shut up. Thank you Kakashi-sensei, Naruto thanked Kakashi in his thoughts for teaching him his style. Luxus, is there a problem? Mira whispered to Luxus. Not really, just wondering how Naruto trained his other senses to great heights. Luxus answered as Levy and Juvia came near them while it seemed Naruto didn't hear him as he just walked in front of them while reading his book. What do you mean, Luxus-san? Juvia asked. Look carefully and tell me what you observed, Luxus said as they saw Naruto walked around the trees, bushes and even some stones without sparing the road a glance. Do you see now? His eyes were glued to that book and yet not once had he bumped into anyone or anything. It's like he didn't need his eyes to find his way around. That only means that right now he is using his other senses to navigate himself in it. I tried it earlier and I bumped into a tree but he hadn't even stepped on a small stone, Luxus said. It's not very good to talk about people behind their backs, you know, Naruto said a little far from them while still reading his book. See? Luxus asked. He probably trained it on his previous life. Mira answered cryptically, which confused Levy and Juvia, but Luxus got the message. We're here, Naruto announced. They hurried towards him and they jumped down the cliff towards the campsite. It's already been cleaned up, Luxus said. Yeah, cleaned it up yesterday. Mira, could Zatanna feel Levantine's presence? Naruto asked. Wait a minute, she's still trying to locate him, Mira answered. I'm sorry. His magic residue might have been erased a couple of nights ago, Zatanna said, to which Mira relayed the message to them. Well, let's split up and search the perimeter. Be careful, and if you see something is amiss, seek for help immediately. I will be in the center and I will expand my sensor so I could cover most of the area and immediately know if one of you is in trouble. If you found something, just talk to the nearest magic pillar you will see, Naruto ordered as they split up. Naruto closed his eyes and his magic started to flood the area. The whole area was starting to be mapped inside his mind as his magic stationed some magic pillars to act as a scout for him on that area. Sweat started to form at his forehead as he exerted more of his magic around the area. Luxus heard. Wah, Naruto? Luxus asked. Yes, I could talk to anyone when they are beside the pillar I have stationed, Naruto answered. That's a neat magic you have. Is that ancient magic too? Luxus asked. I based it on an ancient magic but I made this magic on my own, Naruto answered. Cool, so what do you need? Luxus asked. Last night, I couldn't say something to you since Mira was listening. Right now, no one is near so I could warn you about something. About what? Ivan, he is desperate for the lacrima inside you. Well, I already know of that. Luxus, whatever happens, never let him take it from you. Well yeah, dying isn't on my list of what to do yet. Not just that, A friend of mine said that Ivan has a bunch of lightning lacrimas similar to the one implanted on you. That is why we are confused on why he is hell-bent on taking yours. Guess he didn't want to waste jewels. No, Ivan wouldn't care if he loses a couple of it. He said that the one inside you is special. Why special? We don't know, but how special? Well, let's just say that he is willing to kill his own son and spend so much time and money just to get it back. Be careful, Luxus, it will be trouble for everyone if he got a hold of that. In the meantime, we are still trying to understand what's so special about your lacrima, Naruto explained. How do you know so much about this? Luxus asked. I have a friend working as a spy for me to Ivan. In a few weeks, we will be joining Fairytail as a double spy so the master could track Ivan and Ivan get false information. Naruto answered. You sure about your friend? And why do you have a spy on Ivan on the first place? Ivan has something dangerous that shouldn't be in the clutches of a human, especially someone with the likes of him. I trust my friend with my life, no need to worry about it. Alright, I'll also try to figure it out. Thank you, Luxus answered as he walked away from the pillar. Naruto ni, Juvia smells something, Juvia said as she walked to the nearest pillar. What is it, Juvia? Naruto said. Juvia found a faint scent of Droi-san. Good thing it hasn't rained here or the scent would have been washed away, Juvia answered. Will you be able to follow that scent? Yes, it's faint but Juvia could follow it, Juvia answered. Very well, stay there and I will bring everyone, Naruto said. Juvia has found a trace, go to the nearest magic pillar and brace yourself, Naruto announced. WTF is brace yourself? Luxus said as he goes to the magic pillar. Levy and Mira were also confused but obeyed. Once Naruto felt that they were all inside a magic pillar, he located Juvia's magic pillar and then activated a spell that enclosed them inside pillar and it shot towards the one in Juvia's location. They didn't have time to brace themselves as they felt like they had just rode a moving bullet without warning. All the pillars shot out towards the pillar Naruto picked and they merged into one big pillar. Then it shot out the human passengers inside except Naruto, who stayed inside the pillar. Mira and Levy run towards a nearby bush and emptied their stomachs. Well, it seems one of you has a strong stomach, Naruto commented while still inside the pillar. Meh, it has the same feeling as my lightning jump. What the hell is that magic anyway? Luxus asked as they were joined again by Mira and Levy. I am so not riding that magic again, Mira said, to which Levy agreed. Sorry, this was a magic I developed a long time ago. When I was still learning the arc of force, I needed to learn how to detect the forces around me so I could properly control them, but as time goes by, Valandel and I realized that I have a special gift. I'm a sensor and I could easily detect magic around me, and by that, it meant to the smallest things like the trees and insects or even residues. Valandel helped me to hone this ability, but I had felt that the sensing range wasn't adequate enough, so I tried to improve it. As years passed by, I integrated the uses and theories of my previous abilities to my current magic. Naruto stopped himself, remembering that he almost told them he was previously a ninja. Levy and Juvia were confused but didn't say anything about it, but Mira and Luxus got the message. I felt that if there is a max range for sensing objects, just like how our sense of sight, smell and hearing has a max range, then what I needed to do was to make myself present at the area outside my range. Like placing a watchtower, huh? Luxus asked. Yes, watchtowers that are connected to me. And then, I pumped magic into that tower so it could make another one when the area is outside its range. So you're like placing a clone of you every time the range is maxed out, Levy deduced. Yes, but as you can see, the longer the range, the more magic it consumes, Naruto said as they saw him visibly winded. That doesn't answer how you were able to transport us here using the pillars, Mira replied. You forget that my arc of force controls direction and magnitude of forces such as magic. This pillars, even if they are a part of me, is still magic. I can send them all towards a point that I wanted, and since there is a pillar beside Juvia, I was able to easier locate where to send them. When you stepped inside them, I used the force of that magic to send you here. You just rode a bullet train. Naruto grinned. So, why are you still inside and why hasn't it dispersed? Juvia asked. These aren't normal magic, it contains some of my consciousness, so it won't disperse just easily, but instead, I am absorbing it back to my body. That way, I can get the information it gathered and get back the energy I spent. But of course, It won't give back 100% of it since I couldn't bring back any more the magic I used to set this pillars up or the magic I used to send them to this place. Naruto finished as the pillar was completely absorbed by his body. So what do you call that magic? Mira asked. Nothing. I never felt naming the magic I made. All I know is that my magic is the Arc of Force, Ancient Magic and Magic Sensory. Well, you had a name for Shockwave Guillotine and Crunch Pulsar, Juvia said. Well, I wasn't the one who named them, it was my big sister who gave them that name, saying that I should give a nice name for my nice abilities. Unfortunately, she couldn't come up with a name for this one, and since I almost never use this because Valandel was a good magic sensor himself, Naruto said thoughtfully. Naruto ni had a big sister? Juvia asked. Yes, a long time ago, Naruto answered sadly. They dropped the subject thinking that his sister might have died some time ago before he became a mercenary, since they don't think Naruto would leave his sister behind. Well, Juvia, lead the way, Naruto said as they followed Juvia. A few miles away from them, a man with a fishtail for a hairstyle and carrying a sword walked towards his destination. Yes, I could smell it. The sky element's scent, I could smell it just ahead. Just you wait, I'll kill those legacies of the myth. I'll start with the youngest and weakest of them all, the man said with a malicious grin on his face. End of chapter 14 AN. So how was it? Kinda boring if you ask me XD. It's more of a character development and introducing another pairing. My apologies to the readers hoping for a Naruto x Levy x Mira. I had other plans. I believe that Luxus is a cool guy with a great magic. He is actually one of my favorite characters in Fairytail, together with another one whom you will know soon. Next chapter will be action-packed, I think. Haha, and I hope you like my rendition on how elemental nations are connected to Earthland. Oh, and before everything else, yeah, Leventine's defeat was kinda lame, but I needed to portray him as a mindless dragon XD. Of course that doesn't apply now. Were you guys able to guess who was Naruto's agent on Ivan? Have you guessed what the elements and myth mean? And about the poll, it's still open and I'm still thinking about it and looking into it if it would really fit the plotline. Oh, and a shout out to my friend Kate, who would probably read this. Thanks for helping me out on the mushy, lovey devey scenes. Laughing face. Please read and review. Good or bad, it helps me a lot. Thank you very much. Before anything else, I want to thank everyone for all the support you have given me. I cannot express how fun it was to write what I had in my mind for everyone here since 2008. But as I have said, I needed to prioritize my life and work. I was offered a job on the field, so I am traveling a lot. I still tried to write, but it seems it really is impossible to do it when I am always on the move. I really want to apologize sincerely for doing this, but I have come to the decision of retiring from writing fanfiction. I was debating over it for a while because I really like writing fanfiction, but in the span of 3 months, all I was able to write was about 8k words, and when I read it, I felt like my writing has regressed. It's not that I have lost my love for writing, but I can't find any time to think it through and write it. I first thought of just continue writing when I can, then just update when I think the chapter is suffice, but that won't be fair for everyone. I'll be making the readers hope and wait for an update that may or may not come. I really am sorry for this, but I think this is what's best. I don't want to keep the readers' hopes up and wait for something that has little chance of coming. I think I owe it to the readers to be honest with them and not waste their time. If any of the people here wants to adopt or make a fanfiction similar or base on some ideas from any of my fanfictions, you are all welcome to do so. Just give me a message or just place recognition on your author's note so there won't be any flames towards you from those who have read my stories. But for those who will be adopting, I won't be telling you the whole plot of my stories. I want you to create your own. Though, I'll give you some information that you think may need. I'll also be deleting my other unfinished fanfictions except this one. My sincere apologies. I know I have disappointed or angered a lot of you, and I understand why. Even I am disappointed at myself for this. I really want to continue, but I think it's time for me to move on and focus on my life and work. I'll be leaving below what I had finished on the next chapter. It may be the last chapter Krosh will write. Chapter 15. Father is so cruel sometimes. He loves to steal all of my fun, you see, a man said from behind Urza and Gerard as they looked at the explosion that came from the throne room. They looked back and saw a man with midnight black hair walking towards them. The two of you are the last remaining preys. I hope you don't bore me, he said. Urza, stand back for a while, Gerard said. Elsewhere, Natsu and the others narrowly escaped being crushed by the explosion. That hurts, Natsu said. Are we even alive? Gray asked. What's going on? After that giant explosion, Lucy was cut off by Gray. We're buried alive. No, this is. Lucy wasn't able to finish as Natsu tried to escape their confinement by bursting through its roof. They were all shocked to see Jura standing in front of the bunker he made to protect them. His body was full of wounds and bruises from the explosion. Jura. Old guy. He protected us. You certainly are lively youngsters. I'm glad you're all safe, Jura said as he collapsed. Up above, Wendy was being carried Charles to scout the movement of the castle. It's really heading for Kate's shelter, Wendy exclaimed. Wendy, I'm sorry but I don't think I can continue flying, Charles warned her. It's okay, we'll just look for him by foot, she answered. You do have excellent sense of smell after all. Actually, he smelled quite different from the last time I saw him, Wendy replied as they searched for Jelal via foot. Urza could not erase the look of shock from her face as she witnessed Gerard easily manhandled by the person in front of her. The self-destruction magic cost him more magic than I have expected, Urza thought as she equipped a sword and charged. Pathetic. The man said as Urza's sword was deflected away from him. My sword's direction change. Urza thought as she equipped another sword on her other hand and slashed at the man again, but still it was again deflected. The man raised his hand and sent Urza reeling back. She was surprised as his armor and sword twisted around her, so she immediately equipped to Heaven's Wheel armor. I see, so that's the nature of your magic, Urza stated. Indeed, my magic reflector has the power to distort and twist anything. It can deflect magic back to where it came or casts illusion by warping the path of light. The man explained. So it was you. He was right, you do have similar magic, Urza stated. Got some information about me? I wonder if there was someone I left alive at one of my fights? What's your name? Urza asked. I don't give my name to those weaker than I, he shot back. Or maybe, you just don't have a name since you couldn't even give it to someone who beat the crap out of you, Urza said with a smirk. Beat the crap out of me? What gibberish words you say? But I'll humor you since you'll die anyway, just like everyone who crossed me. My name is Midnight, the man said arrogantly. I'll be sure to tell your name to the person who beat you, Urza said as she readied her weapons. Beat me? No one could beat me. You wish? Urza exclaimed as she charged at him with her swords. Did you not hear me? Your magic can't touch me, remember? Dance sword of mine, Urza exclaimed as her swords charged towards Midnight. But even before the swords could touch him, all of them were deflected back to Urza. It's funny that you believe in them grazing me when I have clearly told you that I could deflect them without a problem. Midnight laughed as he watched Urza's sword attack their owner while she tried to fend them off. He raised his hand and distorted her armor and weapon that made her vulnerable to her swords. More, I want to see you in utmost agony, Midnight said as he tightened the raft of metals around Urza's body, but through it all, Urza threw her sword towards Midnight, which he dodged instead of deflecting. This didn't go unnoticed by Urza. But before she could utter anything, Midnight used Spiral Pain and trapped her in a cyclone of blades and debris. After the attack, a heavily wounded and almost naked Urza fell to the ground. For Urza everything went dark, but she could hear a voice calling out to her. Urza, don't die, Gerard? He's calling out to me, but I have no strength left, and even though I am out of options to fight him. How am I supposed to beat him? Her thoughts were interrupted when she remembered Naruto's advice. There is a member of Oración Cease that could deflect and distort magic or any object without life. That's right, he can't use it against humans, and on top it all, Naruto was able to beat him, but how was he able to do it when he was still relying on Levantine at that time? Her thoughts drifted on his next advice. Be careful when you face him, it's better to battle him with hand-to-hand combat. That's it, he didn't fight him with magic or with his sword, he fought him with his fists. But did he fight naked? No, probably not, so how did he bypass his magic distorting his clothes? He always wore clothes that were elastic and easy to move on. Urza as she came back to reality and heard Midnight talking to Jelal. I can take care of the elastic clothes part, but hand-to-hand combat isn't exactly my style of fighting. That is Myra's style, so I guess I have to improvise using my own skills and magic. Furthermore, I think I know something Naruto might have missed, she thought as she stood up and equipped her robe of Yuan. I know of the light that dwells within you, Gerard, she stated as she faced Midnight. Oh, so you still could stand and say such worthless things. Quite impressive as what the rumor says, you really are worth destroying, Midnight taunted. I'll put an end to all your worthless plans without fail, Urza replied without hesitation. Such words when your attack won't even reach me. Midnight smirked as Urza charged, and in almost an instant she was in front of Midnight and was about to swipe her weapon. Even though you could move so fast, it won't break my reflector, Midnight stated as her weapon was deflected, but before he could boast, he was thrown away by a palm strike to the chest courtesy of Urza. What? Midnight uttered in surprise. Your magic has 2 weak points. The first one was told to me by the very same mage who defeated you. You can refract magic or anything that has no life. So, it doesn't work on human bodies. And he was right, because if you could, you would have aimed for my body than my equipments, Urza stated. So what? I could still choke you to death, Midnight answered as he distorted Urza's robe and tried to choke her with it. The second weak point is this, Urza said as Midnight followed her line of sight and saw numerous swords that charged toward him. When you twisted my armor earlier, you didn't deflect my sword that was coming towards you. Why is that? Urza asked, but Midnight was silent as he was still hurt from the attack. You can only use your magic on one area at a time, either around you or around your opponent. While you're casting it on me, you're completely vulnerable. On top of that, this robe of Yuan is completely elastic, your magic is useless against it. Including this type of garment, your magic has 3 weaknesses. Urza smirked as she freed herself from the robe. Midnight started to talk and said that if she would have died a bit earlier, they won't have to see his peak. At midnight, my refraction gets to its peak, I don't care what happens anymore, Midnight stated while he laughed hysterically and his body transformed into a gruesome monster. He charged at them and made an explosion that threw them away, but before Gerard and Urza could react, they were both impaled by 2 tentacles. But before Midnight could celebrate his victory, he felt that his body was slashed by something sharp. His illusion ended, and as he started to fall to the ground he heard Urza. It's too bad, any visual illusions don't work on me. My friend was right when he said that you are nothing but an arrogant fool who relies on his magic too much. With that kind of skills, you won't have any chance beating him or me, Urza stated. What are you talking about? My magic was perfect, no one could beat me. Naruto probably knocked too many screws loose on your head so you do not remember. But let it be a lesson to you, no magic is perfect. It will always have a weakness, you just have to find it out and compensate it, Urza answered. Naruto Namikaze huh? I completely forgot about that phantom bastard who humiliated me in front of my father, me. The supposed to be most powerful, even stronger than my father Rokuma. I was supposed to be an undefeated one, but I was defeated by these phantom and fairy bastards. If it's any consolation, there is no phantom anymore. You were only beaten by us, the fairy bastards, and you won't be able to beat me for a long time, especially him. Because as long as you find a person's suffering as something to laugh at, then you still have a long way before you could even gaze at the top. Urza lectured as Midnight fall into unconsciousness. If you don't want to lose to anyone, know your own weaknesses first and always have kindness, Urza finished. Are we still far from the source, Juvia? Naruto asked. Yes, it seems he is also moving at a fast pace, Juvia answered. It's almost midnight, it would be hard to fight him at this time, Mira interjected. Why is that? Levy asked. Levantine is the dragon of the darkness. His magic is darkness, and it strengthens as darkness spread more than the light, Naruto answered. So he eats darkness? Luxus asked. No, darkness could not be eaten. Instead, his power escalates to a higher degree when darkness is around him, Naruto answered. How much? Levy asked. More than twice when the Flame Dragon Slayer is in Dragon Force mode, Naruto answered. Dragon Force? Levy asked. Dragon Force is the highest form of magic by a Dragon Slayer, but the effects of a Dragon Force is different for every Slayer. For example, Juvia's Dragon Force allows her to completely turn her body into water, making her invulnerable to any physical attacks, and also use her body as a source of water for any water attacks. Furthermore, Juvia can change her water body's properties at any given time. Natsu-san's Flame Dragon Slayer, on the other hand, has a different Dragon Force mode. The Flame Dragon Slayer's Dragon Force boosts the Dragon Slayer's strength, speed, stamina and resilience. In other words, it boosts his physical and magical capability, Juvia stated. Isn't the Flame Dragon Slayer's dragon force too strong than yours? Luxus asked, to which everyone shot him a look of irritation except Juvia, who didn't mind what is said. Yes, Natsu-san's dragon force may be stronger than Juvia's, or maybe it is the strongest of all, but unlike Juvia's dragon force that could be used at any time and effortlessly without using any energy, Natsu-san's dragon force needs for him to eat special or very strong type of flame to activate, and on top of that, it disappears completely after he has consumed the energy given to him by that flame. Juvia answered plainly. So his dragon force is situational, huh? Levy said. You could put it like that. Either way, Juvia has no qualms on the difference of the effects of the dragon force, because as Zenyo Ryu-sama said, dragon force is nothing but an augment to the dragon slayer magic. In the end it still comes down to the dragon slaying mage to win. Juvia answered truthfully. Yes, that is the truth, Naruto said with a nod. Levantine has changed. Dragons normally has a magic of an element like water or sub-elements like ice, but because of the Jubi's influence his magic has changed from darkness to sinister. His darkness magic was once held as one of the most beautiful and handy magic among the dragons. He could manipulate the darkness into his own liking or need. Most of the dark magic in Makai was taught by Levantine. The Dark Pulse, Dark Blast and Dark Hurricane are some of the magic he taught to the other magic users. Of course, his dragon magic version of it is stronger, Mira explained. Zatanna told you? Luxus asked, to which Mira nodded. So he was once a nice dragon? Levy asked. Levantine was once a noble and kind dragon. He wouldn't hesitate to help anyone in need, even humans. That was the reason why everyone was surprised when he led a rebellion to annihilate the humans. He said that humans were despicable creatures and doesn't have any right to stand in equal with any creature in this world. Mira said, relaying what Zatanna told her. Something happened between him and humans that none of you knew, and it was probably not a good one, Luxus concluded. A sudden gust of wind blew at them from the direction where Levantine was going. This is quite confusing, Juvia suddenly said. What is? Luxus asked. Juvia could smell faintly Wendy-san's scent from that direction, not only her but also Natsu-san, Urza-san, Gray-sama and Lucy-san too, Juvia answered. Naruto looked ahead and was deep in thought. That's impossible. If my memory serves me right, they said that the location of the Oracion cease was at the opposite direction, and furthermore, I don't think Wendy would be with them, Mira replied. Tisk. I should have known. He wants to eliminate any threats to him as early as possible, and right now, Wendy is the most vulnerable. I should have paid attention to where we are heading in the first place. This is towards Cage Shelter, Wendy's guild. But why are Urza and the others in there? Naruto thought, and then an idea struck. Don't tell me. Wendy was also sent to destroy Oracion cease, Naruto said wide-eyed. What? Mira asked. Wendy is actually part of a guild, the Cage Shelter Guild. Her guild master posted a job for someone to teach her how to fight. When I was about to bring her back to her guild, a friend of hers picked her up and said that the master had a mission for her. This route is headed towards Cage Shelter, Naruto explained. But that doesn't answer why Urza's team is in Cage Shelter, Mira said. So many foreign scents. Juvia smelled so many foreign scents, even Gerard's, Juvia said wide-eyed in realization. Blood, smoke, Juvia mumbled. Something unexpected must have happened, but we don't have any time to discuss this now. We must hurry and go towards Cage Shelter now. I'll take lead, I know where it is, Naruto said as he suddenly sped up. Wait, how can you be so sure? Levy said, trying to keep up. Because Levantine's targets are the children of the myths, the legacy of the dragons, elves and demons, and right now, he is heading to the most vulnerable of them all. Naruto answered, but not slowing down. How can you be so sure that Cage Shelter is where he is heading? Luxus asked. Because Cage Shelter houses Wendy, and Wendy is the Sky Dragon Slayer. And on top of that, if Natsu was indeed in there and badly hurt, then he will get 2 Dragon Slayers down in one night, and there is no dragon stronger than Levantine at night, he exclaimed as he quickened his pace. You should have said that in the first place. Forget running, it's time for us to go overdrive. Guide my lightning jump, Luxus said as he readied himself for a lightning jump. Beside him, he felt Mira used take over and transformed into Zatanna, then scooped up Levy on one arm. Brace yourself, it's going to be a fast flight, she said as she used her free arm and directed it at the back. She's going to use her dark blast as booster to quicken her flight. Juvia transformed into Sierra as Naruto used his magic and doubled the force of their magic, thus pushing them forward at a fast pace towards their destination. Naruto watched for a moment to ensure that he sent them on the right direction. Wait for us, everyone, I promise, we'll save you, Naruto said as he redirected all the forces acting on his body to shoot him towards his destination. He took a step forward and instantly he was gone, and the only thing that remained was a footprint embedded to the road. Wendy, are you sure you could do this? Charles asked. Yes, I will not fail my friends or Gerard. I wasn't able to be of any use to them during the whole mission, even though Naruto-sensei has taught me so many things, Wendy said with a determined and sad face. Actually, all he did was to give you physical training, Charles reminded. It's not just that, he taught me how to use my magic properly and how to be more confident about myself, but all of it was forgotten when this mission started, so now, I'm going to make sure I don't fail anymore, Wendy answered. Maybe that idiot did something good after all, Charles said bluntly. Charles, you should be nicer to him, Wendy exclaimed. Stop reprimanding me like you're my mother, Charles answered dismissively. But I am your mother. Maybe not by blood, but I am still your mom, Wendy answered with an innocent eye smile which she copied from Naruto. Charles huffed and didn't answer Wendy, but inside she was thinking of ways to torture a blonde idiot. She had no qualms about him helping her become smart and stronger. No, she was actually thankful for that, but she was miffed at him for influencing her too much in a small span of time. She would be okay if that guy was a saint, but sadly he was far from it. Backquote, a man with a fishtail for a hairstyle watched from high above as the Alliance of Light and the Oración Cease fought to a climax. It is a good thing that I took precautions before going in there. The mage brats are quite strong, especially Ignil's kid. It is good that the wind is going towards me. Last thing I want is for them to track my scent. He grinned as he watched Natsu defeated Zero. That man's magic is quite interesting. He said that his other self's magic is archive. That is a magic that originated from the knowledge-loving elves. So those bastards really did teach the humans almost all of our magic except for the arcane magics. I won't stand for this, they will pay. The man sneered as he vanished into the darkness. Below, there was a commotion going on as the Alliance of Light struggled to prevent the Magic Council from taking Gerard until Urza stopped them. I apologize for the commotion. I will take responsibility, so you may take Gerard away, Urza stated with an unreadable expression to which shocked everyone. Through it all, Gerard only smiled. The color of your hair, farewell, Urza, Gerard said as he was taken away. Farewell, Gerard, she answered as she looked on with teary eyes. One of the knights rushed towards Lahar and said, My apologies, Sir Lahar, but there seemed to be a problem. What is? Lahar asked as everyone's attention was focused on the knight. The leader of the Oración Cease, Brain, and his son, Midnight, are missing. Impossible. I have trapped the whole area into a barrier. They surely couldn't got out of it. Have you searched the whole area? Lahar asked, alarmed. Yes, sir, we have searched everywhere and no trace of them could be found, the knight answered as Lahar looked at the Alliance. Were those two still strong to escape after you fought them? Lahar asked. We don't know, we were in state of rush to save Cage Shelter, so we couldn't be sure, Urza answered. Very well, pull out all our men, they are probably long gone now. We can hunt them down for another time, but now we have to take the prisoners back for trial, Lahar ordered as he and his men left. The Alliance slumped down, trying to catch their breath from their long fight. Everyone was thoroughly exhausted from the fight and didn't even have the strength to walk towards the guild. As they slumped down in silence, they noticed that Urza was missing. Lucy suggested that it would be better to let her be alone for a moment as they looked at the night sky. But their peace was extinguished as Natsu smelled a familiar scent. He tried to stand up, but his legs gave out from exhaustion. Someone is spying at us, Wendy said in alert as she stood up. Yes, I smelled his scent too. It is Droy's scent, Natsu said as he tried to stand up again. That means, Lucy said as her hands covered her mouth in fear. That I am here, Levantine said as he appeared behind Jura from the darkness. Before any words could be said, Jura had to move his body to prevent himself from being beheaded. He was able to narrowly dodge the first strike, but the next strike came quicker than expected, and all he could do was use his magic to harden his body like a rock, but the sword just cut through it. He collapsed as he laid, bathing on his own blood that was pouring out from the large slash on his back. Tisk, because of his magic, my sword wasn't able to cut him in half. But no matter, he would soon die a slow death from blood loss. Levantine grinned. Why you? Natsu said with gritted teeth as he stood up wobbly, but before he could attack he was sent flying away by a dark pulse. Levantine soon turned his eye towards Wendy, who was trying her best to hold her ground. Why are you doing this? Aren't you from Fairytail? She asked as the man grinned evilly at her. Ah, I forgot. Dragons have good sense of smell but bad magic sensing abilities. Quite sad actually. I was the same a long time ago. But now, I am also able to sense magic thanks to Naruto. What do you mean? Wendy asked. Wendy, run away from him. That isn't someone from our guild, Gray warned. Levantine. Urza exclaimed as she charged towards him in her black wing armor. As she approached, she flew past him and exclaimed. Moonflash. Levantine suddenly sported a cross-shaped wound in his torso. Impressive Urza Scarlet, but it will take more than that to defeat me, especially at midnight. Levantine grinned as the wound closed until there was nothing left to remind it but a cross-shaped tear on his cloth. There is a problem though, because the black wing armor concentrates everything on offense. You were left wide open for a counterattack. Levantine said dismissively as Urza's armor dispersed, leaving her clad in her usual white cloth and blue skirt. She collapsed as a large slash wound appeared on her torso and her blood spluttered on the pavement. Urza! Gray shouted as he stood wobbly and tried to run towards Urza, but suddenly he felt something wrapped around his ankles. He looked down and his eyes grew wide. Vines, he said as he was pulled down and his face met the pavement. He tried to stand up again but felt his body weakening. What is happening? Gray asked to no one. You know, your friend have quite an interesting magic. He was able to control and grow any kind of plants at his will. He only needs a seed of it. You see, he always carried this box filled with different kinds of seeds. Levantine said as he showed them Droy's seed box. But it's such a pity because he didn't have any balls to use it. You see, this seed box contains several seeds that could do wicked things to humans. One of them, you are experiencing right now. That plant drains any creatures of its magic. It's like a parasite that attached itself to a host and continuously drains it until they are dry, and I must say, they are quite gluttonous. Levantine said with a grin. You bastard, Gray said as he saw Urza being wrapped around by the vines, and so were Lucy and Jura, as they were too tired and injured to notice the vines crawl towards them. Natsu! Lucy shouted, but instead of hearing a battle cry from Natsu, she heard Levantine chuckle. Ah, Natsu, I forgot to tell you, but, he trailed off as he instructed the vine to show a severely wrapped Natsu with only his eyes showing. I'm too tired, I can't even lift a finger. Natsu mumbled as Happy tried to untangle him, but it resulted in him also being caught by the vine. I don't understand. I feel weak from these vines, but I don't seem to feel sleepy, Lucy uttered weakly. So you noticed. Didn't I say in the beginning that the seeds in this box are quite wicked? Look around and tell me what you see. Flowers, Wendy said as she was the only one able to look around since she wasn't caught in the vine. That's right. This vine sprouts small bloody flowers that spreads an aroma around it. And the worst affected by it is its victims, since the flowers bloom around the vines that sucks its victims' energy. Look at how beautiful the bloody flowers it produced from your energy. Such beauty, isn't it? And you know what's wicked about it? Its aroma is a stimulant. Your muscles may be getting weaker, but your nerves are in haywire. Their eyes widened in realization of what he said. That's right. This plant's victims die from being drained awake, and since it stimulates your nerves, you feel your injuries more. Everyone abruptly looked towards Urza and Jura and saw them writhing in pain. You could see tears running down their faces as they felt the pain from their injuries rose. My only goal coming here was only to dispose of the air element, the Sky Dragon's child. Levantine said with an evil grin, to which Wendy froze in fear. You see, I really don't understand why you are living alone in this place with a cat. But that really wasn't my problem because it gave me a big opportunity to kill you. What do you mean? We have a whole guild here, Charles shouted. Noisy cat, Levantine said dismissively as vines wrapped around Charles. Charles! Wendy shouted. A whole guild? Who are you fooling? You may have been able to fool Naruto but not me. I'm not a stupid dragon anymore. The first time I caught a scent from this place, only yours and that cat had a scent. When I felt the magic around here, only you and that cat had a magic though. I felt magic residue everywhere but the caster was not definitely here for a long time now. Have you ever wondered why your guild was virtually unknown to the world until recently? Or why your guildmaster had to practically ask somebody to train you? Or maybe, why your guild is situated in a place of rubbles and has virtually no money? Surely, with a guildmaster of over 400 years old has enough strength and fame to carry this guild? Levantine taunted. What are you trying to say? Wendy said in the brink of tears. This guild did not and never existed. Levantine laughed sinisterly as he started to walk towards Wendy. You are the only one in this guild together with that cat. Do you now realize why there were no posted jobs on your boards or why you were never allowed to get out of this place or why you never saw any of your friends from leaving this place to fulfill a job? Think of it, wasn't it always party, laughs, smiles and lively here? Have you ever seen anyone cry or felt pain? Were you able to actually apply your healing magic here? What is the answer, little girl? Levantine said with a dark grin as he looked down on Wendy who felt her knees weaken and she stumbled backward with wide eyes as realization started to dawn on her. The answer is no, right? That is Bekowie, it was all a lie. Now tell me, Cage Shelter is only about half a mile away, why hasn't any of your guildmates, especially your guildmaster, had arrived yet? Surely a guildmaster could feel if any of his members were in danger, especially at this close from the guild. Your guildmates didn't even help you repel that thing that was making its way towards your guild. Surely they have seen it from its immense size. Do they not have any care what happens to the guild or to the people who were trying to prevent their guild from getting destroyed? Or maybe it's because they don't exist outside that place. Levantine said with a snide. That's not true, they can't be, just a lie. Master Rubel won't do that. No, 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 Wendy said as she covered her ears to prevent herself from hearing Levantine's taunts. But don't worry, because I'll end your life here. You will be free from all this lies that is your guild. I will end your pitiful life in front of these people who tried their best to save your illusionary guild. Levantine taunted before he raised his sword ready to behead Wendy. Everyone could only look in horror as the sword started to travel down towards Wendy. Wendy closed her eyes in fear of losing her life and not being able to see those people who were precious to her. Master Rubel, everyone in the guild, Grandine, Naruto-sensei, her thoughts stopped at the face of her teacher as she heard a metal strike against metal. Steeling herself, she opened her eyes and saw a metal pole stopping Levantine's sword reaching her. I find it hard to believe that you are Naruto's apprentice if you give up that easily. Your master would have been disappointed if he sees you like that. He would have told you to stand up and fight till you find the truth rather than crumble at what this bozo say and just accept your death, said a gruff voice as another pole went towards Levantine, who dodged it, making a considerable space between Wendy and him. Wendy shakily looked behind her and saw a tall, muscular man with long, spiky black hair with metal studs all over his body. He wore black sleeveless tunic and white loose pants with a studded belt. He wore fingerless gloves with metal studs in it and boot also with metal studs. I didn't felt your aura or smell your scent, Levantine said, infuriated. Fool, that is because the wind is coming towards me and not by me, and also because someone had taught me how to suppress my magic to the point that it was undetectable even by sensors. Of course, that guy could still detect me, but how he does it, I don't know. The man answered coldly as the others were suddenly freed from the vines of the plant. Levantine looked around and saw a big metal pole crushing the place where the seed was planted. Your plant magic may be very strong, but all magic has a weakness and yours is the plant's seed. It's time to go back and sleep inside that sword that you so nicely brought with you, Levantine, the man stated. Thank you for helping us, sir. Wendy trailed off, realizing they didn't know his name. Who are you? You smell familiar, Natsu gasped out. Who I am is not important. What you just need to know is that I am here because we have the same enemy. This lizard here is my prey, the man answered. Are you a friend of Naruto-sensei? Wendy asked meekly. I wouldn't consider myself as his friend, but enough of this, I shall end Levantine here, he stated. Tough words, but you forget that it is midnight, Levantine retorted. Doesn't matter, you're still going down, he said dismissively as his right hand transformed into a sword with jagged blade, the jagged Blade started to move like a chainsaw. "I'll destroy you, bastard," Natsu shouted as he tried to stand up. "Save your strength, Ignil's child," the man suggested dismissively. "What?" Natsu asked weakly. "You will only be in the way. You see that sword he is carrying?" he asked, to which they nodded. "That sword is called Runesave. It's a sword forged by the dragon Metallicana. It was also imbued with the runes and magic of the elves. It has the power to seal or disperse any magic. Your flames are being fueled continuously by magic. For it to sustain itself, he will easily be able to disperse it," he continued. "What about yours? Wouldn't it be just dispelled as well?" Lucy asked weakly, motioning at his transformed arm. "I may have need magic to transform my arm or summon my weapons, but the difference is that I don't need to continuously support my weapons to exist, while Ignil's child needs to continuously supply his flames with magic for it to exist," was the answer she got as he dodged a sword swipe intending to cut him in half vertically. Levantine grinned as he suddenly charged towards the vulnerable Wendy, but before he could even go halfway towards her, he was hit by a metal fly swatter, sending him skidding back. "Oi, you pedophile or something? Why do you keep on coming for the girl when I said that I would be your opponent?" he taunted. "This isn't some kind of tournament. You don't decide who I attack," Levantine answered as he used Runesave to parry a sword swipe from him. "Then I'll just force you then," was his reply as he relentlessly attacked Levantine with each swipe intended for a kill. Levantine grinned as he made a vertical slash when he saw how open his opponent was. The man narrowly dodged the attack, but before he could recover he was flung away by a dark pulse. "That's what Naruto did to Natsu when they fought," Lucy said in shock. "But of course, have you forgotten that I am able to copy some of his knowledge? It was quite a shame though, because of what that stupid elf did. I wasn't able to copy his arc magic." "Arc magic? I think I heard of it before, I just can't seem to remember," Natsu said weakly, still drained up of energy. "Too much chit-chat," the man exclaimed as he kicked Levantine, but as Levantine dodged the kick, his feet transformed into a metal pole and stretched towards him. He dodged to the side only for metal poles sprout from the metal feet. Levantine wasn't able to dodge in time and he was struck by several metal poles. The metal poles pushed him towards a large stone. The stone got crushed from the impact as the attack didn't relent. Dust covered where Levantine was while several metal poles stuck out in every direction. "Ha! He's crushed to pieces," Natsu exclaimed weakly. Naruto was right. Ignil's child is a loud idiot. The man was cut off by Natsu. "Oi, I have a name, you know, it's Natsu, and I'm no loud idiot," Natsu said as he felt himself weakening even more. "Shut it, I already said you should conserve energy. Even if the vines are gone, they already had injected their extract on your blood. It may not be deadly, but it would surely still eat away your energy slowly till the enzymes die, and being agitated or excited stimulates them as you exert energy in doing so," he answered. "Will we die? How do we take it out?" Lucy freaked out. "I said just relax, the enzymes are like weak poison. They're not deadly and they'll die within half-day, so the best thing to do is not to stimulate it by doing anything that exerts energy," the man stated before he looked at where Levantine was. "But Levantine is gone now, right? We don't have to worry?" Lucy asked. "Not really, he is currently buried under my metal poles and rock debris, but he is perfectly fine. He used Runesave to stop my magic from extending the poles before I could impale him," he answered dismissively. "Then why don't you just attack him?" Happy asked. "You know nothing of Levantine, don't you?" To which he got nods. "Levantine is exponentially stronger at night. So, the longer he sits still and does nothing, the more it is favorable to me. I'd rather fight him in the morning than at night, so if he wants to lie around for the night, then be my guest," he explained. He felt movement from where Levantine was buried. "It looks like the lizard has gotten tired playing possum," he said with a frown. A strong blast of dark pulse freed Levantine from his burial place. "Got tired sitting around? You don't have to min me, I can wait the whole night," the man stated. Levantine emerged with his sword, stopping the metal poles from impaling him. "I'm sorry to tell you, but I don't have the whole night to play with you, Gajeel Red Fox," Levantine said as he started to disintegrate into shadows melding into the night. Gajeel sniffed the air to locate Levantine. On the side, Wendy was trembling in fear and turmoil. "Grandine, what should I do? Was what he said true? Was everything just a lie?" were her thoughts. She could remember Grandine always having a kind but stern personality towards her. She would shower Wendy with all the love that she could, but she was also strict enough so Wendy would learn how to do things and try to fix things on her own. It matters not to me if you are a child. Learn to do things on your own, as I will not be here with you every time. Those were the stern words Grandine would always tell her when she was afraid to try things that were new to her. Then she remembered what Naruto had first told her when she doubted herself. Wendy, the most important thing about being a mage is not how special, rare or destructive their magic is. It is more important how that mage utilize their magic's strength or how they compensate for what their magic lack. But you know what's the most important of all? It's the mage themselves. Their belief that they could surpass any challenges with their abilities, their drive to be better through the use of their mind and hard work, but most of all, their courage to protect the life, honor or dreams of those people precious to them and to seek the truth even if it's painful and hard. Believe in yourself, Wendy, and see how special and great of a person you can be. The last sentence kept on echoing in her mind as her trembling stopped. She took a deep breath and her eyes shone a new fire. I can be a great mage. No, I will be a great mage, she thought as she used her especially strong sense of smell. Her sense of smell was actually stronger than most dragon slayers because of her control of the air. She can actually pinpoint the exact location where the scent came from. You may lack flashy destructive magic, but you're probably one of the most dangerous mages anyone would find. Those were the words Naruto told her when she told him how she envied the other dragon slayers who had more destructive magic. She caught the scent and shouted, "Gajeel-san, behind you." Gajeel immediately jumped away from his location as he narrowly dodged a sword swipe intended to slice his head off. Impressive. It seems the Sky Dragon Slayer knows how to control the air to enhance her sense of smell. I wasn't expecting for her to detect me when I am moving through the darkness, Levantine said as he raised his sword to block a swipe from Gajeel's chain-saw-like sword. The rotating blade of the chainsaw stopped as it touched Runesave. You forget, even if I couldn't dispel your metal weapons, I can still hamper their effectiveness since you still use magic to add effect to them, such as the rotation of this blade or... Levantine trailed as he moved his sword so that it would touch the metal spear approaching him. The lengthening of this spear, he continued as he again disintegrated into the darkness. Gajeel gritted his teeth, his patience quickly withering. He wasn't known to be a calm and collected fighter. That's Naruto's role. No, Gajeel was the all-out brawler, but against someone like Levantine, he just couldn't do that. He hated to admit it, but tactical fighters such as Naruto and Levantine were his Waterloo. Oh fucking hell. Levantine just had to adapt that blonde idiot's fighting style. That idiot better be on his way or I'm going to lose it, Gajeel thought. Levantine smirked as he detected Gajeel's emotions. Agitation, anger, frustration, impatience, and the others. I can feel the same emotions but with fear. Yes, feed me with your negative emotions. I just love those feelings, he thought as he weaved through the darkness. Gajeel-san, I can help you. I'll point you where he is and attack there, Wendy said in determination. That blasted sky sorceress, she might have remembered Naruto's teachings, that's why she regained her spirit to fight. Levantine said as he felt Wendy's determination slowly extinguishing the negative emotions of the people around her. Levantine suddenly felt pain when a metal spear grazed his left shoulder, opening a wound. It seems my aim was a little off, but now, I can smell you through your blood. Gajeel smirked as he threw several metal blades towards Levantine. Shadow Dragon's shell. Levantine exclaimed as the darkness around him enveloped him, and when the knives touched the shell, it looked like they hit rubber. The knives' momentum stretched the shell going inside, but it was too strong and the knives were stuck on the rubber-like shell. Gajeel prepared to attack the shell, but he heard Wendy shout, "Gajeel-san, swing your sword to your left." Gajeel did so without any second thought, and he almost cut Levantine in half if not for Levantine suddenly disintegrating into the darkness again. Wendy suddenly used Vernier X-Arms on herself and shot towards at amazing speed to an area near Gajeel. Remember, strength is not the only way to increase the power of your physical attacks. That was one of the lessons Naruto taught her. She used Vernier's speed to increase her momentum as she charged towards where she could smell Levantine. She also added arms to increase her strength. Levantine was about to strike Gajeel, and he didn't expect for Wendy to muster enough courage to charge at him head-on. He was caught off guard as Wendy's body slammed him away from Gajeel. It was like he was hit by a raging bull. Gajeel took this opportunity and sent out several spears towards Levantine. The spears struck him all over his body as he was pinned to the wall. Several spears were struck at his chest, abdomen, arms, legs, and one was even lodged at his neck. "Did we get him?" Wendy asked, huffing as she recovered from her dizziness from ramming herself at Levantine. "It looks like it. Good job, kid," Gajeel answered. They were about to help the others when they heard a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha. You thought those puny attacks could kill me? A long time ago, elves, dragons, fairies, demons, humans and lesser demons tried to kill me, but they all failed. I am invincible. I could not be killed. That is why they sealed me, but now, those bastards are not here and you are not even half of their strength. I have underestimated your strength. It shall not happen again." They looked at the pinned form of Levantine as he unpinned himself from the wall. Blood flowed out from his wounds, but he didn't seem to mind. "What is happening?" Gray asked as he tried to stand up but was stopped by a hand gesture by Gajeel. "He's going to use his dragon force. It's the ultimate form of a dragon-slaying magic, and it was said that Levantine could only do it when all the conditions are met," Gajeel explained. "And do you know what those conditions are, Gajeel-kun?" Levantine asked as his magic presence increased and spread negative emotions around the area. "When it is at the darkest time of the night. When the moon has shed all its light for the night," Gajeel said as he noted for the moon to be completely hidden from sight due to the darkness and its lack of light. "Ah yes, but it was before I have merged with the Jubi's power. Your ancestors might have exhausted all the remnants of the Jubi's chakra in me, but I've gained the Jubi's abilities. It took me years inside RuneSave to learn how to utilize those abilities." He was struck by several knives, but he didn't mind and instead kept on talking. One of those was eating the soul of another being to learn their magic and knowledge. At this point, Levantine's body was cut in half around his waist courtesy of Gajeel. Lucy and Wendy screamed in horror at the sight of someone being cut in half while the others just gritted their teeth to hide their horror. But through all this, it seemed that Levantine had no problem with what happened, and instead his lower bod stood up, then his upper body used its arms to sat it up. "It also includes how I can intensify and become powerful from the negative emotions around me." Levantine spoke as he was beheaded by Gajeel and his upper and lower body cut vertically. His body was in 5 pieces. "Trying to kill me is a stupid thing. Have you forgotten that this body was already dead when I ate his soul? Killing this body is irrelevant, haha," Levantine said as his head turned towards them while he let out a sinister laugh. Everyone, even Gajeel and Urza, started trembling from the horror and fear of Levantine. "Ho, how are we supposed to kill someone like that?" Lucy said while trembling. She tried to look around her, and for the first time in her life, she saw Natsu, Gray, and Urza trembling in fear. Wendy, Happy and Charles were worse, while Gajeel had a very frustrated face. "Can you feel it? Fear, despair, horror, frustration, anger, haha, yes, feed me. I can feel them all." Levantine laughed in ecstasy as his voice sounded like gurgles from the blood oozing out of his neck and mouth. "Damn it," Gajeel gasped out as he couldn't stop himself from being overwhelmed by frustration, fear and anger. He knew that these emotions were caused and intensified by Levantine, but try as he might, he couldn't break out of it. The overwhelming feeling was starting to cloud his judgment, and a part of his mind was starting to tell him to just kill himself so he could be freed from his suffering. He looked at his companions and saw that Lucy was on the verge of strangling herself. He gritted his teeth. He needed to do something to stop any of them from taking their lives. "No, I will not fall here. I will not die here. I still have to find that blasted dragon Metallicana and ask him why he left. Then I will beat the crap out of him using the magic he taught me. I will not let you stupid lizard to kill me." Gajeel shouted the last one as he shakily stood up. "I still have many things I need to do before I hit the shit, and dying against a stupid lizard like you will make me shame myself even in the afterlife. I still have many things I need to do." Those words kept on repeating on the heads of the others as they also slowly tried to fight the urge to kill themselves to end their suffering. "I still need to show my father that I will be a successful mage. I still need to surpass Master I still need to find Igneel and ask why he left. I need to protect my guildmates and someday see Jelal again. I need to protect Wendy. I still need to help Natsu find Igneel and prove to Charles that I am a strong cat. I still need to ask Master Rubel the truth. I still need to find Grandine. I still need to learn so much from Naruto-sensei. I can't die yet. Those were the collective thoughts in their heads as they drew courage to fight off the suicidal feeling. So there it is, probably the last chapter Krosh will write, but I'll still be checking from time to time just to read stories. I'm still a fanfiction lover by heart. Thank you very much for everything everyone. This is Krosh, signing out, bows.